We're not on. Now we are. A delayed reaction. So we are so pleased to have been chosen by the Dubois family heirs to honor Larry and Jean Dubois' things today. They were, Larry and his wife were wonderful people. They were real preservationists, as our company is. And as you can see from the numerous amounts of American country folk art, paintings, rugs, and all weather vanes and everything else that they collected, redware, stoneware, is all represented today of their lifetime of work and collecting and preserving the American tradition of craftsmanship and talent. So, to read off what Jen wrote, who writes very elegantly. Good morning, I'm Kajavé, the owner auctioneer at Thomaston Place Galleries. If you've never been here before, that's who I am, and this is where you are. And I want to thank you for joining us today, our specialty Americana collection featuring the estate of Larry and Jean Dubois. This collection has accumulated over many years, both collectors and dealers of fine art, American decorative arts, country furniture, decorative decoys, folk art. To know the Dubois was a pleasure for me and anyone else who had the privilege to work with them or knew them. I want to thank all of our staff and my lovely wife, Callie, for all the support and energy that goes into putting on these sales. It is absolutely amazing. And this is a different format. If you've never been here before, usually we use the entire 250 feet of this building to display stuff. But where this sale was so tight after the big summer sale, we had to concentrate it into this area. But I thought it was quite quaint and felt even more like being in the Dubois house because every room was filled with all these treasures and fun stuff, right, Tim? Anyway, as we go through the day and as we're selling things, I can sort of give you an idea where we found everything. So I went up initially and met with Larry's daughter, and we did an appraisal of the estate and walked through, and then eventually she would like us to sell the estate. So I went up with a team of, how many guys did we have? 6 guys? 6 guys, 2 trucks in the car, and they actually withdrew over 400 items out of this house in 4 hours. Packed it up and brought it back here. When it got back here, it goes to the back building where it's cataloged very carefully. And then it goes to the digital studios. The back building's 250 feet long, which is nice. And then they digitally shoot all the pictures for you. So if we go online, you can see the underside, the back, the sides, and everything else, and so on and so forth. So many, many hours goes into doing this. And that's why I would like to thank our staff, because without them, we would be nowhere. Our auction is offered today on 3 platforms. Our own site, Thomaston Live. Live auction is invaluable. You will hear me announce the winning bidder is online or winning bidder's number when the lot is sold. So if it's on the floor, absentee, on the phone, wherever, you'll know. Our buyer's premium is only 25% to those bidding online. The rest of you that have taken the effort to sit in the seats or be on the phone or absentee bids is 20%. Keep that in mind. All invoices will be emailed to successful bidders by the end of the day on Monday, September 22nd. If you bid on live auctioneers, Thomaston Live are invaluable. The invoices will be sent from them, and you must pay through their bidding site. Please watch your invoice, and please check your spam folder if you have not received your invoice. This sale is run by the UCC Code Title 11, Section 2.32328, applies to this auction. Our next feature auction is slated for November 7th, 8th, and 9th, and will include many fine estates, including Doris Buffett's estate from many of her different homes. There will be fine art, collectibles, furniture, and more. Another amazing sale. How we can find so much great stuff every 90 days is mind-blowing, but we do, and we've done it for years. To hear more about Thomaston Place, the other thing I want to mention, we have a woman that is so talented that has developed a site for us called Auction Waves. And she is interviewing experts in different fields, and you can listen to it on our site. Whenever we have specialty fields, she's been doing interviews with these folks, and they're very, very informative. So if you want to learn more about antiques or the auction business or anything else, listen to Auction Waves on Thomaston Place Auction Galleries. I guess that's enough, right? Whew. Let's sell some. Let's sell some stuff. The first item, one of my favorite things in the sale, this was upstairs in the back bedroom on a dresser, is a vintage handcrafted articulated decoration of the prisoner breaking rocks, probably around 1920s from the paint and the style. What's your pleasure on that? 4.25 I have, and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 75. I have 450s on the phone and 475 and 475 on the floor. Thank you. 500, 550 now. 550 on the floor and 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 on the floor and 600 if you like it. 600 I have on the phone and 650 on that rare piece. 650, beautiful condition. 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and the 700. He just escaped from Thomaston prison. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 once, 650 twice, and for $700. We all in, all done. 650. Yours, man. Number 19, 650. 19, the buyer, 650. Next item is, oh, where's that? I always forget to put that little hand on there. Here we go. 2 early hand-painted road signs, both flat-painted, circa 1910, no passing, and the others no trespassing. And on those, what's your pleasure on those? 750 I have, and 800 I have, and 850. I have 800 on the phone, now 900, 950. I have 900, now 950 on the 2 great signs, 950, 1,000, 1,000, 1,100. 1,100 if you'd like. I have 1,000 with 1,100, 1,200, 1,200 Carol online, and now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200 once, 1,200 twice, and for 1,300. What? Yes. 1,300 on the phone, and now 1,400. I have 13 on the phone and 1,400. At 13 and 14 anymore. 14 with Carol and 1,500 on the 2 signs. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,400 once, 1,400 twice with Carol at 1,400. Anyone else want to jump in? Carol, your way. 1,400?
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Great signs. Next we have another good sign, antique double-sided wooden tray sign, Norton Brothers. Norton Brothers, I believe they were in the farming, yeah, they were. Arbo C. Norton store at 12 Broadway Street, Farmington, Maine, 1896 is around when they were. What's your pleasure on this wonderful sign? 375 and 400. I have 375 in that wonderful Farmington sale. I have 370 sign. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400 if you'd like it. At 375 once, 375 twice. You went for 400 on the Norton sign. Any more? It's with Carol. Carol's at 375 and 400. They're getting all the signs. Any more? Carol, 375.
Online bidder.
Oh, I love this thing. This was hanging in the big room off to the kitchen. None such mincemeat pumpkin pie advertising clock. Is that the coolest thing or what? The creativity of the 19th century marketers, and what's great about it, it's in a pie plate. You see that? I didn't notice it till the other day. I took it on the wall to look, and I said, they took original pie plate and made an advertisement out of it. It's so clever. And what do we have on that? I thought so. I have 1,200 and now 1,300. I have 1,200 now 1,300. I have 1,200 and 13 if you like. 1,300 I have on the floor now. 14 I have, and now 15, 15 and 16. I have 1,500 on the floor and 1,600. I have 1,500 gentlemen left, using that term loosely. I have 1,500 and 1,600. I have 1,500 and 1,600. I have 1,500 and 1,600. We've only known each other for 50 years. I have 1,500 once, twice, any more? You got it, Tim. 1,500.
Thank you.
Number 14. 1,500 to 14. One of my favorite things in the sale, besides the whirly gig. Yeah, number 14, yeah. That was 1,500 to 14. A lot of action on this next piece, and deservedly so. They're so rare. Dr. Legier's famous Remedies craft cabinet and a tobacco tin. They were sitting together, so we lauded them together. So what's your pleasure on this?
3,000.
3,000, that's a good start. And now 32, what do we have? 3250. I have 3,000, now 32 and a half. I have 3,000, now 32 and a half, at 3,000, 32 and a half. We're off to a good start here. I have 3,000, now 32 and a half. At 3,000 once, 3,000 twice, in for 32 and a half. You scared them all away, any more than 3,000? Emily, 3,000. Live auctioneers buys. We've had a lot of interest in this sale. I must say, this is the first time we've had an Americana sale in years, because there's less and less Americana around that's for sale. Oh, a lot of interest in this too. Maine Folk Art Spruce Gum Box. For those of you who don't know what spruce gum was, my grandfathers were both lumberjacks, and in the old days when they cut the trees, the pitch would come out of the trees. Because it was in the winter, so it was cold. They'd roll it up and they'd dip it in powdered sugar or flour, and they'd put it in these little boxes, and they'd have it when they're out in the woods and they wanted something to chew. They would have a spruce gum box. This one has a green inlaid tree with an axe on the bottom, which is quite nice, and stars and so on and so forth. What's your pleasure on that? $850 and now $900. I have $850 now $900 at $850 and $900. $900, $950. It's a wonderful one. I have $900 now $950 at $900 now $950 anymore. $950, $1,000. I have $950 now $1,000. I love the way they did the axe. Can you imagine the detail of that little tiny $1,000 I have all over the place? Now $1,100 now. I heard Emily at $1,000 now $1,100. I have $1,000 now, $1,100, $1,000, $1,100. At $1,000 once, $1,100 and $12 now. I have $1,100 with Emily all the way, $12 with Emily all the way, and now $1,300, and now $1,300. $13 with Carolyn, $1,400 and $1,400. $14 now $1,500. I have $1,400 and $1,500 on the spruce gum box. $15 I have and $16 now. A battle, $16 and now $17. It's a battle. I have $16 now $1,700. That wonderful, perfect condition. 17 with Carol, now 1,800, 1,700, 1,800. Boy, I wish I had my spruce gum box collection back. 1,800, now 1,900. I have 1,800, now 1,900. 19 with Carol, and 2,000 now. I have 1,900, now 2,000 I have, and 2,100, still going. I have 2,000, now 2,100. I have 2,000, now 2,100, 2,000, 2,100. 2,100 I have with Carol now, and 22. I have 21 and 22. 22, still going with Emily. And 23, if you'd like it. I had 22. It's the only one they had. I had 22 and 23 at 2,200 once, 2,200 twice, and for 2,300. We all in? All done? We are. 2,200? Live Auctioneers. Live Auctioneers gets it. Oh, this thing. When we found this, I couldn't believe it. This is the finest carved wash stick I have ever seen. Can you imagine? You're going to marry somebody, and you want to give her a present. Now, you guys are damn lucky you didn't get one of these. You get a wash stick. Can you imagine? Please pass. When the guy offered you this, you should have ran. However, he loved you because he put hearts in it. So it's inlaid with hearts and arrows, hearts up here. The surface is impeccable surface. And on that rare thing, I must have taken hours to do, and a very talented person. What's your pleasure on this one? 175. How much? 175. I have 1,000 on the floor, and now 1,100, and now 12, and 13. 13 and 14. I have 13 with Jen, now 1,400. I have 1,300, now 1,400, 13 and 14. I have 1,300 with Jen, and 1,400. I have 1,300, 14's on the floor, and 1,500, now 16. I have 15 with Jen, FC, now 16. Back to the floor. I have 15 with Jen, and 16. Seems reasonable for that rare thing compared to what we got for that little spruce gum box. Look at the talent in this thing. I have only 1,500, 1,600. The best of the kind. Any more? Boy, they're going to be happy. 1,500. 316. 316, 1,500. Oh, look at this piece. Boy, you hardly ever see these in this condition. This was propped up by the fireplace in the main living room of the house. And this is all hand-forged iron, and they're hardly ever do you see them with the original paint. Turn that right around, Rob, so you can see both sides. And it's double-sided. This would have been outside of a clock or watchmaker's shop or jeweler. And what's your pleasure in that lovely piece right there? $750 I have, and now $800. I have $750 and $800, that rare trade sign. I have $750 and $800, of course, $850, $850, $900. I haven't seen a finer one in years. I have $900, $950, $950, $1,000, and $950 now $1,000, that wonderful rare sign. That's all hand forged, this piece here to hold the clock, they watch. I have 900, what do we have, 1,000, thank you. 1,000, now 1,100. Should have started there, but it's all right. I have 1,000, now 1,100, that rare trade sign. I have only $1,000, I'm going to sell it. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. You want to show them the other side one more time, Rob? I have $1,000, 1,100, and 1,200. Sleeping on this one. This is a rare sign. I've had a lot of these, but never in this condition. 12, and now 1,300. I have 1,200. Think about it, and 1,300. Where you ever going to find another one, no matter how much money you'll have. I have 1,200, now 13. I had 12 once, 12 twice, and for $1,300, that wonderful sign. Any more? We good? Once, twice, and Carol, you got it, 1,200. Online bidder. And next we go to, oh, look at this. Whoever gets this, you have to know that the Vassalboro Historical Society, if you want to make a donation for tax deduction, whatever, they have notified this. If whoever buys it, they would like to make a donation to the sampler, to the Vassalboro Historical Society, rather, they would love to have it as a gift. And on that right there, 1828 sampler by Cordelia Burgess of Vassalboro, Maine. And what's your pleasure in this? 350 I have, and 400. 400 I have, and 4 1/4, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 450, 75, 75, 500. 500 on the floor now. 500, 550, 600, 600. I 600, 650, 650, 700, 700, 700, 750, 750, 800, 800 now. 800, 850. I have 800 on the phone with Kayla, now 850. I have 800, now 850, at 800, now 850. At 800 once, 800 twice. Anyone for 8.5. It's on the phone and gonna go. All in, all done. At 800, gone to the phone. 800. 341. 341. Thank you. This was in the. This was on sitting on a tavern table, right to the right of the main door, coming in the front door. And look at the great patina on this Ethan Allen horse. Great patina on him. And what's your pleasure on this guy? 550 I have, and 600. 600 I have, and 650. 7 and 750. 800. I have 750 now. 800. 800. 850. 8.5. 900. I have 850 now. 9. That beautiful weather vane in great condition. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now. 1,100 at 1,000. $1,100 only. At only $1,000. 1,100 I have, and now 12. I have 11D12, Jamie. I have 11D12 if you want that lovely horse. Great patina. 12 of course, and 13 now. I have 1,200 now. 13. 13 now 14, at 13 now 1,400. Look at the great surface on that. I have 1,300, 1,400. That's what they like. 1,500. He's not fooling around. And now 1,600. I have 1,500 now. 16. 16. I have now 1,700. I have 16 against your knee. 17. I have 16 knee. 17 if you'd like it. Little 1,800 I have, and now 1,900. I have 1,800 now. 1,900. Great. 1,900 and 2,000 if you'd like it on that beautiful surface on that horse. I have 1,900. Would you go 2,000? 2,100. I like it in 22 now. I have 2,100 now. 22. At 2,122 and 21 and 22. At 22 and 23. At 2,200 and 2,300 if you'd like it. At 2,200, 2,500. Thank you. And now 27.5 it has to be. I have 2,500 now. 27.5. Surface is everything on weather vanes, as you all know. I have 2,500 once. 2,500 twice. Him for 2,750. Going. He's trotting away. He's gone. 2,500. 328 buys. Thank you, Jamie. And the start of the rare stoneware. Here's a great one right here. The J and E Norton Bennington crock with double pheasants. Never seen one like this. And what's your pleasure in this guy? 1,500. 1,500 I have. And 1,600. Thank you, Emily. Now 1,700. I have 1,600 now. 17. I have 1,600 now. 1,700. 16 and 17. 17 on the phone, and now 1,800. I have 17 on the phone. This rare double pheasant crock. I have 1,700 and 1,800 if you'd like it. I have 1,700 and 18 and 17, 18. Are we all in, all done? It's on the phone with Sylvia at 18 with Carol now, and now 1,900. This rare piece. I have 1,800 and 1,900. I have 1,800 online, and now 19. I have 18 once. 18 twice, even for 1,900. We all then all done at 1,800. It's 1,800, Carol. 1,800, Carol, your way. Online bidder. Online bidder, 1,800. As you can see, Larry and Jean had exquisite taste, and it's paying off. And on this lovely little box right here in chrome yellow with red accents, or almost a reddish brown accent, on that little box right there, 5.5 by 12 by 6 inches. What's your pleasure in that lovely little box? 550 and now 600. Show them this one. 550, 650, 650, 700, 700. I have 650 now, 700. Kayla now 750. I have 700 now, 750 is on the phone, and now 800. I have 750 now, 800 is 750 and 800. At 750 once, 750 twice. Went for 800. That lovely little box at only 750 anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, 800. I missed you. Holler at me if I don't see you. I have 800 now, 8.5. 850 and 900. 900, 950, 950. It's on the floor in front of me at 950, 1,000. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 on the floor, now 1,100. 1,100 I have, and now 12. Thank you for your help, though. I have 1,100, now 12. 11 and 12, 11 and 12. Any more? Sold. The phone, 1,100, Sylvia. 320, 1,100. There's going to be nothing but great stuff all day, guys, so here we go. Oh, look at this one. I didn't know I had a Chinese checkers that was hanging on the wall in the kitchen. And on this right here, vintage double-sided pine wood game table on this nice 19th century game board. Chinese checkers on one side and regular checkers, or I guess you could play, can you play chess on that too? Yep. Oh, good. Anyway, what's your pleasure on this one? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 75. I 350, now 375. I 350 and 375, that nice game board, at 350 and 375, at 375 over there, and 400. It's on the floor at 375 to my right, now 400. I 375 and now 4, at 400 and 4 1/4, would you go? I have 400, now 4 1/4. I have 400, now 4 1/4, with Carol at 4 1/4 is on the floor to my right, and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, if you'd love it. I have 4 1/4 once, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 75 now. I have 450 and 475. With Carol now all the way, the floor is out at 450 and 475. I'm going to sell 450 once, 450 twice. He went for 475. It's 450, Carol. And here we go. Oh, look at this. A lot of interest in this. Nice early box right there. A folk art chip carved and painted wall pocket. This has got the same exquisite detail as that wash stick, and it's in 2 tones, black and natural varnish. But look at the age on this. Diamonds on either end. Nice color on the back. This was hanging in the kitchen on that wall pocket. What's your pleasure in this? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200, now 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, no money of that. 2 1/4, costs 2 1/2. Beautiful piece of American folk art. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, I'm surprised. This should be bringing much more. It's a lovely piece. At 2 1/4 once, twice, going to sell it. All in, all done. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 in time, and now 275. At 275, it cost them 300. Should have started there. I have 275 and now 3. Quickly, I'm going to sell it. I have 275 and 300. Any more? 275. Great piece of folk art. Any more? Yours. 275. Phone.
321.
321. 275. Oh, look at this lovely portrait. Lovely portrait by Marie Crispin, young red-haired girl with basket of cherries. And what is your pleasure on this one here? 850 I have it now, 900. I have 850, 900, 950, now 1,000. I have 950 against you, Carol. I need 1,000. I have 950, need 1,000. I have with Carol now. The floor is out. I have 1,000, now 1,100. That lovely portrait. At 1,000, now 1,100. At 1,000, 1,100. 1,000, 1,100. Any more? All in all, then at $1,000. 1,100 if you want it. Any more? Once, twice, and 11 in time, and 12. It's a fabulous little portrait. I have 1,100, now 12. 11 and 12, 11 and 12. All in all, done. 1,100, 1,200 if you'd like it. Any more? Carol, 1,100. Next we have a room-size geometric hook rug by the Gagetown Hookers, 7 feet by 6 inches by 9 feet. And on that right there, the only room-size rug anyone knows that they ever made, and Larry would have known because he wrote the book on them, is repeating party-colored squares and alternating orientation. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that rare rug? On that room size. How much? 400. 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4. 4 1/4, it costs them 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 and 475. At 450, 475 and 500 on that rare hooked rug. I have 475, 500 and 550 now. I have 500 now, 550. I have only $500 and 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 on that rare rug. At 550, 600, 650. I have 600 with Carol, 650 with Emily, now 700. I have 650 now, 700. I have 650 now, 700, 750. I have think about the work and gone into this, 750, 800 by the Georgetown Hookers. I have 750 now, 800. I have 750 with Emily, is that correct? 800 Carol now 850, of course, now 900, and now 900. I have 850, now 9. I have 850, it seems like a lot of rug for a little bit of money. 900 I have now 950. I have 900, 950, 1,000 now. I have 950 now 1,000, and 950 and 1,000 if you'd like it. I have 950 once, 950 twice. Sleeping on this one, that's a rare rug. And 950 once, twice, and in for 1,000. We all in 1,000 I have in time, and now 1,100 with Carol at 1,000. Now 1,100 with Emily, and now 1,200 in this rare piece. I have 1,100 now, 1,200. This huge hooked rug. I can't imagine how they did it or how long it took. I only have $1,100 I'm going to sell. 1,100 once, 1,100 twice, ending with 1,200. We all good? It's going to go. 12 in time with Carol, and now 1,300. I have 1,300, and now 1,400. I have 1,300, now 14. I have 1,300, now 1,400 if you want it. I have 1,314 and 13 and 14 with Emily now. 13 once, 13 twice, and with 1,400. Emily, 1,300.
Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers. Next we have... Oh, this is fabulous. This was hanging on the in the entranceway, or the front door entranceway. This has got to be one of the coolest folk art pictures I've seen in years, and it has some kind of beans like you'd cook to all around it. But this has got the great feeling, and look at the naivety of this painting. A lot of interest in this one, and what's your pleasure in this one? 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 600, all over the place. 650, 700, 700, 750, 800, 800, 850, 900, 900, of course, 950, 950, 950 here, 1,000, 1,000 there, and now 1,100. I have only $1,000, 1,100. One of the folkiest things in the group. I have 1,000, now 1,100 there. It's on the floor to my right now, 1,100 over there, and 1,200, and 1,200, and 1,200, and 1,300. Fabulous things. Eddie, yes? 1,300, sir. And 14 with the lady, yes. And 1,500 now. 1,500 and 1,600 and 1,600 and now 1,700. I have 1,600 and 1,700. They're a rare piece of American folk art. 1,700 here and now 1,800 if you'd like it. 1,800 here and now 19. I have 1,800. The lady on my right at 1,800 now 19. A fabulous piece of American folk art. I have 1,800. You know, if things get 1,900, things go bad, you can always cook the frame. Bean soup, right, too? How much we have, Carol? 1,900, now 2,000, nice round number. And would you go 2,000 and own this fabulous rare piece? That's only $100 separating you and that piece. I have 1,900 and 2,000. I have 1,900 once, 1,900 twice. Aiming for 2,000. Are you sure? You're never ever going to see another one like this. Any more? Carol, 1,900 then. 1,900. Love that piece. It's just as folky as you could possibly get. Oh, look at this. Well, we have had so much interest in this. I didn't realize that these door fans were so popular. Okay, you got all the phones and stuff? Okay, here we go. Rare colonial Maine architectural fan light. Rare survivor pre-Revolutionary War. And on that right there, I have to open it at 4,000. I have 4,000, now 4,500. I have 4,000, now 4,500 on the floor, now 5,000. I have 5,000. I have 4,500, now 5,000. I have 4,500, now 5,000, go 5,000. I got 4,500, go 5,000. You have an FC bid?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
5,000, thank you. And now 5,500, and now 6,000. I have 6,000, 6,500. The floor is out. I have 6,000 with Jen at 6,500. I have 6,000 once, 6,000 twice, and for 6,500 on the fan. Any more? Fabulous thing. FC bidder, boy, that guy's going to be jumping up and down.
6,306.
306 buys. Thank you all for your help on that one. Next item, George Hathaway, famous Maine painter from Portland. Sailboat leaving the harbor past the lighthouse, Oil and Academy Board, and that little one right there. What's your pleasure on this one?
200.
I have 800, now 850. I have 800 open because she has multiple bids, evidently. I have 800, now 850 on that. Great, 850 here, and 900 here, 950 there, and 1,000 here. 1,000 here, 1,100, sir. 1,100 there, and 1,200 now. No. I have 1,100 in the back with the gentleman seated right. 1,100 once, twice, and for 1,200. Well, it's 1,200, and now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 13. I have 13 on the floor, and 14 now. I have 13 on the floor, and 1,400. I have 1,400 Carol now, and 1,500. I have 1,400 and 1,500. Thank you all, though. I have 1,400 and 1,500. At 14 once, 14 twice, went for 1,500. That nice little Hathaway. Any more? All in at 1,400. 15 if you wanted. Carol, 1,400. Oh, this is a great little thing right here. Look at this. Grain painted with its ripple edge molding right there. All nice, clean condition. This little spice cabinet. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. At 175 and 2, I have in 2 1/4. Beautiful little paint decorated piece of furniture. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 in that spice cabinet. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 way under the money for this. 2 1/4, of course, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Quickly, I'm going to sell it for only 2 1/4. Look at the condition of this thing. Beautifully painted. I have 2 1/4 once, twice, went for 2 1/2. Well, then, all then, 2 1/4. Carol, 2 1/4. Oh, look at this beautiful cupboard. So this cupboard was filled, that red cupboard right there that has the decoys in it with the raised panels, that had all kinds of shaker boxes, which we're going to get into shortly, and also had that wonderful painting of the cat with the mouse in his mouth that everybody in the country wants. And so, what's your pleasure in this lovely cupboard? May we have what? $1,000 is set in that. Nice $1,000 I have, and now $1,100. I have $1,000 down front, now $1,100. Wonderful cupboard. I have $1,000 only and $1,100. At 1,000, 11 and 12, 12 of course, and $1,300. I have $1,200 on the floor and $1,300. No money for this. A period 18th century cupboard. I have $1,200 in red. I have $1,213, 13 over there, and $1,400. It's on the floor at $1,300, way under the money. I have $1,300 now, $1,400, with the gentleman far left at only $1,300, 14 if you want it. $1,300 once, twice, anyway for $1,400 on the cupboard. You got it. 1,300 to 79. Nice buy. 1,300 to 79. Next we go to another. Oh, this is a great game board here. Hand painted checkerboard in mustard, yellow, gold, black border, so on and so forth. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this lovely decorated one? Nice piece of American folk art on a single board. What's your pleasure on this one? 700 I have, and now 750. I have 700 now, 750 on the phone, and 800. I have 750 now, 800. I have 750s on the 800 with Carol, now 8.5. At 800 now, 8.5. At 850 now, 900. I have 850, 900 I have, and now 950. I have 900 now, 950 if you'd like, 950 on the phone, and now 1,000. 1,000 I have with Carol, now 1,100. Now 1,100. I have 1,000, 1,100 on the phone with Sylvia. At 1,200 I have with Carol, 1,300. I have 1,200 now, 13. I have 1,200 with Carol online now, 1,300. The phone is out. I have 12 once, 12 twice, and for 1,300. Any more than 1,200? 1,300 on the phone, on the floor. I have 1,300 who's on the phone. 13 and 14, 14 and 15. I have 1,400 now, 15. 15 on the floor to my right, and now 1,600. I have 1,500 now, 1,600. I have 1,500 on the floor with the gentleman seated right once. 16 in time, and now 17 on the floor, now 1,800. I have 1,700s on the floor to my right, gentleman seated. I have 17, now 1,800. 17 once, 17 twice, and went for 1,800. 1,700 to 17. 1,700 to 17. Another great box. Look at this one, all sponge decorated in the blue and green. Dovetail, nice dovetailing, has the key, which is amazing. These are usually done in basswood, and it has all kinds of writing from little kids inside. It says Mrs. D.S. Gray, Gardner, Maine, on here. And what's your pleasure on that? 550 I have in 600. I have 550 and 600 at 550 and 600. And that great box at 550 and 6, I have 600 Kayla on the phone and 650. I have 600 now, 700 I have with Jamie, and now 750. I have 750, and now 800. I have 750 on Kayla's phone, and now 800. 800 with Jamie, and now 850, and now 850. I have 850 with Kayla, and now 900. I have 850 now, 900. I have 850, 900 with Jamie, now 950. I have 900 now, 9.5. I have 900 with Jamie and selling. 900 once, 900 twice, and for 9.5, that lovely sponge decorated box. Any more? Jamie, your man, 900. 313, thank you. Oh, look at this. Love this. This was in the kitchen. This was in the kitchen, in the left-hand corner of the kitchen as you came in. American hand-carved and painted softwood birds, exotic colors, and on that right there, possibly carved by Emery Nolan of Black River, Nova Scotia. And on that piece right there, what's your pleasure in that? 500 I have, and now 550 in that great piece of American folk art. I have 500 now, 550 on the bird tree. I have 500 now, 550 and 550. I have only $500. Unbelievable. At 500 and 550. Any more? Gonna sell it. It's all in reserve. At 500 now, 550. At 500 once, twice, any more. It's 500.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Nice buy on that. Next we have, oh, look at these. A rare pair of J. Berger Rochester 8-gallon churns. These were up on the landing going upstairs to the bedrooms. Never seen anything like these in the 50-something years I've been doing this business. And what's your pleasure in these? 850 and 900. I have 850 now, 900, 950, 950, 1,000 here, 1,100, 11 and 12, 12 of course, and 13 and 14. I have 14 and now 15. I have 15, 16. I have 15 and now 16 and now 17. I have 16 and now 1,700, 17 now 18. I have 17 and 18 or 18 of course, now 19. They're rare. I have 1,800 now 1,900. I have 1,800 and 1,900 on the churns. On the pair now, not a piece, at 1,800 now 1,900. And look at the quality of these. At 1,800, now 1,900. Selling once, selling twice at 1,800. Any more? 19 in time, and now 2,000. And now 2,000. I have only 2,000 I have, and 21. I have 2,000. They're just waking up to the value. 2,122. That's for both now, not a piece. I have 2,122 and 23. I have 2,223 and 23 and 24. All with Emily now. 24 and 25, 25 and 2750, 2750 and 3,000, 32 and a half, 3,000 now 32 and a half. These rare specimens. 3,000 and 32 and a half, at $3,000 and 32 and a half, with Emily all the way at 3,000, 32 and a half. At anyone else at 3,000, 32 and a half, 3250 in time, and now 3,500 with Emily all the way at 3250 and 3,500. And now 3,750. Where are you going to ever get another pair of these? At 3,500, now 3,750. At 3,500 once. At 3,500 twice. With Emily all the way, make 3,750 in time. And now 4,000. 4,000 with Carol, new player. 4,000, now 42 and a half. Just realizing the value of these rare churns. At 4,000, now 42 and a half. At 4,000, 4,250 and 4,500. I have 4,250 and 4,500 if you like them. At 4,250 and 4,500. At 4,250 once. 4,250 twice. Anyone for 4,500? Last call. It's with Emily at 4,250. Is that correct, Em? Yes. With Emily at 4,250 on Live Auctioneers. Anyone for 4,500? Once, twice, and congratulations, 4,250.
Live Auctioneers.
4,250. So many rare, unusual things we found at that house. And a nice early, it says early 19th century, this is very possibly an 18th century sawbuck in the original red paint, one board top, and which a pleasure in this lovely specimen right here. 4.25 and 4.5. 4.5, 70, all over the place, 500, 450, 550, 600 here, and 650, it's on the floor, 6.5, 700 here, and 750 there, and 800, and 800 here, and 8.5, 850 there, 900 here, and now 950, now 1,000, 950, now 1,000, I rare 1,000 I have, now 1,100, I have $1,000, now 1,100 if you want, 1,100 on the phone, and now 1,200. 1,200 Jen's phone, and now 1,300, 12 and 13, 13 here on the floor. I saw the gentleman first. 1,300, now 14 here, and 15 on the floor, and 1,600. I have 1,500, now 16. It's on the floor in front of me at 1,500 and selling. 15 once, 15 twice, and for 1,600. 16 all over the place, 1,600. And now is that 1,700? 17 with the gentleman seated front. And now 1,800, 1,800, and now 19. 19 on the floor and 2,000. I have 19 on the floor and 2,000. Sitting in front of me, 2,000 I have and 21. 21 I have and now 22. And now 22. I have 2,100 gentlemen seated once, seated twice, and for 2,200. All in, all done. 2,100. Thank you all. Yours, sir. 2,100, number 7. Oh, we're going to start the little boxes. Look at this one. So these boxes were pretty much all stacked in that red cupboard we sold earlier. And there's some interesting stories about these. Anyway, here we go. On the oval-fingered wooden box in that great painted service, what's your pleasure on this one? 275, I have in 300. I have 275 and 3 and 275 and 300 on the floor and 3.25. I have 3.25 and 3.5. 3.5 on the floor and 375. I have 350 on the floor with gentlemen seated right. At 350 and 75 anymore. At 375 and 400. 400 on the floor and 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25, 4 and 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25. At 400 once, 4.25 and 4.5. Yes, and 475. I have 450 with gentlemen seated at 450 and 75. 475, 500 now. 500 you said, yes, now 550. I have 500 now, 550, a sweet little box. I have 500 now, 550, 600. I have 600, he said, 650, great color. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 once, on the floor twice. Anyone for 650? All in all, 600. Yes, sir, 600 to 74. 600 to 74. Oh, this is sweet. This is an American Theorem painting on paper of two kittens, very similar and influenced by the Curry and Ives lithograph, I'm sure. And what's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 300 on the theorem and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. At 300 once, 300 twice, and 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 all the way with Carol, and 3 1/2 and 75. I have 350 and 375. I have 350 and 375 at 350 and 75. 375 and 400. Nice round up. 400 I have, and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. All the way with Carol players. Carol's players now at 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 once. 400 twice, and for 4 1/4, everyone else is out once, twice, and Carol 400.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Oh, look at this box. Boy, has this got great color. Again, another nice dome top document box with a vinegar swirled decoration on this one right here. Has the original lock, nice original patina inside, and brass hardware. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and now 200. I have 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4 now. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Beautiful box, no money. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. With Carol at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. She'd be being much, much more. I'm going to sell it. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2 on the phone with Kayla, 275. Don't hesitate on that. That's a good one. 275 with Emily, now 300. I have 275 and 300 on the phone with Kayla, now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have only 300 and 3 1/4. And 3 1/4. Look at the quality and condition of this box. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 375. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 375 at 350 and 75 anymore. All in, all done at 350, 375 anymore. Once, twice, and 375. And now 400 we need. And now 400. I had 375 and 4 in that beautiful decorated box. At only 375 and 400 anymore. Anymore. 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400 with Kayla on the phone, now 4 1/4. I would think so. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. Beautiful condition. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. Selling once, selling twice at 400. Any more? Sold to the phone. 400. 317 buys. Now, uh-oh. If only I could be out there today. I walked in the house and said, I want that. Anyway, here we go. On the kitty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got 6 phones? Or these all? Oh, these are different bidders. Okay, here we go. And on this right here, on the little kitty with the mouse. What's your pleasure on this?
950.
I knew it. 950, and now 1,000. Now 1,000. I have 1,000 I have, and now 11, now 12. 1,100, now 1,200, 11, 12. He's wonderful. I have 1,100, now 1,200. I have 1,100, now 12, 11, 12, 11, 12. 12, the 13, now 14. I have 13, now 1,400. I have 1,300, now 1,400. I have 1,300 with Emily and 14 if you want them. I have 1,300, now 14. 14 on the phone, of course, and 1,500. I have 1,400 on the phone, now 15 I have online with live auctioneers, now 1,600. I have 1,500, now 16. 16 on the phone with Kayla, now 1,700. I have 1,600, now 17. I have 1,600, now 1,700. 17 I have with Emily on live auctioneers, now 1,800, and now 1,800. I have 1,700, now 1,800. 18 on the phone, now 1,800. I have 1,800, now 1,900. I have 1,800 on the phone with Kayla, now 1,900. I have 1,800, now 19. 1,800, the kitty's going to go away. I have 1,800, now 1,800. 1,800 once, 1,800 twice. Anyone for 1,900? Any more? That nice little primitive cat painting. Sold, 1,800 the phone.
317.
317. And this lovely, this was in the dining room. This is a rare one to find. This is a Maine long drop leaf harvest table in original old black paint with a scrub top. Sheridan period, 9.5 inch leaves. It is 29 inches high, 68.5 inches long, 29.5 inches wide. This was in the dining room with all the original Windsors sitting around it. And what's your pleasure on this rare harvest table? What's your pleasure on this piece? May we have what? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 and 550, that rare harvest table. Wow. 550, of course, and 600. It should open at 1,000. I have 550, now 600, 650. Great surface on this, 650, 700. I have 650, now 700. I have 650 and 700. No money for the harvest table. 7 and 750 now. I have 7 with Carol, now 750. I have 700, 750 on that rare harvest table in original paint. I have 700, now 750 at only $700. Wait, 750, thank you. And now 800 is on the floor to my right. It's 750. What a buy. I have 750, now 800. I have 800. I have an 850. With your 850 is on the floor. And now 900. Haven't scratched the surface of its value. I have 850, now 900. 950 would you go. Great table, 950, now 1,000. On the floor at 950, now 1,000. I have rare table. I have 1,000 I have, and 1,100 if you'd like it. No. I have 1,000 with Carol, now 1,100. At only $1,000, that great harvest table in black paint. At $1,000 once, $1,000 twice. They went for $1,100. Boy, if you need a country table, this is a good one. Any more? Carol, 1,000.
Online bidder.
Next we have a pictorial hooked rug right here. Two girls running from a black cat. And on that right there, I have a black cat like that. And on that, what's your pleasure?
600.
600 I have, and now 650. I have 600, now 650. It's 600, now 650. With Emily on live auction is at 600 and 650. 650, 700. I have 650 and 700, that rare hooked rug. I have 650 and 700 if you'd like it. I have 650 and 700. Thanks, Rob. I have 650 and 700. That's 650 once, 650 twice. He went for 700. We all in, all done. 650, 700. Any more? We don't have any more of these. Who has a 650? Carol, 650.
Online bidder.
Another great decorated box right here. They're getting bigger by the minute. All vinegar decorated, and it has it's all dovetail. Let's see how it looks inside. Pretty clean. It says something inside. Decorated box, early 1800s, found in Farmington, Maine. And on that one, write your pleasure. 150 have, and 170, 175, and 200. That nice yellow painted box. I want 200. I have 200. 225 you need. I have 225 would you go. I have 225 on the phone. 2.5 and 275 and 275. A nice box. 275, 300, 325, 325. With Emily need 3.5. I have 3.5, 375, 375, 400, 400. I have 400, 425, 425, 4.5. 4.25, 4.5. At 4.5 is on the phone with Sylvia. 475, 475. I have 450 now. 475. At 450, 475. 500 we need. I have 475. 500 I have on the phone, and now 550. I have 500 on the phone, and now 550. At 500 once, 500 twice, and to 550. So 500 phone. 320. 500. Next we go. Another nice little box right here. It's the same size as the little red one we sold, and this one's in original old black paint. Nice old original paint. This is in the cupboard. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1.25, 1.5, 175, 200, 175 and now 2. And 175 and now 2 is the same exact box that was in red, only this is black. 2 and 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25, 2 and 2.25 anymore on that nice little box, little fingered box. At 200 now, 2.25. At 200, 2.25, nice clean little box. At 200 now, 2.25 anymore. Selling once, selling twice, 2.25. Thank you. And now 2.5. It's on the floor at 2.25, 2.5. They'll look good together. That red and black one together. At 2.25, 2.5. So 2.25, number 74. Next we have another great dasher churn, and look at the color decoration on this. This is the New York Stoneware 6-gallon churn with bird and floral design. Circa 1875, and on that salt glaze piece right there, what's your pleasure on that? 350 I have, and 375. I 350 and 375. Look at that great bird decoration. Hold it right there. Good. At 350 now, 375 on the 375 and 400, 400 and 4.25 at 4.25 at 4.25 and 4.5 at 4.25 and 4.5, 4.25 and 4.5, 4.5 of course, and 475, 475 and 500 and 500. Beautiful piece of stoneware. I have 475 and now 500. At 475 and 5 and 475 and 5 with a blue deck 5 all over the place. I heard Emily first, 500 and now 550. I have Emily at 500 now 550. Should be bringing much more. We're going to sell it. It's unreserved. I have 500 now 550. At 500 with Emily, 550. Of course, and 600. Still way into the money. 600 and 650 now. I have 600 now 650. They're just waking up to what it is. I have 600 now 650. I have 600 now 650 and 600 650 anymore. All in, all done. 600 once, 600 twice. And 650 in time with Carol, now 700, a new player. I have 650 now 700. I have 650 now 700. Seems like a great trade for that bird churn. 700 now 750. It doesn't have to be a churn. You can take this out and it's a crock. So it's whatever you want. What do we have? 700. Looking for 750. I have 700 with Emily and 750 as 700. So don't be restricted because of that stick sticking up there. I have 700, now 750 as 700 once, 700 twice in for 750, 750 and 800 now. I have 750 with Carol, now 800. Take that out of there. We're going to sell this as a crock. Yeah, that comes out. Now we have this crock. We have, where are we? 750 and now 800. I have 800, see? I have 800, now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5, at 800, 8.5. At 800, 8.5. I knew the stick was bothering everybody. I have 800, now 8.5. 800, 8.5, at 800, 8.5. Any more? All in, all done. At 800, once, twice, 800 for 8.5. 800. Live auctioneers, 800. Well, you know what? If we can't have fun doing this, why bother anymore? All right, here we go. These were around these are match set that were around the harvest table in old paint. Set of 6 rare bowback Windsors in red paint. You never find a set of them, and we have 6 of them. And what is your pleasure on those? 1,000 I have, and now 1,100 for 6 rare bowback Windsors in old paint. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. I have 1,000, they should bring me that a piece. I have 1,000, but 1,100. I have only 11, of course, and now 1,200. I have 1,100, now 12. Way under the money. I have 1,112 and a set of Windsors all matching now with bamboo turnings in great paint. On the bowback Windsors, I have only 1,100, now 12, 1,200 of course, and 1,300. Boy, if you're a dealer and you want to make money, 13 and 14. I have 1,300 and 1,400. I have 1,300 and 1,400. Where are you going to find a set of 6 bowbacks these days? 1,400, of course, now 15. I have 1,400 in the back and 1,500. Great trade. I have 1,400 selling. 14 once, 14 twice. Boy, sleeping on this one. Anyone for 1,500? You got it. Nice trade. 1,400 to 74. 1,400 to 74. Here we go. So when we went into the living room of the Dubourg home, on the mantle were all these redwares, graduated from one little tiny one to one about this big, I think. Anyway, we're going to sell them all today. And on this miniature redware piece, what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100, now 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 on the floor, 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 is on the floor, 1 1/2 and 175. 175 on the floor, now 200. On the right at 175 and now 2. At 175, 200 I have, and 2 1/4 would you go? I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At only 200 and 2 1/4 for that miniature redware. I had 200 once, 200 twice, went for 2 1/4. We all in, all done. 200. Emily, 200. Live auctioneers. Oh, look at this one. All right, on the redware, the jug. This was the next size up. And on this right here, what is your pleasure on this one? There's, you got a lot of interest in this. And what's your pleasure on this one?
400.
400 I have, and 4 1/4 on the, all over the place. 4 1/2, 475, 500, 550, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900, 950, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300. I have 1,200, the gentleman over here. At 1,200 now 1,300. I have 1,200 now 13 and 12 and 13. At 1,200 on the floor once, 1,200 on the floor twice, and with 1,300. Any more? Yes, sir. 1,200 to 17. 1,200 to 17. Next we have another one. This was the next one in line on the mantle, I believe. And on this right here, nice little redware vessel, ovoid shape. Got some green, traces of green coming through that dark color, dark brown color. As you can see, what's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 174, all over the place. 175, 200, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 on the floor, and 2 1/2, and 2 1/2, and 275, 75, and 300. At 275 on the right, and 300. At 275 and now 270, 300, 3 1/4 on the floor, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 on the floor, and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 75. 75, of course, on the floor, and 400 on the rear jug. I have 375 is on the floor, now 400, and 4 1/4 on the floor, and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 on the floor, and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 75, yes, and 500 now. It's on the floor all the way now. 475 now, 500. Gentleman right at 475 and 500 if you want that rare little jug. It's with the gentleman on the floor. 475 once, 475 twice, went for 500. All in, all on 475. 475, 17. 475 to 17. Next, we go to another good one. This is the next size up. Next size up. You'll notice it has that wonderful little turning right here, which gives it a bulbous shape. It has this is the one with the double banding. This is the one with the double banding. And on that right there, with your pleasure, on this rare piece again, 150 heaven, 175, all over the place. 75, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 475, 500. I have 475 and 500. It's on the floor, 475. Now the other floor is out. 500 I have, and 550, 550, 600. I have 550 on the floor and 600. 600 here and 650. 650 is on the floor and 700. I have 650 on the floor and now 7. I have 650 and 700 if you want it. 650 is on the floor. Gentleman right. 650 once, twice, and 700. Once or twice a no. 700, 750, 750, 800. Don't worry, I'll do the same thing for you. I have 750, now yours, 750 to 17. 750, 17. Next we have a State of Maine chest of drawers in original paint with bird's eye maple drawer fronts. Lovely piece of American furniture from around 1820, 1830. Has barber pole turnings on the east side of the drawers with the original splashboard. And this one is 46 inches high by 41 inches wide, 21 inches deep. What's your pleasure on that nice chest of drawers in bird's eye maple and old red paint? This was upstairs. This was upstairs in the bedroom. 600. I have 600 now. 650. I have 600 now. 650. 600. 650. 700. 7 I have, and 750. I have 700 now, 750. Beautiful piece of American furniture, probably Maine. I have 700 now, 750. 800. I have 750 and 800. I have 800. Nice contrast with the bird's eye maple and that old red paint. I have 800 now, 850 now, 900. I have 850 now, 9. 900 I have, and now 950 in that great chest of drawers. I have only 900 now, 950. I have 900 now, 950. 1,000 now. I have 950 now, 1,000. 1,000. We paid for the wood. The chest is free. 1,000 now, 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100. 1,100 at 1,100 Carolyn costing 1,200 now. At 12 I have in 1,300. I have 12 and 13. That's superb chest. At 13 now 14. Great contrast on that. I have 13 now 14 to 1,400 now 15. I have 1,400 to 1,500. I have 15 I have in 1,600. I have 15 with Carol. 16 with Emily and now 1,700. I have 1,600 with Emily now 1,700. 17 I have now 18 now. I have 1,700 now 1,800. 18 I have now 1,900. I have 1,800 now 1,800. I have 1,800 once. 19 to 2,000. I have 1,900 now 2,000. That beautiful chest. I have 1,900 now 2,000. 2,000 I have with Emily now 2,100. I have 2,000 now 21. Superb piece of furniture. I have 2,021 with Carol now and 22. At 2,100, 22, at 21 and 22. At 22 and 23 now with Emily at 2,200 on live auctioneers. 23 with Carol. And now 24. At 2,300 Carol on her platform, and now 24. At 2,300 once, 24 in time with Emily on live auctioneers, now 2,500. At 2,400 now 25. 2,500 Carol, we have to go 2,750 now. At 2,500 Carol, now 27.5. At 2,500, 27.5 if you'd like it. At 2,500 once, 2,500 twice, and for 27.5, we all good at 2,500 with Carol on her platform. Any more? It's Carol 2,500 then.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Beautiful chest of drawers. Next we have, here we go, the red painted oval three-fingered littered box, the shaker box right there in great old red paint. And let's see this one. Let's me show you make sure there's no damages. Yep, nice patina. I can't wait till we get to the one that has an original paint. It says coffee on top. And on this one, what's your pleasure on this? 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. Look at the quality of that shaker bar, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, at 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 and 475 at 450 and 75 and 500. I have 475 and now and 500 on that shaker box. I have 475 and now 5. I have 475 and 5. I'm going to sell it. I have 475 and 500. 500 with Emily, now 550. I have 500 with Emily and 550 with Carol, now 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. 600 with Carol and 650. I have 600 now 650. 650 with Carol all the way now and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. Great patina on this and wear. I have 650 now 700. At 650 and 700 anymore. At 650 once, 650 twice. And for $700. 700 with Carol, and now 750. I have 750, 800. I have 750 now 800. At 750 now 8. At 750 now 800 anymore. All in all done at 750, 800 if you want that lovely shaker box. 750 once, twice, anymore. It's all the way to Carol now. Carol, 750.
Online bidder.
Oh, here's a good one, too. Edmonds and Company stoneware jug. And on that right there, Edmund and Thomas, Charleston, Mass, right there with the big bird with the flower. What's your pleasure on this one? 850. I have it now 900. I have 850. Emily's not fooling around. She's got 850 now 900, 850 now 9. At 850 now 900, 850 now 900 on that bird jug. At 850 now 900. At 850 now 900 anymore. All in all done at 850 and 900. This is 3 gallon, 900. I have it now 950. Edmonds and Company 3 gallon with a raised decorated bird. I have 900 now 950. I have 900 now 950 anymore. 900 once, 900 twice, in for 950 with Emily all the way at 900 anymore. Once, twice, and it's 900, Emily. And another nice little box right here. And on this one right here, this is lot 7043, is another lidded red box in old red. You'll notice this one has all forged nails holding this together. I want to show you all of the condition and everything. Here we go. On this nice one, in original old red paint. What's your pleasure on this one? 100. I have an out quarter. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, that early box. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? 1 1/4 once, twice at 1 1/2. Anyone else? At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. It's unreserved. At 150 now 175. So 75 and 200 and 200. Beautiful old paint on that. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 200 if you'd like it. At 175 anymore? 175 once, twice, and for $200, that lovely box in old red paint. Any more? It's 175, Emily. Next we have, a fun cat. We got cat lovers here. And on this right here, hand-carved and painted folk art cat. And what's your pleasure on the kitty? What's your pleasure on the kitty? $100 I have, and a quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 here, now 175, 175 and 200. I 175 and now 2. 200 on the phone and 2 1/4. With Sylvia, 200 and 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4, that little cat. 2 1/4 with Emily and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 250 I have and 275. 275 and now 300. I 275 and now 300 on the phone with Sylvia. Now 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 on that folk art cat. 3 1/4, 3 1/2 with Sylvia on the phone. Now 375. I 350 now 375. 375 and now 400. I 375 and now 4. I 400 I have and now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4, 400 and 4 1/4 anymore. At 400 on the phone, 4 1/4 anymore. Last call at 400, 4 1/4. We all in all that 4 1/4 over here and 4 1/2 back to the phone. 4 1/2 on the phone, 475. Back to you, Emily. I 450 now 475. I 475 on the floor here, now 500. I 475 is on the floor, 500 I have, and now 550 if you want it. I have 500 now 550. We need 550. I have 500 on the phone now 550. I have 500 once, 500 twice, went for 550. 550 with a Lady City Center, and now 600. I have 600 I have, and now 650 for the kitty. I have 600 now 650. I have 600 now 650 and any more? 600 once, twice. In for 650. It's on the phone with Sylvia all the way. 650, anyone? Sold. Sylvia, 600. 320 buys. Next we have this large cupboard. Where is that? Somewhere. Over here somewhere. Anyway, on this large spruce 2-door painted cupboard. This was in the great room filled with all kinds of stuff. Handmade, Maine-made in tan paint. And on that right there is 2 bead and board doors, and it is 63 inches high, 50 inches wide, 12 inches deep. And what's your pleasure on the cupboard? 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4, 400 4 1/4 on that nice cupboard at 400 and 4 1/4. Any more? All in, all done at 400 4 1/4. You couldn't buy the wood for that. That was a good move. I have 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 once on that nice big cupboard at 400 twice, and 4 1/4. Oh, there it is over there by the sody. At 400 and 4 1/4 anymore? You got it 415. 400 to 15. Next we go to the redware drug. Oh, look at this one. Again, with that wonderful color and glaze. This one's sort of a greenish glaze going into that dappled red. Imagine these survived all these centuries in Maine. And that's what's your pleasure on this one? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2 on the floor and 475, 75, 500, 550, 550, 600 on the floor and 650. I have 600 on the floor, now 650. 650, 700 on the floor, now 750. I have 700 on the floor, now 750. I have 700 on the floor and 750 if you like it. At 700 once, 700 twice, went for 750. 750, 800, sir, on the floor. 800, now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. It's on the floor at 800, 8.5. At 800 once, 800 twice, and for 8.5. It's with the gentleman seated right at 800 and going. Once, twice, and you got it. 800 to 17. Another lovely little one right here. A red glazed redware vessel, ovoid shaped right there. And on this right here, this is in a sort of a really great dark black glaze. It looks like original stopper. And this one has like multi-band incising here. Multi-band incising. What's your pleasure on this? Just wipe off the dust and you're ready to go. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 half, and now quarter, 1 1/4, all over the place, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 75, 200. I want 200 on the floor, and 200, it's on you at 200, now 2 1/4. It's on the floor to my right at 200, now 2 1/4. At only 200, 2 1/4. Beautiful color on that dark black. I have 200, 2 1/4 on the floor, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/2, 2 1/2 here on the right, and 275. I have 250 and 75 anymore. The rest, 275 anyone? You got it. 250, 17. 250, 17 buys. Next we go to, oh, look at this one. Oh, we're doing the, oh, look at this one. Wow. This definitely has the original stopper, and it's a piece of a corn cob. This is all, it's sort of a corn cob that was dipped in something to make it firmer. But look at the banding on this one here, and the color. Yellow glaze coming through here. Nice original redware. That's one of the better ones is in the stack. And what's your pleasure on this one? 175, 200, all over the place, 200, 250, 275, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375, 375, 400, 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4 here, 4 1/2, 4 1/2, 475, 75, 500, 550, 600. I have 550 over here and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600, 600 there and 650 here and 700 now. I have 650s on the floor and 700 and 750 over here and 800. I have 750 with gentlemen seated and 750 now 800. I have 750 now 800, 750 now 8. I have 750s on the floor and 800 if you like it. As 750s on the floor once, 750 twice, and for 800, it's on the floor with the gentleman right. 750 is 17, 750 is 17. Another good one. These were all graduated on the mantle in the living room. This is the copper glazed, attributed to Matthew Norcross again, and on this right here, look at the banding on this one, great color. As the underneath of it. And what's your pleasure on this beauty? 150, 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275 here. Is that a yes? Is that a yes, sir? 275 and 300 and 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 75 and 75 and 400 and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. No, I have 4 1/4 now 4 1/2. It's over here at 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2 on 4 1/2 and 75. Yes, and 500. And 500. It's on the floor at 475. Need 500 if you want it. I have 475. Need 5. I have 475 once. 475. 500. 550 is on the floor and 600. I have 550 on the floor and all 600. Look at the great color on that. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 anymore. All in all done at 550, 600. We all good? It's on the floor once, twice, and 550, 17. 550 to 17. You're going to have a nice graduated stack, buddy. Oh, look at this. Boy, if you like. That's the wrong piece. We need the dressing table. Yeah, the little dressing table. Anyway, we have this main painted country dressing table in chrome yellow and great folk art stenciling on the back and on the drawer. Looks like sandwich glass pulls. It's 36 inches wide, 35 and a half inches high by 17 inches deep. And this was up in the bedroom. And what's your pleasure on this one? 500 I haven't. Oh, look at this. Thanks.
550.
Look at this, Rob. 600, 650. This is all hand decorated on here with sandwich glass knobs. Oh wait, there's a note inside. Original decor dressing table, circa 1830, found in Fairbanks, Maine. And it was from an auction that McMorrow had. And it brought 12,000 plus 10%. There's the original brochure. And where are we? 650 and 700. I have 650 now 700. I have 650 now 700, 650 and 700. I have 650 Carol now 700. I have 650 and 700 anymore? 7 and 750 here, and now 800. The 750 is on the floor, now 800. 800 I have, and now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5, wonderful piece. Of 800, 8.5. 8.5 here, now 900. Of 8.5 and now 900 I have, and now 950. 950 is on the floor, now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000 I have. 1,100, sir. 11 on the floor, and 1,200. 11, nice dry surface. 12 I have, and 13 on the floor, and 1,400. I have 1,300, now 14. 14 and 15. 15 is on the floor, and 1,600. I have 1,500, 16. 16 now 17. 17 is on the floor, and 1,800 if you want it. I was 18, I have it now 19. 19, I have it now 2,000. And now 2,000. 2,000 and 2,100. 21's on the floor and 22. At 2,100 on the floor, 22 at Carroll, and 23 is on the floor and 24. At 2,300 now 24, 24 and 25. 25 on the floor, and now 2,750. 2,750 and 3,000. 3,000's on the floor, now 32 and a half. I 3,000, 32 and a half and 3,500. Yes, on the floor and 3,750. I 3,500 now 3,750 and 4,000. I 3,750 and 4. I 3,750 online with Carroll, now 4,000 if you want it. At 4,000's on the floor in front of me, and now 42 and a half. I have 4,000, now 42 and a half. On the floor, 4,000 once, 4,000 twice, and it was for 42 and a half. Everyone else is 42 and a half, and now 45. I have 42 and a half, and now 4,500. Thank you, though. I have 42 and a half, and now 45. A beautiful condition on that piece. I have 42.50 once, twice, and for 4,500. Carol, 42.50.
Online bidder.
These are one-of-a-kind things. One opportunity to get them. Here we go, a 19th century red painted pantry box. Look at this one here. Look at this one here. Nicely fingered. It looks like it has all handmade nails holding it together with 3 fingers. Nice condition. And on that right there, which a pleasure. 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 175, 175, 200, 200, 200, 2.25, 2.25, all over the place, 2.5. I heard Emily first, 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25 and 2.5, at 2.25, 2.5. At only 2.5, of course, and 275. At 250, look at the 275. Look at the nice finger decoration on this. 275 and 300. At 275 and 300, 275 and 3. At 275 and 3, great condition. At 275 and 300, all in all done. 275 and 300. That nice round fingered box in red. At 275 anymore. Last call. Once, twice, and Emily, 275? Live auctioneers. Hey, look at this. This was hanging in the kitchen, of course. 19th century American naive still life of oil on linen. A nice folk art painting right here. And what's your pleasure in this? 200 I have, and now 2.25. 2.25 and 2.5. 2.5, 75, 75, 300, 300, 270, 300, now 3.25. And a nice big folk art still life. I have only 300 now, 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25, 300, 3.25. Look great in any kitchen or dining room. I have 300 now, 3.25. 3.25 is on the floor. 3.5 here, yes, and 375. Yes, and 400. Yes, and 4.25. Yes, and 4.5. Yes, and 475. Yes, and 500. Yes, and 550. Yes, and 600. Yes, and no. I have 550s in the back, and now 600. I have 550s in the back with this gentleman. The front is out. I have 550 and 600 anymore. Last call is 550 and 600. 550 is 74. 550 is 74. Another good crock. Redinger and Care, Poughkeepsie, New York. Stoneware crock, and with the bird. What's your pleasure in this one? 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2 on that nice little bird decorated bulbous crock. At 175 and now 2, 175 and 2. At 175 and 2 anymore? Last call at 175 and 200. We all done at 175 and 200 and that nice little blue decorated crock right here. Right there. Anyone for 200, going to sell it. 175 once, twice, and for 200. Seems like a good deal. 175.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we go, oh, here's a lovely chair right here. Delicate, early 19th century New England sackback Windsor in original old paint. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 200 I have, and 2.25. I have 200, 2.25, and 2.5, 2.5, 275. I have 275, 300, 300 on the floor, and 3.25, 3.25, 3.5, 3.5, and 75 is on, 375 is on the floor, 400. I have 375 over to my left, 400 I have, and 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25, 4 and 4.25 anymore. Selling once, selling twice at 400, 4.25, with Emily at 400. Any more? 4.25 on the floor, and now 4.5. 4.5, 75. No. You know, the more you pay, the more comfortable they are. I 450, now 475. Emily, 450. Oh, here we go. On this beautiful weather vane. This was on the shelf over the stove in the kitchen. And one of the great prizes of the collection, the great patina. So we cataloged it as a steer because when I saw it in the house, oops, when I saw it in the, oh, I guess it did have udders. Well, it shows you what I know. I've been a long ways from a farm, baby. Anyway, on this, look at the patina on this full-blown cow weather vane. I was told yesterday, and also I was shown why. And on the cow weather vane, what's your pleasure in this? I have 5,000 I have, and 5,500, and a 6,000. I have 5,500 on the floor and 6,000. I have 5,500, now 6,000, and 6,000 I have, and now 6,500 on the floor, and now 7,000, and now 7,000. I have 6,500, I'm going to sell it. At 6,500 once, 6,500 twice, and for 7. No, we need, we're at fives now. At 6,500, now 7,000, 7,000, and 7,500, and 8,000. I have 7,500 at the Gent Center with the lady. At 7,500, now 8,000. There's 7,500 once, twice, 8,000 I have, and now 8,500, and now 9,000, and now 9,000. I have 8,500, now 9,000. 8,500, 9,000, and now 9,500, yes, and now 10,000. And 10,000. It's a good one. I have 9,500 once, twice, anyone else? We good? 9,500 to 75. It's too late. 9,500. What's your number, dear? 75 buys. Okay, here we go. Boy, you don't see those cow or steer weather vanes like that ever. It's just what I know, Tim. Another good jug. Look at this one. Jeez, they just keep coming up. 19th century copper glazed, and on that right there, this one has multiple banding on it. Multiple banding, great color, just needs to have the dust taken off of it. And look at this one right here. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have it, now 175, all over the place, and 200, and 200 here, and 2.25, and 2.5, 275, 300, 3.25, 3.5, 375, 400, 4.25. I have 400 here, now 4.25. I have 400 over here now, and 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25, 4 and 4.25 anymore. All 4.25, 425, 4.5, 475. Back to you. It's 450s on the floor, all over the place. 475, 500. I need 500, 550. One of you. I heard you both. I have 500s on the floor and 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 550. At 550, 600, sir. 600 on the floor and 650. I have 600 gentlemen seated. I have 650, 700, 7 on the floor and 750 and 750. I have 700s on the floor with the gentleman seated. 700 once, 700 twice, in for 750. We all in all that 700. 700 to 17. 700 to 17. And another one. Here we go. This one right here. And this one 9 inches high. And this one has a beautiful shape to it. I like the soft greenish yellow glaze with the banding on it right here. And again, been around for a few hundred years. And what's your pleasure on this one? May I have 300? I have 300, now 3.25, 3.25, 3.5, 75, 400, 4.25, 4.5, 75, 500, 550, 600. No, I have 550, it's over here. I have 600 here, 650 on the floor, 700. I have 650 now, 700. I have 650s on the floor and 700 if you want that nice jug. I have 650 and 700. It's on the floor at 650 and selling. At 650 once, 650 twice, into 700. Any more? 650, 17. And another one on this one right here. This one here is in a nice brown glaze right here. Nice patina on the bottom. And what's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have it now, 175. I have 175 and 200 and 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 over here and 2.5. At 2.25 and 2.5 and 2.25, 2.5. At 2.5 and 75 and 75 and 300 and 3.25. And 3.5. No, at 3.25 is over here. At 3.25 to the right now. 3.25, 3.5, 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5 anymore. At 3.25 once, twice, anymore. 3.25, 17. 3.25 is 17. This is you notice we've been graduating in size, and this one has a beautiful greenish glaze to it over the red speckled red Again, nice condition. And what's your pleasure on this one? 150 head, 175, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275, 250, 275, and 300. 300 over here, and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 375, 400. 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, yes, 475, yes, 500, yes, 550, yes, 600, no, 550 is over here. I have 550 now, 6. I have 550, the gentleman right, at 550, 600, 650, 650, 700. It's on the floor at 650 and 700. Gentleman seated right, 700, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. Gentleman seated right, on the floor, 750 now, 800. I have 750 now, 8, any more? Once, twice, 750, 800. Yes, no, maybe, quickly, 800, 8 and a half, 8 and a half, 900. 8 and a half is on the floor, 8 and a half now, 9. No, 850 to 17. 850, 17 buys. Here we go. 19th century American painted pantry box with bale handle in dump cart blue. Hey, Bob. Those pickle beets were incredible. Look at this beautiful color on this one and surface in dump cart blue. Let's make sure it's all good inside. We are. Okay. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this dump cart blue pantry box? 175 I have in 200. I have 175 and now two. Oh, I have 2 on the floor right here, 2 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half on the floor, 275. It's on the right on the floor, 2 and a half and 275. At 250 and 275, any more? 275 over here, and now 300, and now 300 here, now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. 300 is the gentleman seated, right? 3 and a quarter there, and 3 and a half. I'm sorry, that was 3 and a half to you, and 3 and a half, 375 now. No, I had you at 3 and a quarter, and I have him at 3 and a half.
Okay.
You want to go 375?
No, 3 and a quarter is fine.
I already have it. I have you at 3 and a quarter, but he went 350. I need 375 next. No. Okay, I have 350 here, now 375. I have 350 once, twice, you went for 375. We all in, all done. 350, 375. Any more? You got it. 350 number. I can't see your number. 3. 350 to 3. Next, we have another bird tree. This is Emery Nolan, Canada, carved bird tree. A lot of interest in this, and there should be. Look at the quality and workmanship on those birds. All kinds of birds. You've got blue jays and whatever else kinds there are. I'm not an ornithologist. This looks like it could be one of those red ones, though. Better known as a cardinal, Tim. A lot of interest. Boy, if you ever wanted a great bird tree, this is the one. And what's your pleasure on this one? 2,400 we have to open because Carol has multiple bidders online. At 2,400 now 2,500. 2,500 now 2,750. At 2,500 is on the floor now 2,750. At 2,500 2,750. Any more? All in, all done at 2,750 and 3,000 on the floor and now 32 and a half. At 3,000 now 32 and a half. At 3,000 now 32 and a half. At 3,000 is on the floor seated in front of me 32 and a half and 3,500 on the floor now 3,750. I have 3,500 now 3,750. I have 3,500 once 3,750 and 4,000. Yes, and 42 and a half. I have 4,000 on the floor and 42 and a half. A lot of action on this always. I have 42 and a half and now 4,500 and now 4,750 and 4,750. I have 4,500 on the floor seated in front of me. 4,750 and 5,000. She's persistent. I have 5,000 now 5,500. I have 5,000 now 5,500. I have 5,000 on the floor and 5,500. 5,000 once, twice, any more? All in, all done at 5,000. We are 5,075. 5,075. Oh, look at this one. Reclining Dalmatian dog. On this right here is a wonderful bunch of hooked rugs. And Dave has got the little Dalmatian dog. That's bigger than I thought it was. No. Wait a minute. We don't want that on there. Okay, here we go. All right, on the Dalmatian dog hooked rug, and it is 34 by 56 inches. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have and 275 in that wonderful little dog rug. I have 250 and 275, an early hook rug at 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, come along now. At 250 and 75, 275, thank you, and 300. At 275 and 3, reasonable for that. Going to sell it. I have 250 once, twice, even for 275. All in all done at only 275, thank you, and 300. And 300, 300 and 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter, of course, and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Reasonable for that and beautiful dog rug. I have 3 and a quarter is down front, gentleman seated, right. At 3 and a quarter once, twice, even for 3 and a half. 3 and a half, he's back in, and 375, you can too. But thanks for your help. I have 3 and a half of this gentleman over here in the far left. I have 3 and a half now 375. At 350, 375 anymore. All in, all done at 350 on the Dalmatian. Once, twice, and 350 you, sir. Number 4. 350 to number 4. Number 4 buys that one. Ah, here we go. Now, we don't know who AP was, but he was darn proud of his box because he carved his name right inside, right on the lid of the box. But look at this, chrome yellow, oval box, all hand-forged tacks on this. Nice condition. This was part of the stack. It says early oval box mustard yellow found in North Liverpool, Maine. They were so great about identifying where they found this stuff throughout the years with the AP. Well, you want to hold it just like that, Rob. Thank you, buddy. And on that right there, what's your pleasure?
200.
200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. Great color. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, of course, and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 75. At 250 and 75. Look at the color of that with the guy's initials in it. 275 and 300. At 275. You can make up a name, Amos Parker or something like that. Sounds like a good old Maine name. 275 at Carol and 300. At 275 and 300, 275 and 3. Any more? At 275 once, twice, in for $300. All in, all done. It's 275 then.
Online bidder.
And we are on 7060. And 7064 are 3 Maine stoneware oyster jars. And they used to bring the oysters to you with a cork on top here. And on those 3 oyster jars in graduated sizes, what's your pleasure on these? 250 I have and 275, 275 and 300. 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 375, 375 and 400 and 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2 and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. With 4 1/4 with 4 1/2 with Emily. Now 475 with Carol. Now 500. I have 475 and now 5. I have 475 and 500 if you like it. At 475, 500 over here is a new player. 500 for 550s. 550 with Carol, 600, sir. I have 550 and 600. That's only 200 apiece. I have 550 with Carol, 600. I have 550 once, 600 with Carol, and 650 with Carol. 2 players, now 700. I have 650, now 700. I have 650 and 700 if you like it. At 650 once, 650 twice, and for 700, we all in, all done. 650, 700 with Carol, we're not done. And 750 now. I have 700, now 750. I have 700 and 750 if you, 750, 800. I have 750 and 800. They're very collectible, evidently. I have 750, now 800. I have 750 once, 750 twice, and went for 800. 800 with Carol, now 8.5. 850, now 9. I have 850, now 9. Can you imagine all the oysters that came through here throughout the years? Oh, this is from Thomaston, Maine. No wonder they want this. What do we have, Carol? 850, now 900. This one's Bangor. Where's this one? Thorndike. 900 I have, 950, 950, 1,000, 950 now 1,000, I'm 950 now 1,000 on the oyster jars, and 950 now 1,000 anymore, 950 once, 950 twice, you went for $1,000 bill, all in, 1,000 with Carol, and now 1,100, I have 1,000 now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100, 1,000 once, 1,000 twice with Carol, all the way now, her players at $1,000, aim for 1,100 for the 3 oyster jars, that's $333 a piece, any more? Had to do it. 1,000, Carol. You know what I need, guys? My Coke. Yeah. Yeah, please. Here we go. All right, the Gagetown pictorial hook rug for New Brunswick, Canada, 23 by 39. Girl with balloons and dogs standing between trees and first leaves of fall, which are coming up soon. What's your pleasure on this? What's your pleasure on this little rug? We have what? A couple $100 set it in. $200 on that little rug instead of been 200. Instead it's 200. And it went to 200. Nobody wants that rug? It's all here to be sold. 100. 100 I have, yes, and a quarter. I have 100 on the left and 100 and a quarter. I have $100, 100 a quarter, $100, 100 a quarter anymore. Last call at $100, 100 a quarter. That's an original Gagetown rug. Right in the book. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 over here. Thank you. Now 175. I have 150, now 175. At 150, 175, 150, 175. Any more? Last call at 175. Thank you. And 200. Just 200 I have on the floor and 2 1/4. I have only 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4. Any more? Wow, what a buy. 200 once, twice, and 2 1/4 in time and 2 1/2. Don't lose it for $25. 2 1/2, 2 1/2, of course, 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, 275 if you want it. So the gentleman far left at 250. Once, twice, gone. 250, number 4. 250, number 4. Number 4 buys. You know, Coca-Cola really should sponsor us. They get plenty of publicity from the podium from here, that's for sure. Here we go. This was hanging in the kitchen. MD Solist, oil and linen, drying corn, 38 by 14 inches. Nice original painting, nice, it's signed right here. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have and 175, a nice still life, at 150, 175 on the floor and 200. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 250, 75, 300, 3 and a quarter. No, thank you for help. 3 and a quarter with Carol now, 3 and a half with Emily, and 375. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 375 at 350 and 75. At 350 and 75. 375, he's back in. 400 now, it's on the floor at 375 and 400. At 375 and 4, he changed his mind, you can too. 400 I have and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 400, 4 and a quarter. With Carol at 400 selling. 400 once, 400 twice, and for 4 and a quarter on the still life of the corn. Great decoration for Halloween time. At 400 now, 4 and a quarter. Dried corn, I think they use. Carol, 400. Online bidder. And here we go, a nest of 3. You guys are doing an incredible job feeding, Chris. Well, whoever's gathering, normally, so just to show you how hard this is, normally every item is a designation, like it'd be in row 6, row 3, left wall, upstairs, downstairs, wherever. This was just scattered through here because we didn't have the hall to use because there was so much stuff still left from the big summer sale that hadn't been picked up yet. So anyway, the guys are really scampering around to get everything up so you can see it. And here we go. 3 19th century American pantry boxes. What's your pleasure in the group? 200 I have and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 75. I have 250 and 275 and 300. At 275 and 3, 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. For all of them, I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, at 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. At 3 and a half is on the floor and 375. 350 is on the floor and 375 if you'd like them. 375 and 400 is on the floor and 4 and a quarter. On the floor, 400 left and 4 and a quarter if you want them. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a half is on the floor and 475. I have 450 on the floor, 475 and 500 now. I have 475 and now 5. At 475, 500 is on the floor with gentlemen left and now 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 500 and 550. At 500 once, 550 and time is 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600 with Emily at 550 and 600. Any more? Thank you for your help. 550 and 600. Emily, 550. Next we have a small round fixed handle basket. Now when you walked into the kitchen, those of you who had ever been in their home, there was a harvest table with the chairs, but all the old beams were lined with these incredible swing handle baskets and nice little baskets like this. And this is one of them. On this little handmade early Native American basket with a carved handle. What's your pleasure on that? There we have what? $50 and set it in. It's all unreserved. $50 where? On that nice little handmade 19th century basket. Anyone for $50? $25. They want it sold. Anyone for 25? 25 I have it now, 35. I 25 and 35 anymore? Last call at 25, 30 and 35, 35 and 40. I 35 and 40. Quickly, I got to sell this stuff. I 35 and now 40? 40, 45. I have $40. Thank you, help. I have 40 now, 45. Any more? And that nice little period basket. Only 50. I like that better. I have 50 now, 60. I have 50 with Emily now, 60. I have 50 with Emily now, 60 at 50 and 60 anymore. 50 once, twice, and for $60. Emily, $50. Live auctioneers. We got to move on. A lot of things to sell. Another one. A Maine ash splint around a basket right there. Another early basket. Look at the great weaving around the border to hold this together. Nice condition. Has another round thing here. And what's your pleasure on that one? 70. I have it now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. There's a period Native American baskets here in Maine. I have only 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. I'm going to sell it at 71, 70 twice. I went for $80. 80 now 90. I have $80 now 90. No money for these at all. These are beautiful handmade baskets that were hanging from the beams in the house. I have 80 now 90. Going to sell 80 once, 80 twice. I went for $90. It's $80. Live auctioneers. And next we have another Maine State Cherry and Tiger Maple Chester drawers, a State of Maine chest, circa 1820. Look at that nice shaped apron on this one. I've never seen it with a shaped apron all the way around 3 sides. On that one, it's 39 inches by 40 inches wide, 18 inches deep, in original color and Tiger Maple. What's your pleasure on that? 350 I have in 375, 375, 400, 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, of course, 4 and a half, 475. I have 450 and 475. 450's on the floor and 475 and that beautiful chat, 75, 500. 500 I have on the floor and 550 now. I have only 500 now, 550, 600 would you go? 600, of course, it's 650. Great chest of drawers. I have 600 on the floor, now 650. I have 650 and 700. No, thank you for help. I have 650 with Emily, now 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. That lovely State of Maine chest in red with tiger maple drawers and a shaped apron. Never seen one like it. I have 650 once, 650 twice, and for 700. Emily, 650. Next we have a long red stained maple hep-white drop leaf table. This is a swing leg drop leaf table. It is 29 inches high, 42 inches long, and 17 inches deep. And the guys have it right here with a nice hep-white tapered leg on that. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have in 2 and a quarter. 250 I have in 275. I have 250 here and 275. It's on you at 250 and 275. At 250 need 275 if you want it. And that nice drop leaf table at 250 once, twice, going for 275. Any more? 275. 300 you go. 300 I have on the floor and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. Gonna sell it. 300 once, 300 twice, 3 and a quarter. It's on the floor. 300 and selling. Any more? Once, twice, and you got it. 300, number 11. 300 to number 11. Next we have another great jug. This is a Poland Springs Hiram Ricker Maine stoneware jug with a 2-gallon with the Bluebird. What's your pleasure on the Hiram Ricker? Maine has, it looks like an original carved stopper, been in there for 100 years. What's your pleasure on that?
300.
300, all right. 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. It's a rare one. I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half on the floor and 375. I 375. 400 you go. 400 on the floor and 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter. 4 and a half on the floor and 475. I 450 with the gentleman's seat. It's sent straight away. At 450 and 475. 475. 500 here. 500 here with this gentleman. 550 would you go, sir? I have 550 with the gentleman behind you, and now 600. And now 600. 600. I have 600 with this gentleman. I'm using the floor right now. I have 600 now. 650. I have 600 center over 650 there, and 700 you go. 700. Well, you're going to get another one, right? I have 700 now. 750. I have 750. 800. 800. It only hurts for a minute. 800. Now 8 and a half. At 8 and a half. At 800. Now 8 and a half. 800 is on the floor. Center. At 800 once, twice, and for 8 and a half.
8 and a half.
8 and a half. And now 9. I have 8 and a half and now 900. I'm sorry. Thanks for your help, though. I have 8 and a half, 900. He's back in. 900, now 950. That's the spirit. I have 900, now 950. At 950. More? 900, you. Number 21. 900 to 21. Okay, off we go. Oh, look at this one here. A Gagetown pictorial hooked rug. On that right there. And that one right there depicts... Oh, this is the Peaceable Kingdom one. This is the Peaceable Kingdom one. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2, and this great hand-hooked rug. They're pictured, most of them are in the book that Larry did about the Gagetown rug people. What do we have? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half and 2 and a quarter. They should bring in much more. 2 and a half and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 75, 75 and 300. At 275 and 3. 300 with Emily on Live Auctioneers. Now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 3 and 3 and a quarter. Any more? 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half now. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half seems reasonable for these. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, they're all unreserved. 3 and a half, 375. I have 350 and 75. I have 350, 375 and 400. I have 375 at Carol and 4 now. I have 375 and 400 I have with Emily. Now 4 and a quarter. It's on Live Auctioneers at 4 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. 400, 4 and a quarter on the Peaceable Kingdom rug by the Gagetown hookers. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. Be careful when you look that up on the internet. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a half and 475. 475 and 500, seriously. 475 and 500 I have and 550. I have 500 Carol now, 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 500 and 550. Any more? All in. 500 once, 500 twice, and went for 550. 550 in time with Emily, and now 600. I have 550 and 600 on the Peaceable Kingdom. 550 once, 550 twice, went for 600. Emily, 550 then. All right, here we go. Now, to the next great thing. There we go. You got the black one, and you got the red one. Here's the dump cop blue one. Look at this little guy. Oh, this says small shaker type box, circa 1800s, found in Fairbanks, Maine. Fairbanks, Maine. It has the original label that Larry and Jean wrote on it, and on that right there in dump cart blue. What's your pleasure on that one? 100 I have, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, it's all over the place, 75, 200, I want 75, 200 I have, and 2 1/4, I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, it's in dump cart blue, look at the great condition, at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 on, with Emily, now 275, I have 250, now 275 and 300, I have 275 and now 3, at 275 and 3 and 275 and 3, at 275 and 300 I have with Emily, and now 3 1/4, I have 300 and 3 1/4, I have 300 and 3 1/4 anymore, at 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4, all in all done, 300, 3 1/4, Emily, 300. Ah, look at this guy. This is by N.M. Kilgore, cow portrait, signed native portrait, naive portrait of a cow. And on that right there, its overall size is 30 by 24. What's your pleasure on the cow? Now, wait a minute, is that a cow or a steer? It's down, it doesn't show enough of them so we can tell. But he's got a lovely bell. What do you think, Tim? Is it a cow? All right, fine. We have a consensus that it's a cow from the men down front. What do we have? 350 I have, and now 375. I 350 and 375. 375 and 400. At 375 and 4. At 375 and 400. 375 and 400. At 375 and 400 I have with Carol 4 1/4. I 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I 4 1/4, 4 1/2 and 475. I 450 and 75. 5 with Carol all the way 500 now. At 475 I have now 550. I 500 now 550 and 5 and 550. 550 and 600. I 550 and 600. 550 and 6. I 550 and 600 if you'd like it. 600 with Carol all the way now, and now 650 on the cow. I have 600 now 650, nicely executed. I have 600 650, happy looking cow. I have 600 now 650, 600 once, 600 twice, and for 650 anymore. 650 in time with Carol, 2 players, and now 700 we need. I have 700 now looking for 7 1/2. I have 700, 7 1/2. 750 with Carol all the way, now 800. I have 750 now 8 and 750 now 8. At 751, 800 with Carol, now 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2, at 800, 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2 anymore. 800 once, 800 twice. And of 850, all in, all done. 8 1/2 and now 900. I have 850 now 9. I have 850 now 9, 850, 900 now 950. I have 900 now 950, 900, 950. 900 once, 900 twice. With Carol all the way now with her players. Anyone for 950. The cow is going to go away. Carol, 900?
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Oh, look at this rare, early. Here we go. This was in the entranceway with the Ethan Allen weather vane on it and a couple other rare things on this. Can you guys hold it right up? They see it better if you just hold it right up. An original 18th century. It said 19th century in the description, but it wasn't cataloged properly. It's an 18th century dark, black painted tavern table with drawer. And what's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this lovely, how much? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4 here, and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Wait a minute, I want to see something. 3 1/2, and now 375. Let's take a look at this. Look at the big dovetailing on this, and look at this knob. This knob is like a corkscrew going into it. 375 and 400. At 370, 400 you have, and 4 1/4. Look at the raisin head nails holding it together. 400 now 4 1/4. Let's see the underneath to make sure the top's right. So this is how you can tell if the top's right. See all that airline right there, and you see all that mildew. That's a good sign. It has the original feet, all wood pegged. Nothing's been done to this table, and it looks like it's not black paint. It's in the original dark brown paint, actually. And where are we? 4 1/4 here, and 4 1/2 in that 18th century 4 1/2 and 475. Yes, and 500 and 500. That's a nice table. I have 475 and 500, 500 and 550, 550 and 600, 600 and 650, 700 and 750 and 800 and 850. I have 800 center, at 800, 850, at 800, 850. Nice original table, 850, and now 900. Yes, now 950. I have 900 center, now 950, and 900, now 950. That 18th century tavern table, all original, as you can see. I just showed you. Any more? 900, the number 7. 900, number 7. Yeah, you get the drawer after. Another great box. Oh, look at this one. Here's an early 19th century blue-green polka dot spotted fingered box with the handmade copper tacks on this one here. Nice original condition. 2 colors. So someone painted it blue, and then they went and put these nice little trim of dark blue on it. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200, now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. 275 on the floor, and 300, and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 on the floor, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 on the 3 1/2. 75, 75, 400. It's on the floor. 400, 4 1/4. I have 400. Is that a yes? Yeah, 4 1/4 on the floor to my right with a lady. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 75. I have 450, now 475. At 450 and 475, that lovely box. Look at the great decoration. At 450, now 475. With Emily on live auction is at 450, 75. Any more than 450, 475. Great choice. Any more? 450, Emily.
Live auctioneer.
Another cow painting right here, 19th century, cows in a pasture. Cows in a pasture. Let me look at it a second. It looks like it might be by D.D. Coombs. Let me just check. This was hanging up in the living room, I think, if I remember right. There's something, oh yeah, there's something right down here. Well, anyway, if you get this, take a good look at it. It looks like the name is right here and the date. It's dark, and they put their name in black on a dark surface, which is not smart, but there it is. And what's your pleasure in this? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 75. 75, 500. 550's on the floor at 600. 600 here at 650. 650 on the floor, 700, 750. I have 700 now, 750. I have 700 now, 750 and 750. 800, 800, 850. I have 800. The floor is out. It's with you at 800. At 800 with Jen Epstein now. At 800 now, 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2. At 800, 8, oh, 8 1/2. I'm sorry, 850. And you use your card. That works better. I have 850, 900, 950. Would you go? I have 900 now, 9 1/2. 9 1/2. He said now 1,000. No, I have 950s on the floor now 1,000. A 950 once, twice on the cows in the pasture. Any more? 950, 74. By the way, they just brought in a whole bunch of fresh food. If you guys are hungry, there's all kinds of sandwiches and all kinds of stuff. There's drinks in the cooler. Help yourself. Here we go. Another nice piece of stoneware. Jeez. On this right here. Let's see. Salt glazed stoneware, 3-gallon jug with a beautiful big dark blue bird standing on a curled branch. Right there, it's nicely raised, a very deep blue, cobalt blue. What's your pleasure on this one? 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 with Sylvia all the way at 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 and 475 and 450 and 75. 75 and 500 now. I have 475 and now 500, of course, and 550. I have 500 and 550. Look at that strong decoration. I have 500 now 550 with Sylvia all the way at 500 now 550. At 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 and 550 and 600 I have and 6 1/2. I have 600 now 6 1/2 and 600 6 1/2. At 600 now 6 1/2 and 600 6 1/2. At 600 6 1/2 and 600 6 1/2 anymore. All in all, then 6 1/2 and now 700. I have 650 now 7. I have 650 now 700. 700 I have and now 7 1/2. I have 700 now 750 with Sylvia all the way at 700 now 750. At 700 once, 700 twice. Anyone for 750? 750 in time. Online, the live auctioneer is now 800. I have 750 and 800. 750 now 8. 800 I have all the way with Sylvia now. I have 800 now 8 1/2. At 800 now 8 1/2. At 800 8 1/2. At 800 8 1/2 anymore. 800 once, 800 twice in for 8 1/2. Gonna sell it. We all in and all done at 800. Sylvia, 800. Live auctioneers. Oh, that noise. And here we go, the pony. And on this right here, the pictorial hooked rug of the little pony or little horse with a red border, And what's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Thank you, and 275. At 2 1/2 on the floor and 275. At 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. At 250 and 275 anymore? All in all done at 250, 275. It's on you at 250. At 275. Now you can go more. 300 and 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. 300 3 1/4. 300's on the floor once, twice anymore. Sold 300 to 77. 300 to 77. Next we go to another little cupboard right here. That is over somewhere around here. Anyway, on this pine cupboard right here, it's an 18th century pumpkin pine chimney cupboard on this right here. Oh, it's right there. It's out back underneath the country fair sign, filled with good stuff. And on that right there, it's Maine-made, 2 shelves. It's 58 inches high, 25 inches wide, 17.5 inches deep. What's your pleasure on that? How much? 275, 300, 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 on the floor, and 375. I have 350s on the floor, and 375. That nice little cupboard. I have 350 and 375. I have 350 and 375 anymore on the floor. 350 once, 350 twice, and 375. And I have her, this lady here, 375, 400, 400, 4 1/4. 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Yes, 475. No. I have the gentleman right at 4 1/2, now 475. 475, 500 you go. I have 475 at Carolyn, nice early cupboard. At 475, now 5. 475 once, 475 twice. It's going to go. Any more? You sure? 475, Carol.
Online bidder.
Here we go. An ash splint double swing handle basket on this one right here. What's your pleasure on this? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 a quarter right here, right here, and 150. Yes, and 175. Yes, 200. Yes, 2 1/4. Yes, 2 1/2. Yes, 275. Yes, 300. Yeah, I 275 with the gentleman far left. I 275 looking for 3. I 275 looking for 3. 275 once, twice, 300. Yours, sir. Too late. 275 to 16. 275 to 16. Is your number 16? 16. It's 275 to number 16. Oh, a swing handle. Look at this one. This is one of the ones that was hanging up. Beautifully made, native basket, carved swing handle, beautiful patina that Bob's holding right here. And what's your pleasure on this lovely little basket? 100 I have, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, 175, 200. I want 200 I have a Carol now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. That lovely little swing handle basket. Look at the quality of this basket. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4, 2 and 2 1/4 more. Last call. 200 once, 200 twice. Anyone for 2 1/4? Sold 200, Carol.
Online bidder.
The great blue and white, another great decorated jug. Hey, Patrick, you're in line now. N. White and Company, Binghamton stoneware jug, and on that 3-gallon jug right there with a beautiful, beautiful blue flowers popping right out of that jug in a deep, deep blue. What's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. 500 on the floor. They're not fooling around. I got 500 on the floor, and now 550, 5 1/2, and 600. I have 550 with Jen, now 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. I have 600s on the floor, 650, Jen, and 6 1/2, now 700. I have Jen Epstein at 650 and 700. At 650 once, 650 twice, and for 700. That beautiful decorated jug, 700 over there, and on the online, 750 here, Epstein bid, now 800. I have 750 Epstein, now 800. I have 750 Epstein, now 800. If you like it, 800 I have. 8 1/2, they're out. I have 800 with Sylvia, now 8 1/2. At 800, now 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2. Some great jugs here today, blue decorated stuff. I have 800, now 8 1/2. 800 once, twice, and for 8 1/2. We all good at 800 with Sylvia on Live Auctioneers. Any more? Sylvia, 800, you got it.
Live auctioneers.
Live Auctioneers, thank you, ma'am. And next we have, boy, you want a nice blue painted box? Look at this. It's sort of a soft blue-green paint, nice dome top. Clean, oh, what's this say? A little child drew something inside of here, and it says, Vern Nichols, that's what it says. It says Vern Nichols. Little guy got a hold of him chalk, and nobody was supervising the kid. Here we go. What's your pleasure on this? 150 and 175. Look at the great color on that. At 150 now 175 and that lovely, but 175. It cost them 200. At 175, one of the better ones today. At 175 and now 2. And 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. No money 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. It's on the floor 250 and 275. What a buy. I 250 once, twice and for 275. All in all, 250, 275 on the box. Any more? Who said yep? 250 to 16. 250 to 16. Nice box. Here we go. And Spencer Pratt, Woodland Meandering Falls and Pool watercolor on paper in the original frame. Look at the quality and detail of that painting right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have what, a couple $100 to set it in, $200 to set it in. That was a Pratt from northern Maine. I wonder if that could have been his wife, actually. And he went for a couple $100 on the painting. And he went for 200, 100. It's here to be sold. And he went for $100 now. Nice original watercolor. $100 where? Couldn't frame. 100 I have, of course, and 1 1/4. 100 once, 100 twice. Going to sell it for 100 1/4. Thank you. 1 1/2. No money for this. 1 1/2. 175. 170. Beautifully executed. 75. 200. If you can't make money in this, you never will. 200. Is that yes? 200. 2 1/4. No. I have 200 in the center. 2 1/4. 200. 2 1/4 and more. Sold. 200 you. Number 74. And here we go. A lot of people like this one. This is 2 black bears dancing under the full moon in front of yellow pines with a pine cone border. And what's your pleasure on this one? 800 I have, and now 850. 850, 900. I have 850, 900, 950, 1,000. 1,000, 1,100, no. I have 1,000 with Carol, now 1,100. At 1,000, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100, more than 11 I have, and now 1,200. I have 1,100, 12, 11, and 12. It's all about subject matter, evidently. 1,200 I have, now 13. I have 1,200, now 13, 12, and 13 anymore. All in all, then 1,200, 1,300. So, Carol, 1,200.
Online bidder.
Here we go, more fun stuff all day long, I'll tell you. 2 miniature hand-woven baskets coming up right here on these lovely little, this one is a sweetgrass, Native American sweetgrass basket with a curled foot, and this is a little miniature swing handle. These are all in excellent, excellent condition. This is actually footed. Some of those that are footed like that are actually shaker. What's your pleasure on these? Here we have what, $100 set them in on the 2 great little baskets. 100 I have, now 1/4. I have 100 on the floor, now 1 1/4. At $100, 1 1/4 more. Last call at only $100 on those 2 nice little baskets. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2 on the floor? And now 175. At 150, now 175. At 150, 175, it's on the floor. 150, 175 and selling. 75 and 200. 200 of course, and 2 1/4. I have 200 on the floor with ladies seated left. At 200, now 2 1/4, 2 and 2 1/4 more. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 would you go? Yes, you said. 2 1/2 and 275. I 250 and 275. I 250 once, 250 twice, one for 275. Yours, 250, number 20. 250 to 20. Next we have Elva Lord. Elva Lord, now change your tune. Elva Lord, main swing handle basket. And that's right there. Look at this one right here. Signed on the top. Nice condition again. Swing handle. What's your pleasure on this guy? 275 I have, and now 300. I have 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 375. Is it 75 on the floor? 400 here, 4 1/4, 4 1/4 there, 4 1/2, 4 1/2. Yes, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/2 on the floor, 475. I have 475 on the phone, and now 500, and now 500. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 and now 475 and 5. It's on the phone at 475. Is that correct? And 500 now. 475 once, twice, and for 500. All in, all done. 475, 500 on the Elva Lord basket. So, 475 phone. 305. Next we have a country Chippendale mahogany slant front desk right here, 18th century Chippendale desk. And it says property, the former property of George W. Batchelder on it somewhere. And it's 42 inches high, 39 inches wide, and 20 inches deep. And that's that little slant lid desk over here, right over here. Isn't this one? Yeah. So it has a Chippendale bracket base, and it's not mahogany. It is birch and maple with a nice interior, exposed dovetail top, carved bracket base. Looks like original brasses and old surface on that period desk. It is not mahogany. It is birch and maple. And on that 18th century desk, what's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on that little desk? Any interest in the desk? $500 where on that period desk? Woo. 500 where? We used to sell these for 5,000. Anyone for 500? Open up at 500 and steal it. Anyone for 500? 400. It's got to be sold. 300. I have 300. Now 3 1/4. It's going to be sold. I have 300. Now 3 1/4. 300. 3 1/4. On a very valuable desk. I have 300. Now 3 1/4. At 300 once, 300 twice. Went for 3 1/4. Boy, that's no money. Selling 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Still for nothing. 3 1/2 and 375. You couldn't buy the drawers for that. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 on the floor, 3 1/2 and 375. Of course, and I 375 is on the floor, and 400 should open at 1,000. I 375 is on the floor. Now 400. At 375 once, 400, 4 1/4. Still no money. I 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 is on the floor and selling. 4 1/4 once, twice. Nice original desk. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2. I have on the floor 4 1/2, and now 475. I have 450s on the floor, now 475. I have 450s in the back with the lady, 475. 450 once, twice. What a deal that is. That's a nice desk. Any more? You got it. 450 to 74. 450 to 74. Next we go to, oh, here's the one, 791. Is that? Yeah, this one. This one is actually pictured in Larry's catalog of the Georgetown hookers. This is the rug that's in the book. This is the Georgetown pictorial hook rug of 2 chickens on a rainbow striped field made by Raymond and Lydia Scott. And it is 21 by 38. What's your pleasure on the chicken rug? What's your pleasure on that? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 375, 375, and 400. I have 375 and 4. There you go. I have 400. I have, and 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 with Sylvia, and now 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. At 4 1/4 once, twice, I went for 450, all 450 with Sylvia, and now 475. I have 450 and 75, 475 and 500, all the way with Sylvia now. I have 475 and now 500. I have 500 I have, and now 5 1/2 on that original rug. I have 500 now, 550, 600. I have 550 and 600 if you'd like it. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 anymore. All in all then at 550, 600, gonna sell it. Any more? Once, twice, and sold. 550, Sylvia.
All right, Peter.
Another great box right here. Oh, look at this one, Dave.
The biscuit recipe one.
Oh, this is the one. So this is interesting. 2 of the ladies that work for us opened this, and there's a recipe for biscuits inside here. So they went home and tried to make the biscuits. Did any one of you have success?
We have some upstairs.
We have some upstairs. Ah. So we have 18th century biscuits upstairs if you feel like having one. And so beautiful color on this box. It's sort of a, I'd say it's a dark greenish blue color on that nice, it has the copper nails holding together. And on that one, what's the pleasure on that? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. That's a good one. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, of course, and 275, 275 and 300. I have 275 with Emily, and live auction at 300 with Sylvia. 3 1/4 with Emily, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Great color and surface. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and a great story with that. 3 1/2 and 375, 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400. They didn't have any paper, so they wrote their recipe inside the lid. 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. It has 400 now, 4 1/4. Has the copper tacks holding together. 400 now, 4 1/4, which is the kind you want. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 with Sylvia. Now 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 anymore. 4 1/2 and 75. 450 and 475 now. I have 450 with Sylvia all the way. 450 and 75. That rare little box. 475 and 500. I have 475 and now 5. I have 475 and 5 if you'd like it. At 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 500 and 550 more. 500 once, twice, I went for 5 1/2. All in all then at 500 once. 550 with Sylvia, and now 600. A lovely box, the original box. I have 550 and 600.
Put a biscuit in it for the winner.
We're going to put a biscuit in it for the winner. 600 I have, and 650. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 and 650. Just one biscuit will fit in there. I have 600 now, 650. At 600 once, 600 twice, and for 650. With Sylvia all the way now at 600. Any more? Once, twice, and that's a good idea, Dave. You get a bonus biscuit. 600, Sylvia. Next we have F.B. Norton & Sons Worcester stoneware jug with bird. Look at this one here. A great folk art bird, thanks, and this right here, 3-gallon Norton, of course, big name in jugs. And on that slip decorated jug right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 225, and now 250, 225 and 2 1/2, 250 and 275, 275 and 300, 275 and 3, 275 and 300. I have 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4. Nice bird jug at 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 and 3 1/4. Going to sell it at only 300, 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 1/4 on that Norton jug with the big bird on it, the big blue bird. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 anymore. Once, twice, and down at 3 1/4 with Emily. Now 3 1/2. 3 1/2 with Emily. Now they're waking up to what it is. I have 3 1/2 now, 375. I have 350 now, 375. At 350 once, twice, even for 375. All in, all that, 3.5. We are 350. And we have a brass skater's lantern, a nice original period, early brass skater's lantern that Dave is bringing up right here. It has the name of the maker on here, faintly marked. And what's your pleasure on that? 60. I have now 70. I have 70 on the floor, now 80. I have 70 on the floor, now 80. At 70, now 80. It's on the floor at $70 and 80 if you'd like it. At 80 over here with this gentleman. I saw him first, 80, now 90. I have $80 on my far left, and now $90. That early get 90, I have now 100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter anymore? 100 now quarter, 1.5. No, I won a quarter with Carol, now 1.5. I won a quarter, 1.5 anymore? Last call, 1 1/4, 1.5. Gonna sell it anymore? Carol, 1 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next we have the 7-piece main country decorated pine bedroom suite. There is the commode, the bed, the high back bed, the dresser with mirror, 3 chairs, a side table, all of it for one money, 7 pieces. And what's your pleasure on that? Lovely set. It's beautiful condition, and it's right over there with a floral painted headboard. Right over there, in nice condition. What's your pleasure on that?
350.
How much?
350.
Well, we paid for the stand. The rest is free. I had 350. Now 375. I had 375 and 400. I had 370, 400 and 4 1/4, 4.5, 475, 470, 450, 75, 500. I put 500, 550 for the entire bedroom suite, all hand painted in cottage pine. I have only 500 with Carol now and 550. Boy, if you ever needed a nice full-size bedroom set for no money, this is it. I have 500 now, 550. At 500 once, 500 twice, and for 550. We all in, all done at $500. Gonna sell once, twice, and it's gone. 500 Carol.
Online bidder.
And we're on to 7096. 7096 is now, oh, this is my favorite one right here. So this was on the shelf over there. This one has the right style fingers and everything else, but look what it says on top. Coffee, 1795 in yellow pinstriping. There's a color of the inside. In dark green with yellow and red pinstriping. What's your pleasure on coffee? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275. 270. I have on the floor 275 and 300. This is a rare one. I 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 of course and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 over there and 375. It's on the floor at 3 1/2 and 375. I have 350 and 375 and that 375 over there on that rare one. 375 now 400. I have 400 Kayla now 4 1/4. 4 1/4 is on the floor here and now 4 1/2. Holler if I don't see you. 4 1/2 and 475. Is that a yes? 475 and 500 now on that rare one. At 475 on the floor, now 500. At 475 is on the floor and 500 if you want it. At 475 once, 475 twice, you went for 500. Any more? You got it. 475 to 74. 475, 74 buys. There's some seats in here, sir, men, if you'd like to get in there. You can sit down over there. All right, another, oh, look at this one. Wow. This is the one I think everyone's been waiting for. Look at the sponge painting on this box. The quality of that sponge painting all the way around in a nice early dome top box. Nice condition. And on that little guy, it has original old newspapers inside. Let's see what it says. It has cotter pin hinges like you like to see in the 18th century boxes. Let's see, any dates? I can't see any dates. Got to be 18th century, though. Anyway, on this nice little box with the hardware, what's your pleasure on this guy? 150 having 175. At 150, 175 all over the place. 175 and 200. I saw him first. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 in that great little box at 175 and 200. Should be everywhere. That's a nice little box. Put it down like that. Hold on a second. I want to spin it around. At 175 and now 200. At 200 now 2 1/4. Look at the quality of the paint on that. At 175 and now 200. At 175 and now 2. 175 and 200. Oh, you have 2. 2 1/4. Thank you. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. Low money on that. At 2 1/4 is on the floor left and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 75. Yes, and 300 and 300. Look at the quality of the paint of this. At 3 1/4. 3 1/4 is on the floor and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 and 375. 375. No. I have 3.5 with Emily, now 375. At 350 and 375. Any more? At 350 once, 350 twice, going for 375. Emily, you got it, 350. Next, we have another little painting. This is attributed to a William Henry Titcomb, New Hampshire mountain landscape, a white mountain landscape. And what's your pleasure on this one here? May we have what? How much? 250 I have, and 275 and 300. At 275 and 300, that nice little painting at 275 and 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. 300 I have, and 3.25. I 3.25. Saw him first on the floor. I 3.25 on the floor, and 3.5. I 3.5 and 75. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 75. Let me see a second. It says on the back, attributed to William Henry Titcomb, New Hampshire, found in Fairbanks, Maine. This is Larry's tag on the back. And we only have 350 and 375. There's somebody in a red coat riding a white horse to that farm. Let me see if they're not signed somewhere. I gotta make sure to bring a magnifying glass up next time. Anyway, where are we? We're at 3.5? 3.5, right where? You have 3.5, and now 375. I 350 that lovely little original painting at 350 and 75. At 350 once, twice, and 375. Any more? All in, all done at 350 with Emily. Any more? Emily, 350. Next we have another Gagetown hooked rug. Gagetown hooked rug. And this one pictured in the book too? I think that one's in the book too. 7099 is the lot number. What's your pleasure on this one? 300 I have on the two chickens in the barn. 300 I have, and now 3.25, 3.25, 3.5, 3.5, 75. I 350 and 75, 375, 400. I 375 and now 4. 400 I have, and 4.25. I 400 now 4.25. I 400 now 4.25, 400, 4.25. I 400 now 4.25, 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5, at 4.25, 4.5 anymore? At 4.25, 4.5. At 4.5, 75 now, all the way with Carol at 450 and 75. At 450 and 475, 475, 500. At 475 and 500. At 475 and 500, 475 and 5 anymore? All in all, then 475, 500, 500, Carol, 550 now. At 500 now, 550. At 500 once, 500 twice, him for 550. We all in, all done with Carol all the way at 500 once, twice, and it's 500, Carol. Next we have the yellow washstand. Whoever decorated the dressing table that brought $47.50 did this table here. It's got the same chrome yellow, and look at the hand of the decoration. It's hand decorated all the way around, and it also has a matching sandwich glass pull. Matching sandwich glass pull. Found in Fairbanks, Maine. There's a tag inside that the door boards had put inside. Nice and clean. On that chrome yellow washstand with original paint decoration, a great piece of Maine folk art. What's your pleasure on this one? Here we have what? $500 and set it in. 500. I have. You got the phone on that?
We're trying.
Okay. And 500 where on this one? 300. It's here to be sold. 300 I have now 3.25. I 300, 3.25. That beautiful little stand. I 300 now 3.25. 300, 3.25. I 300 now 3.25. Should be everywhere. 3.25 costing 3.5. At 3.25, it's by the same person that did the stand that brought $47.50. 3.5 and 375. 375 and 400. It's unreserved. I have 375 and now 400. I have 400. I have and 4.25. I have 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5 at 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5 at 4.25, 4.5. Any more than 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25, it seems 4.5 and 75. That rare stand. At 4.5 now 475. At 450 and 75, 475, 500. Great color and condition. 475 and 500. At 475 and now 5. At 475 and 500, 500. Thank you on the floor. And 550 now. I 500 on 550 and 600. I 550 is on the floor on line and now 600. I 550 now 600. I 550 anymore? All in all done at 550, 600. It's 550 with Carol on line 600 I have on the floor now 650. I have 600 on the floor and 650. 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. Great color, great decoration. 650 once, 650 twice, and for 700. We all in all the 650 is the phone out? 650 and 700? Carol, 650? Next we have a Maine-made medium-sized round basket, Penobscot, with a thin ash splint right there, carved handle. Again, nice condition, beautiful banding around, cross-hatching across there. You want to hold it like that, Dave? And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 100 I have, 1.25, 1.5, 175. 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. At 200, 2 and a quarter, with Carol at 200, 2 and a quarter. Oh, with Emily, so Emily is 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. At 200 once, twice, went for 2 and a quarter, all in, all done at 2. 2 and a quarter with Carol in time. 2 and a half with Emily. I like that better. I 2 and a half now, 275. I 250 and 275. Like 250 and 75 anymore, 275, 300, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter with Carol, 3 and a half, 3 and a half and 75. Beautiful basket. I have 3 and a half and now 375. At 375 and 400, 400 I have and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 400, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter and 400, 4 and a quarter. Hey Dave, it's not showing on my screen. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 once, 400 twice, and for 4 and a quarter. We all done at 400, 4 and a quarter. We are 400. Live auctioneers, $400. Some wonderful basket collections here today. Large Maine ash splint gathering basket in beautiful condition again. Is this one signed? There's a little bit of pencil writing on here. I don't think that's by that same woman, but it could be. Anyway, on this one, look at the condition of this again. Beautiful condition. These are all hanging from the eaves in the attic and in the kitchen. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $100 to set it in. $100 in that rare basket right there. And it was for $100, that nice early Native American basket, Maine native. And it was for $100. $50. It's here to be sold. $50 where? I have 50 and 75 now. I have 50 now, 75. I have 50 and going to sell it. 60, 70, 70 of course, 80. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. 80 now, 90. 80, 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100. No money. I have 90 now, 100. It's perfect. I have 90 now, 100. Going to sell it once, twice, any more? 100 I haven't hit behind you. And 110? Oh, what do we have to go? 1 and a quarter, right? 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter. I have 100 behind you. Now 1 and a quarter. No money for that. 100 now, a quarter anymore? 100 once, 100 twice, 1 and a quarter, anyone? It's $100 to you, ma'am. Number 24, $100, 24. And we go. Here's one of the rare ones. The R. Thompson and Company, Gardner, Maine, ovoid stoneware jug right here with the blue decoration. This is a 1 gallon with a blue tulip on it right there on the ovoid jug. And what's your pleasure in this one? 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. All over the place. Oh my God. Let's see. If I take all the bids, I got 1,000. I have 300 in the middle, and 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half, and 375, 400 I have, and 4 and a quarter, and 4 and a half, 70, 500 I have here, and 550. I have 500 now, 550, 550 here, 600 there, 650 here, 700 there, 700, 750, 750, 800. I've set 800 here, 8.5 there, and now 900 here, and now 950, 950 there, and now 1,000, 1,000 here, 1,100. I have 1,100 there, and now 1,200. I have 1,100 now, 12. 11. It's on the floor, 1,100 and 1,200 if you want it. 1,200, 1,200 with Jamie, and 1,300. At 1,200 with Jamie, 13. At 12 once, 12 twice, and went for 1,300. Anyone for 12, 1,300 with Jamie on the phone now. Make no mistake. Thank you all for participating, all 6 of you. Anyone? I have 1,200 on the phone once, twice, and with 1,300. We don't have any more. Sold 1,200.
309.
309. Next we have another great red painted shaker box. This is a beautiful size right here. It's not only red painted, but it has a little sponge decoration on it too, with the copper rivet or tacks. Nice condition. Right there. What's your pleasure on the little oval shaker? 350 I have and 375. I have 350 and 375 at 350 and 375 and 400, 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400, 4 and a quarter. Beautiful condition and color. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter now with Carol 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Any more? At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, and 75. At 450 and 475. At 450 and 75, and now 500. At 475 and now 500, 500, 550. At 500 now 550 and 500, 550. At 500 now 550 anymore. At 500 once, 500 twice. Even to 550, we all done at $500. Any more? Once, twice, and Carol, 500.
Online bidder.
Hey, Dave. Hey, Dave, can you make it so I can see the stuff on my screen?
That might be a George thing, I don't know.
No, it was working all morning. You just have to hit one of the buttons or something. Anyway, here we go. On this Main Country square lampstand, decorated paint. on that Hepplewhite stand right there in decorated paint. Let's take a look at this. This is all, the whole top is all sponge decorated along the sides. Look at how bright the colors are on that. All the way down the legs. You can tell it has the original top. See that airline? Remember I told you about that? And here you go. It's decorated all the way around. It's all wood peg construction. That nice early Hepplewhite country stand. What's your pleasure on that? 150 I have, 250 I have, and 200? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. Nice decorated stand. I have 200, 2 1/4. Should be everywhere. Paint decorated. I have 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2 now. Yes, and 275. And 275. I have 250s on the floor and 275. I'm going to sell it. 250 once, twice, 75, 300, 300 on the floor and 3 1/4. Beautiful condition. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 once, twice, one for 3 1/4. All in all at 300, 3 1/4. 300, number 11. Number 11 buys, 300. And off we go. Look at this one. So there's just that right now, or I don't know if it's still on. Right now, I don't know if it's still on, but there was a fabulous exhibit at the Farnsworth of Native American baskets, and Gene and Larry had a wonderful collection of these that were up in the upstairs bedroom. And on this, so this is not only a splint basket, Native American, but it's all potato stamped in blueberry dye, strawberry dye. There's some yellow polka dots on it, and on that basket right there, what's your pleasure? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 375 and 400 here and 4 1/4. I have 400 on the floor now, 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4 here and 4 1/2. Is that, yeah, 4 1/2 on the floor and 475. I have 450, 475, 500 and 500s on the floor and 550. I have 500 with the lady seated. At 500 now, 550, 550, 600. I have 550 and 600, 600, yes, she said, and 650. It's on the floor at 600 with the lady and 650 now. At 600 once, 600 twice, and for 650. All in all, that's 600, 650, and 700, and 700, no. I have 650s on the phone with Jen, now 700. At 650 once, 650 twice, and 700 anymore. 650 phone.
312.
312 buys. Next we have another lovely, this is a painted maritime gathering baskets, initialed JIT. Whoever the basket maker was, they signed it JIT, but look at the color. It's in olive green, strawberry red, and yellow ochre on that nice basket. I mean, it's amazing, the basket. We haven't seen any good baskets like this in years. And what's your pleasure in this lovely basket? 600, there we go. I have 600, 650, 750. I have 700 now, 750. I have 700 now, 750 is 750, 800. I have 750 now, 800 in that rare basket. I have 750 now, 800. At 750 now, 8. At 750 with Carol, 800 if you want that lovely basket. Look at the color of that basket. At 750 and 800. I have 750, thanks Jamie. It's back on. I have 750 now, 800. I have 750 once, 750 twice, and for 800 on that rare basket. Any more? With Carol and selling. And Carol got it, 750. It's been a pleasure to offer all these wonderful things that Larry and Jean collected through their lifetime. I wonder who's going to do my sale. Connor, right? And look at this one here, another Native American basket. Penobscot ash splint basket with robin's egg blue dye. Look at this, look at this. Handles are still there. Bottom's still good. There you go. What's your pleasure on this one? 350 I have, and 375, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 with Sylvia on the phone now, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, where, 4 1/2, thank you, 4 1/2, 475, 475, 500 on the floor, and 550. It's on the floor with 550 online, 600 on the floor, and now 650, I have 600, and he's 650 now. 700 Carol, and now 750, and now 800. I have 800 I have with Emily. 850s on the floor with the lady, and now 900. I have 850 now 9. And 900 I have, and now 950s on the floor, and 1,000. I have 950,000 I have, and 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100, 1,100. She's back in. I have 1,100 on the floor now, 12. 11 on the floor, and 12, 11, 12. Is that 1,200 with Carol, and now 1,300. I have 1,200 with Carol, now 1,300. At 1,200 once, 1,200 twice, and for 1,300. We all in all done at $1,200. Once, twice, and Carol, 1,200.
Online
Next, we have another one. Large round covered Maine and native basket again, circa 1900, Penobscot. Look at the robin's egg blue on this one. And all natural color, the handles are there. Are they both there? Yep, handles are there. Bottom's good. Look at the top. And what's your pleasure on this one? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 all over the place. 3 1/2, 375, 375, 400. I 370, 400 I have, and 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/4 with Sylvia, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/2, 475. Beautiful. 475 on the phone, and 500, 500, 550, 550, 600, 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650. Great basket. 650 is on the floor. I almost missed you. 650 and 700 here, and 750. And 750, yes, he said. And 750, now 800. I have 800 I have, and 8 1/2. 8 1/2 is on the floor, and now 900. I have 8 1/2 and now 900. 900 I have, and now 950. I have 900 with Carol, now 950. At 900, now 950. 950 is back in, and now $1,000 bill. I have a 950, now $1,000 bill. If you want 1,000 I have. 1100. I have $1,000 now, 1100, 1,000, 1100 more. 1,000 once, 1,000, 1100. He's back in again. 1100 now, 12. It's on the floor. 1112 now. 1100 now, 12, 11, 12, 11, 12. Any more? 1,200 I have, and 13 now. I have 1,200 now, 13. 13 I have. Emily's got a new player. I have 1,300 now, 1,400. I have 1,300 now, 14 on the rare basket. I have 1,300 once, 1,300 twice, and one for 1,400. We're all in, all done at 1,300. And it is 14 with Carol, and now 1,500. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,500 Emily, now 1,600. I have 1,516 if you want it. I have 1,516 and 15 and 16. I have 16 with Carol, now 1,700. I have 1,600, now 1,700. 1,700, now 1,800. I have 1,700 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, now 1,800. I have 1,700, now 18. That's 17 once, 17 twice, 1,800 if you like it. All in, all done, 1,700. All in, all done? Emily, you won it, 1,700. Here's another one. Look at this one here. Another Native American basket. Nice condition. This one has strawberry dye and yellow dye. Tim, what did they use for yellow? Do you remember?
You got me.
Look at the condition of this one. A nice gathering basket right there. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 I had 175. I 175 and 175 and 200. I 175, 200 on the phone, and 2 1/4 on the other phone, and now 2 1/2. I 2 1/2 with Carol, 275 with Sylvia, and now 300. 300 I have with Jen, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. It's with Sylvia on the phone at 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2 with Jen, 375 with Sylvia, 400 if you want it. I 375 now 4. I 375 and 4, 375 and 4. Any more? At 370, 400 with Carol now, and 4 1/4. It's online at 400 and 4 1/4. 4 1/4 with Sylvia on the phone, and 4 1/2. It's with Sylvia at 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2, 75. Back you, Sylvia. 470, 475, 500 Carol. I 475 now 5. I 475 now 500 if you like it. At 475 once, twice, and with a 500, all in, all done. It's with Sylvia at 475. Sylvia, 475.
308.
308, 475. Another one. 19th century. Look at this one. A 19th century large painted splint storage basket with lid. This one has old red stain throughout the whole basket. Look at the bottom of it. It's all nice on the bottom. And let's spin it around. Let's see how it looks. Yeah. Here we go. What's your pleasure on the largest one we have? What's your pleasure on this one? Oh, it's all lined with early newspapers. The Farmington Chronicle is inside of there, and it's dated 1888 is that newspaper that's glued to the inside of this, lining this basket, from the Farmington Chronicle, 1888. What's your pleasure on this one? Do we have $100 to set it in? $100 where? That's a rare basket. And even for $100, that nice big basket. And even for $100, 100 I have, and now quarter. It's unreserved. I have $100 now, 1 1/4. Of course, 1 1/2. That's a buy of the day. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/2, and 175, 150 now 175. Quickly, 175. Of course, and 200s, a no-brainer. I 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175, 200, 200 over here. I saw this lady first, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 here, and 2 1/2, and 2 1/2. Yes, and 275. I have 250, 275. 275 here, and 300 now. 300 on the floor, now 3 1/4. Great basket, no money. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/2 for the lady on the left, and 375. I 375, and now 400. 400, she said, yes, and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2, and 475, and 475. 475, 500, nice round number. 500 now has to be 550, Carol. I have 500 on the floor once, 500 on the floor twice. Then was for 550. Yours, 500. What's your number, dear? Number 81, 500 to 81. And we are approaching number 7112, another good one right here. Oh, this one has extensive decoration. Look at this one. Look at this one here. This one has a sun patterns, potato stamped on here with chrome yellow and the old red from these. I think they use strawberries to get the red color. And what's your pleasure on this one? Let's just get inside of it. Rectangular basket, let's see, red, yellow, oh, this was decoration, stuff they wrote on inside of it. What's your pleasure? Expect, how much? 200 have two all over the place, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 75 all over the place, 300. I saw you first, 275, 300, three all over the place, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375, 375. I 375, 400 I have, 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4 in that rare basket. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2, and 475. I have 450 with Sylvia, now 475 in that rare basket. I have 450 and 75. I have 450 and 75 is a good one. All potato stamp decoration of the sun. 450, now 475, 475, 500 with Sylvia, now 550. I have 500, now 550, and 550. Any more? 500 once, 500 twice, and for 550, we're all in, all done. $500, that beautiful basket. All in, all done. Sylvia, you got it, 500.
308.
308, 500. Next we go. You never see one with a dome top, like a dome top box. We've got a dome top basket in yellow. This one is yellow, green, and red. This one has polka dots on it. It also has stencil leaves. And what they do is they cut into a potato, and they would potato stamp these with the ink. That's what they did, how they made these. So look at this one here. Nice shape, nice color. It's amazing. 100 and something years old and still in that condition. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 on the floor and 275. I have 250s on the floor, 275 and 300. I have 300 on the floor and 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2 on the floor and 75. I have 3 1/2 and 375. I have 350 once, twice and 375. 400 on the floor and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2 on the floor and 475 now. 475 and 500, 500 on the floor and 550. I have 550, 600s on the floor and 650. I have 600 on the floor and 650 and 700 still. Yes, 7 on the floor and 750. 750, 800 on the floor and 850 now. I have 800 on the floor now, 8, 8.5, 900. No, thank you for your help. I have 850 now, 9. I have 850s with Carol now and 900 if you like it. At 850 now, 9, 850 now, 9 anymore. At 850 and selling. Once, twice, anymore. Carol, 850. Some great baskets, boy, I'll tell you. If you didn't get one before, look at this one. Perfectly square in red and yellow paint. Oh, and has blue. Red, yellow, and blue. Look at the quality and condition again. This 100 and something year old basket. It's amazing. I might point out this one has a visitor. Right here, a little mouse tried to get in there because there must have been something tasty in there. But anyway, this beautiful native basket right here and a square form. Wait, there's a note in this one. Let's see what this says. There's one like it. There was one like it at Old Hope Antiques years ago. They just made a note of it. Great native basket in the 19th century. Okay. So anyway, on this one right here, what's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 275, 300, 3 1/4, 3 all over the place, 3 1/2, and 370, 375 here, and 400, and 400 here, and 4 1/4, 1,000. I have 1,000 now, 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100, and 1,100 here, and now 1,200. I have 1,100 with the lady in seated, now 1,200. 1,200 I have, and 1,300. I have 1,200 with Emily, now 13. Great basket. 13 with Carol, and now 1,400. I have 14 with Emily, now 1,500. I have 1,400, now 15. I have 1,500 Carol, and 1,600 now. I have 1,500 Carol, and 16 if you want it. I have 15 and 16 and 15 and 16 anymore. All in all done, 1,500, 1,600. These were all stacked up in the side bedroom. I have 1,500, 1,600 anymore. Once, twice, and Carol, 1,500. Another round one. Look at this one. There's a note too. Let's see. Large round native basket, red yellow stain decoration. And on this right here, this one is done in sort of a soft red and yellow. Again, look at the condition for something that's 100 and something years old. And there's a large round basket. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have in 2 1/4, 2 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 on the phone, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 in that nice basket, and 2 1/2 of course, and 275 and 300. And 300 I have with Carol, and 3 1/4 with Sylvia, and now 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 with Carol, and 375 with Sylvia, now on the phone, and 400. At 375 and now 4. At 400 with Carol, and 4 1/4. 4 1/4 with Sylvia on the phone, and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 with Emily now, with Emily. 475 with Sylvia on the 500 with Emily online. On 550 with Sylvia on the phone, and now 600 with Emily on Live Auctioneers. At 600 now 650. At 600 now 650 and 600 650. At 600 650 anymore. All in all done. 600 650 if you like it. We all 650 in time, and now 700. I have 650 and 700, and now 750. I have 700 on Live Auctioneers, now 750. I have 700 750 anymore. 700 once. 700 twice. Anyone for 750? We all good at 700. We are Emily 700. Here we go, large rectangular ash splint covered Native American basket again. This one is multicolored again. This one is red and blue and a natural patina from its age. A couple hundred years old. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have Carol at 2 1/2 with Carol and 275. Need 275 with Carol. Need 300. I 300 I have with Carol. 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 all the way with Carol now. I have 3 1/4. Need 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 with Carol. Need 3 1/2 with Carol. 375. I have 375 and 400. 400 I have and 4 1/4. I have 400 now. 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 and 75. 450 and 75 all the way with Carol. 475 and 500. I have 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now. 550 and 500 and 550. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. 550 and 600. 550 and 600. Oh yeah, good day. 550 and 600. 650, 700. I have 650 and 7. At 650 once, 650 twice, 700 if you want it. 650 once, twice, any more? Carol, 650. And here we go, this beautiful paint-decorated four-poster bed. What's nice about this is the condition is impeccable. The decoration is strong, and they never cut down the feet. They're always chopped on the bottom. This one is not. And on this right here, it's 55 by 53, 55 inches tall, 44 inches, headboard is 53. The measurements are a little confusing. Anyway, on this wonderful paint-decorated bed, what's your pleasure on this? 300 I have, and 3 1/4. If you want an exceptional paint-decorated bed, this is it. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4 on that lovely original painted bed at 300, 3 1/4. At 300 once, 3 1/4. Thank you, and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Going to sell it. Beautiful condition, nice old surface. At 3 1/4 once, twice, any more? 3 1/2 and 375. Yes, and 400. At 375 center. At 375 once, twice, any more? 375, number 7. 375, number 7. Next we have a nest of pantry boxes again. Pantry boxes again. Right here, and red paint. And red paint. Is there something else in here? Oh, look. Or as Curly would say, oh, look. Here we go. Nobody got it. Next. Wait, let's see if there's anything inside of this one. Ben, can you take that lid off there? Make sure there's nothing else. Okay, that one's empty. This one has all the $100 bills in it. No, it's empty. Wait a minute, there's a tag. This one says, found in Lewiston, Maine. Found in Lewiston, Maine. The squirrel is a bonus. He's holding an original acorn. And what's your pleasure in this group? Quickly. 150, 175, 200 I have, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. I have 250 now, 275. That nice group in old paint. I have 2 1/2 and now 275. I have 250 and 275. Seems reasonable. 275 and 300. For all of them, at 275 now 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. All in original old paint. At 275 and 3, we're throwing in the squirrel. At 275 and 300. At 275 once, twice in for 300. All in 275. Reasonable. 275. Live Auctioneers. Next week, oh, here's another good jug. Thanks, Ben. You can throw them back in the tub after. Hey, look at this one. Oh, yeah. Look at this one. This is a half gallon, I think, or it says from Joshua Durgan, retailer, paints, oils, and dyes, snuff, and Middle Street, Portland, Maine, on that rare advertising ovoid jug in brown glaze. What's your pleasure on that one? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175, 175, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4, with 2 1/4 over there and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 over here and 2 1/2 in that rare jug. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2 in that rare advertising jug. And only 2 1/4, beautiful condition, 2 1/2 and 275 and 275, yes, and 300 now. I have 275 and now 3. Where are you going to find another one of these? 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 3 and 3 1/4 there and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 left and 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. Once, twice, and it's yours. 3 1/4, number 78. 3 1/4, 78 gets it. And we're on to 7120, 7120. Here we go, on a Gagetown hooked rug, on that right there. 7120, is that in the book? I don't know. And on this, a geometric hooked rug from the Gagetown hookers. What's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4. This one's 23 by 26 at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore? At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. Not reserved at 1 1/2, now 175. At 150, 175 anymore? At only 150, 175, and 200 now. At 175 and 2 if you want it. At 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 anymore? At 200 once, 200 twice, even for 2 1/4 with Carol and 2 1/2. It's 2 1/2 with Carol, now 2 1/2, now 275. I have 2 1/2 now, 275. At 2 1/2 once, twice in for 275. At 250, all in, all done, 275 with Carol, 300. At 275 and 3. At 275 and 3 anymore. At 275 once, twice in for 300. We all in, all done, 275. 300 in time with Carol, and 3 1/4 now. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4 anymore. 300 once, 300 twice, and 3 1/4 anymore. Sold, 300. Online bidder. Next we have, oh boy, look at this one. Ooh, yeah. This was up in the bedroom. Look at the decoration on this box. Now that's a seriously decorated dovetail dome top box. Look at the ends of it. Great original old dry surface, no restoration of course, just as Larry and Jean found these things from these estates. Larry was a wonderful auctioneer. Oh, this one says Mrs. Elmira Mitchell at Dexter, Maine. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this beauty? What's your pleasure on this beauty? May I have $500 set it in? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550, and 500 and 550. 550, yes, of course, it's 600. I have 550 and 600, and I have 600 with Emily, and now 650. 650 with Emily. 700 Jen with Carol, and I have 750 with Emily, and now 800. I have 750 with Emily, now 800. I have 750 in an exquisite box. At 750 and 800, 750 now 800. 800 I have, and now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. Look at the decoration of that box. I have 800 now 8.5. At 800 now 8.5. At 800 8.5. At 800 8.5 anymore? 800 once. 800 twice. Anyone for 850? 850 I have right here, and now 9. I have 850 is on the floor, now 9. An exquisitely decorated main box. I have 850 now 900. 850 once, 850 twice. And went for 900 Carol, and now 950. 950, yes, and 1,000. I have 950s on the floor to my left, and now 1,000 if you want it. I have 950 and 1,000. Look at the decoration of that box. I have 950 once. Beautiful dry surface. Anyone for $1,000? You got it. 950 to 16. 950 to 16. Great things all day long, guys. All day long. Next we have a Country Sheraton drop leaf table. Drop leaf table, SX, not lace Sheraton. I'm going to have to give the catalog as a lesson in legs. Whenever it's tapered, it's Helper White. It's only Sheraton if it's turned. And on this right here, maple and birch in an original red paint. On that little table right there with nice tapered legs, all pegged wood construction. What's your pleasure on that lovely drop leaf? May we have what? 400 I have, and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. Beautiful condition, beautiful condition. Look how straight those leaves are after 200 years. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4 anymore. Going to sell it. What a buy. Any more? You got it. 400, number 11. Nice buy on that. Next we go, another jug. We have a Boston stoneware jug attributed to Frederick Carpenter. Frederick Carpenter, it's a 1-gallon jug. Good morning.
Good morning.
And on here, it says Boston right on it. That's how we knew. And on it right there, what's your pleasure on the Boston jug, that 18th century Boston ovoid jug? What's your pleasure on that? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 over here. 3 1/2, 375 and 400 now. At 375 with Emily, now 400. At 375, 400 with Jamie, now 4 1/4 on 4 1/4. And back to you, Jamie. We need 4 1/2 with Carol, and now 475 on that rare jug. At 450, now 475. At 450 and 75 anymore. At 450 and 475. At 450 with Carol once. 450 with Carol twice. And you for 475 in that rare 1-gallon Boston jug. Any more? Survived 200 years. Any more? Carol, 450. Hey, look at these. A whole collection in green and blue. Green and blue. 19th century green and blue painted, lidded, round pantry boxes in original old surface and color. Again, never seen so much great painted stuff as was in this house for years and years and years. What's your pleasure in the whole loop? 150, 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300. 275 is on the floor. 300 I have with Carol, and 3 1/4 for all of them. 4 nice painted boxes. I've only 300 now. 3 1/4. I 3 and 3 1/4, costing 3 1/2. Look at the surface and color of these. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 3 1/2. Of course, 375. At 350 and 75, these are nice period boxes. At 3 1/2 now 375. At 350 and 375, at 350 and 75 and 400. At 375 and 4. At 375 and 4. Make sure there's nothing in them. At 400 I have them 4 1/4. At 400, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4. At 400, 4 1/4. 400, 4 1/4. At $400 only, and 4 1/4 if you like it. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. At 4 1/4 with Carol now online at 4 1/4 and a half if you'd like it. 4 1/4 once, twice, you went for 4 1/2. It's 4 1/4 Carol. Have, oh, look at this here. Look at this. Here, you want to set it right up here. Set it right here, buddy. Thank you. Look at this box. Boy, if you want an early box, huge, dovetailed all the way, and smoke decorated, a smoke decorated box. On that early box has forged iron hardware on the sides, and then lovely early box right there, which a pleasure. And this one, 175. They want to rent it for the night? I 170. Oh, look on the back what it says. It says Reedfield Depot on the back. I was just in Reedfield yesterday. We were doing a estate over there, over near there. I have what 175 and 200. I have 200, of course, and 2 1/4. A 200 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/4. No, it's only 200. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. No money for this paint decorated box. It's all smoke decorated. I have only 200 selling. 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4 with a lady. I saw her first. 2 1/2, Tim. 2 1/2. I have 275. I have 250s down front with the gentleman. Now 275. Quickly, I'm going to sell it. 275 with a lady and 300. Yep. 300. Now 3 1/4 there. I have 300 with the gentleman seated front on the left. I have 300, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. Nice piece. No money. It's yours. 300. What's your number, Tim? 14. 300 to 14. Next we have another Gagetown pictorial rug. This is, oh, this is the big one. This is the runner, 31 inches by 116 inches. Wow. And this one, is that pictured in the book? I don't know. Anyway, here we go. On this one right here, what's your pleasure in this one? 300. 300 on the runner. It's amazing. It has a horse in it, birds, all kinds of birds. There's a cat, sheep. How much? 325 and 350, half 75, 310 and a half, 375, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2, 75, yes, 500, 500, 550, 600, 550, now 600, 600, 650, 700, 650 now 7, 650 now 700, at 650 once, twice, in for 700 and selling. 7 and 750, sorry, 750, and now 800. I'm 750, now 800, now 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2, at 800, 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2, and now 9. 8 1/2 with Emily, now 9. This is a beautiful runner with all those animals in it. I've 8 1/2 and now 900. I've 8 1/2 and now 9, 8 1/2 and now 900. That's a great thing. Look at the workmanship in this thing. I've 8 1/2 and now 9, 900 with Carol, and now 950. I have 900, now 9.5. At 900, 9.5. You won't find another one. 950, now 1,000. For this rare runner, at 950, now 1,000. 950 once, 950 twice, aiming for 1,000. And that rare runner, any more? 1,000 with Carol, and now 1,100. At $1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100, now 12. I have 1,100, now 12. At 1,112 from the Gagetown people. I have 1,112 if you want it. 1,100 once, 1,100 twice, aiming for $1,200 on that beautiful runner, all handmade. Any more? 12 in time, and now 1,300. Think about, you don't have to think about this. This is a fabulous thing. I have 1,200, now 1,300. 1,200 once, 1,200 twice, aim for 1,300. We all good? Carol, 1,200. We have to move on. Online bidder. That one, there's nothing to think about on that one. That's a good one. Here we have a pair. We have a pair of 18th century thumbback Windsor side chairs in mustard yellow paint. What's nice about these is the decoration in the back. And also they have that sort of balloon seat. But look at the decoration in the back. It's gilded and painted. Gilded, does it say who made these? No. Anyway, on the pair of those, what's your pleasure in those chrome yellow chairs? Or mustard yellow, 150 at 175, 175 at 200, at 175 and now 2, at 175 the pair now, at 175 and 200, and that nice pair of mustard yellow chairs with decoration, at 175 only and 200 if you want them, at not even no money for these, at 175 and 2, 2 and a quarter, 2.5, I have 2 and a quarter, 2.5, I have 2 and a quarter, 2.5, they're lovely, 2.5 and 275, I have 250 at Carol and 275, no money for these, they're beautiful condition, at 275 with Carol, 250, 275 now if you want them. I have 250 with Carol once, 250 with Carol twice, aim for 275 with that nice pair of thumbback chairs. Any more? It's 250 Carol. Next we have another good jug, an early Portland, Maine stoneware jug right here, merchant jug right there. It's Joshua Durgan again, dealer in paints, oils, dye, and snuff. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have in that nice ovoid jug. It's a 2-gallon, 175, 200, at 175 and now 2, at 175 and 2, 175 and 2, at 200 over here, thank you, and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2.5, and 2.5, yes, 275. I have 250s on the floor to my left, and 275. I have 250 and 275, 275, 300, sir. Goes with the other one. At 275 and now 300. At 275 with Carol and 3 if you want it. At 275 only and 300 if you'd like it. At 275 once, 275 twice, and for 300. Are you sure? 275, Carol. Next we have a round blue measure, a blue painted measure. Look at that great color on that round blue measure. What's your pleasure on this one? 60. How much? 70, I like 80, and now 90, 70, now 80, now 90, now 100, 100, now quarter, 1 a quarter, 1 a half, 1 a quarter, 1 half, 1 a half, 175, and 150, now 175, and that great measure in great blue paint, dump cart blue paint. And who has the, what do we have? 150, now 175. I 150, now 175. 175 on the floor, and now 200. And 175 and now 2. It's on the floor, 175 and selling. 175, 2 and 2 and a quarter would you go? 2 and a quarter with the lady, and 2.5. Great color. At 2 and a quarter and 2.5. At 2 and a quarter, 2.5. At 2 and a quarter, 2.5 anymore. At 2 and a quarter once, twice, anymore. You got it. 2 and a quarter, number 18. 2 and a quarter, 18. Next we have a Native American medium-sized round painted basket, circa 1920, we believe. And on this right here, it's in a salmon paint, in a beautiful salmon paint, nice carved handle. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 125 and 150, 1.5, 175. I 150 now 175. Beautiful salmon paint on this. 175 and 200. I 175 and now 2. At 170, 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter. I have 2 and a quarter and 2.5. At 2 and a quarter, 2.5 at 2 and a quarter, 2.5. At 2 and a quarter, 2.5 at 2 and a quarter, 2.5, 2.5 and 75 and 75. 250s online and 275 on the phone with Kaler, and now 300. 275, 300 I have, and now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and a quarter with Carol, now 3.5. It's 3 and a quarter, need 3.5. I have 350. 350 with Kayla on the phone, now 375. I 350 and 75. At 350 once, twice, and 375. 375, thank you, right there. And now 400, new player. I 375, 400 I have, and now 4 and a quarter. I have 400, now 4 and a quarter, 4 and 4 and a quarter anymore. On the phone once, on the phone twice. So, phone, 400.
305.
305. Next we go. Look at these 3 vintage painted woven gathering baskets. On the gathering baskets, all handmade in splint and reed. What's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? These are the kind you take out in the flower garden and you cut the fresh roses and you lay them in here. These gathering baskets. You can also pick vegetables with them, I'm sure, as long as they're not too round because they'll roll off. What's your pleasure on these? Here we have $100 in all the baskets. $100, that whole lot of 3 baskets. $50. We don't care where it starts, only where it sells. Anyone for $50 those 3 nice baskets. Anyone for $50. 50, I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60. Gonna sell it. 50 once, twice, and for $60. Where's 60? 60 and 70. 70, now 80. 70 once, twice, and for 80, and now 90. 3 baskets. That's not even $30 a piece. I have $80, now 90. 80 once, twice, and more. So, Carol, $80.
Online bidder.
Next we have a 6-plank pine trunk in rag rolled paint. That's coming up. Set it right here, guys. Right here.
That's an easy tip.
That's good. Good. Right there. Perfect. So look at this one right here. Oop, get it off of here. I don't want to, yeah. So look at the decoration on this one. It's in sponge green with red highlights. And what's your pleasure on this lovely box right here? 150 here, and now 175, 175, and now 200. I 175 and 2. This is a no-brainer. I 175 and now 200. I 175 and 2. Found in Farmington, Maine, it says on the back. 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. Look at the great paint decoration on this. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. Has a nice ditty box in there. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. Russell Thomas married Franklin Davis, and it has the whole history of the family inside. 2 and a half, and now 275. I 250 and 275. At 250 and 75, that's a bargain for this. I had 275 over there and 300 here. I had 275 here and 300. You couldn't buy the wood for that. I had 275 and 300 I have, of course, and 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. This is an important box. I had 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I had 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. It's on the floor at 3 and a half and 75, of course, and 400 and 400. I had 375 and 400 I have, and 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter is on the floor and 4 and a half. 4 and a quarter is on the floor, 4 and a half, and 75 and 75, of course, and 500 and 500. Still no money for this. 500 I have, and 550. 550 is on the floor, and 600 is beautifully decorated box. I have 550s on the floor once, 550 on the floor twice, and for 600 I have, and now 650. I have 600, now 650 is 600, 650. Lovely decorated box. At 650 is back in, thank you. I have 650, now 700. I have 700 and 750. I have 700, 750. This would be great to put your jugs in. I 750. See? 750. And 800. 800. I have 750s over here. 800 I have. And now 8.5. Thank you for your help. I have 800 and 8.5. It's on the phone now. The floor is out. 800 once, 800 twice, 8.5. That's a beautiful decorated box. 800, Kayla.
305.
305, guys. That is a one lovely painted box. Here we go. Pictorial hooked rug. And on that right there, from the Gagetown Weavers again. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. At 250 and 75 at 250 75. At only 250 and 75. Any more? All in, all done at only 250. That's a nice rug. At 250 and 275, all in, all done at 250 is 32 by 39 inches. And we only have 250. And the guy in the cart with the house in the distance at 250 and 275. Any more? Once, twice, and 250. Carol. Next we have a red painted finger-lapped bucket. Look at this early handmade bucket in nice old red paint. And look at the way they finger-lap this. And I love the way they notch the things to hold the handle. And what's your pleasure on this swing handle little bucket right here? 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half, 3 and a half, and 375. I have 350 on the floor, 375, 400, 400 on the floor, and 4 and a quarter. I have 4 and now 4 and a quarter. I have 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half here, and 475, and 475. I have 450, 475, 500, 5 on the floor, and 550. It's on the floor, 500 now, 550. At 500 now, 550, and 600. I have 550 is on the phone with Sylvia, and 600, 600 on the floor, and now 650. I have 600 now, 650. 650 here, and 700 now. I have 650 and 700. That wonderful little basket. Well, 700 I have, and now 750. I have 700 once, 750, 800. I have 750 now, 800. I have 750 now, 750, 800. He's back in, and now 8.5. 800 now, 8.5 at 800, 850 and on the phone, and now 900. Thank you for your help. I have 850 now, 9. At 850 once, 850 twice, going for 900. Phone, 850, Sylvia.
320.
Wonderful, wonderful things here today, boy, I'll tell you. Look at these, another two Native American baskets. Two Native American baskets Dave's bringing up. This one is a covered basket with a special carved latch. It has carved wooden latches on it. And this is another swing handle here with different size swing handles, which your pleasure knows. 150 have and now 175 for the two. I have 150 now 175 and now 200. I have 175 and now 175 and 2. I have 175 and 200 here and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 on the floor, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275 and 300 and 300 and 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half and 375 and 400. I have 375 in the middle and 400. I have 375 with the lady in the center, 375 and 4, any more than 375, once, twice, and 375 to 77. 375, 77 buys. 71, item 7136, coming right up, is a Canadian woven splint purse by Joseph Knockwood. It is not a purse, this is a creel. This is a fishing creel, not a purse. And Joseph Knock is a famous maker of fishing creels. Look at this. Great condition. Has a little special lock on it. And on the fishing creel, what's your pleasure on that Joseph Knock fishing creel? They're a rare thing. 150, 175, 200 I have on the floor, and 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 75, and 300. I 270, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half at Carol now, and 375. I 350 now, 375. I 350, 375 at 350 and 75. All in all, then 350, 375. Is your phone out on that? Is he out? 375 and now 400. This is a rare fishing creel. I 375 and now 4. I 375 once, twice, and for 400. All in all, 400 I have with Carol, 4 and a quarter. I 400 now 4 and a quarter by Joseph Knockwood. I 400 now 4 and a quarter on the fishing creel. 400 once, 400 twice, went for 4 and a quarter. Any more? Once, twice, and 400 Carol.
Online bidder.
And here we go. Boy, if you ever wanted a nice state of Maine chest, this is incredible. Has the delicate turned Sheridan legs. It has tiger maple drawers, and it has old red paint set with oval brasses, 39.5 inches high, 39 inches wide, and 40, no, that's not right. 39.5 inches, 43 inches wide, 39.5 inches high. And what's your pleasure in that lovely state of Maine chest in original red paint? 300 I have, and 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half, and 375, and 400. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half on the floor, and 475, 75, 500 on the floor, and 550, 5 and a half, 600s on the floor, 650, 650, 700. I have 650 and 700, and 750. I have 700, 750. The floor is out. It's with Carol now at 750 and 800. I have 750 and 800. That beautiful state of Maine chest in tiger maple with red stain. I have 750, now 800. I have 750, now 800. What, Carol? 750 with Carol, looking for 800. I have 750 once, twice, and for 800. We all in 750, 800. Somebody got a great buy. 750 on the chest.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Another one, 7138. The Gagetown pictorial hooked rug of the horse, of the little horse. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have, and 275. 275 over here, 300 here. I have 300 on the floor, 3 and a quarter there, and 3 and a half, 3 and a half here, and 375. Yes, and 400. 400 here, and 4 and a quarter. No. I have 400 on the floor, now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 400, 4 and a quarter anymore. I have 400 once, 4 and a quarter, and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a half with Carol, and 475. I have 4 and a half with Carol, 475, and 500. I have 475, now 500. I have 475, 500 on the floor, 475, 500 I have. Now 5 and a half we need. I have 500, now 5 and a half, and 5 and 5 and a half anymore. 550 I have, and now 600. I have 550 and 600, the little pony. I have 550, 600. At 550 and 600, 550 and 600 anymore. At 550 once, twice, to 600. Is Carol 550?
Online bidder.
Next we have a 19th century painted firkin in salmon paint. On this right firkin right here, let's check the condition of it. It's all fingers lapped on it, on the bottom and top. Nice condition. What's your pleasure on this one?
600.
600 I have, and now 650. I have 600, now 650, is 600, now 650 on the phone. No, I have 600 with Emily, and now 650. 650 with Emily, now 700. I have 650, now 700. I have 650, now 700, 650 and 700. With Emily at 650 and 700. 650 once, twice in for 700. We're all in all, that's 650? Any more? Emily, 650. There's food over there, folks. If you get hungry, there's food, chips, soda, water, and all that kind of stuff. Oh, look at this one. Look at this one. Boy, this has got great color. Look at this firkin right here. It has copper rivets holding it together. And this great, this one says, found in New Vineyard, Maine. Found in New Vineyard, Maine, on this great blue painted firkin. What's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Great color on this. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Beautiful paint. At 1 1/2 and 175. At 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. At 175 and 2. Beautiful, great blue paint on that. At 200 I have and 2 1/4. It's finger lapped. At 200, 2 1/4. At 200 now, 2 1/4. 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4. Look at the great color. 2 1/4 is in the middle and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, gentleman's center at 2 1/2 and 75. At 275 in the center and now 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 300. At 275 and 3 anymore. All in all, not 275. It's with the gentleman's center at 275 and selling. Any more? Yours, sir. 275, number 8. Next we have a brass push-up candlesticks. Brass push-up candlesticks. 3 is a little chamber stick when you're going upstairs to bed at night. A couple of nice push-up candlesticks here. Here's an 18th century one. What's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on those? May have $100 on the lot. $100 where? $50 where? Any with $50 on all those nice brass candlesticks. Any with $50? 25. 25 I have and 30. I have 25 and 30 and 25 and 30. It's ridiculous. We're going to sell them at 25 and 30 anymore. All in all then at $25 off. Early candlestick. 30 I have and 35. Of course, and 40 now. Quickly. I have 35 now 40. It's a no-brainer. I have 35 and 40 anymore. All in all then $35 anymore. Sold. $35. I caught you in time. 40 and 45. Cost and 50. Should have started at 100. I have 45 on the floor now. 50. Quickly. I have 45 once, twice, and for $50. 50. I have them 60 now. 60. Of course, and 70. $20 a piece for those 18th century sticks. I have $60 now. 70. I have 60 and 70. It's on the floor at 60 and 70 more. So $60. 15. $60 to 15. Next time we go. Hey, here's a nice one. Oh, this is a very valuable basket right here. This is made by the famous Maine basket maker Stephen Zay. And on that miniature swing handle basket, look at this workmanship on this basket by Stevens there. I don't know what he charges for these. We should have probably looked them up. But I know they're very, very expensive on that rare swing handle miniature basket. It's like a 1-egg basket. What's your pleasure on this one?
300.
300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4, and that 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore? 3 1/2 with Emily all the way now, 375. At 350 now 375. At 350 and 375. At 350 and 75. At 350 once, twice, in for 375. And that rare 1-egg basket, 375 and 400. I have 370, 400. I have now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 anymore. All in, all done at $400 only, and 4 1/4 if you'd like it. Any more than 400. Once, twice, and Emily has the 4.
Yes.
Anyone for 4 1/4? Emily 400. Next we have, oh, look at this great blanket chest. This was on the right-hand side of the kitchen, across from the harvest table. Boy, if you would like paint, this has got the most incredible blue paint on it. It's 36 inches high, 41.5 inches wide, and 21 inches deep. And on that rare Chippendale bracket base, 1 drawer, pine blanket chest. What's your pleasure on this one? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 475, 475, all over the place, 500, 550 and 600, 600, 650 and 700. and 750 and 800. It's on the floor here at 750 and now 800, 800, 850. Of course, 900 and 900, 950, 1,000 now, and now 1,000. You won't find another one that color. 1,000, 1,100. Would you go? 11 on the floor. I have 11 with a lady. I saw her first. 12 over here, and 13 now on the floor, and 1,400. I have 1,300 now 14. I have 1,300 now 14. 14 here, and 15 on the floor, and 1,600. Fabulous color. 16, and now 17, and now 17. I have 1,600 with Carol online, and now 1,700. She's back in on the floor. I have 1,700, 18, and now 19. I have 1,800, now 1,900. That fabulous blue blanket chest. I have 1,800, now 1,900. At 1,800, now 19, 18, 19 anymore. 1,800 once, 1,800 twice. You went for 1,900. You won't ever find another one of those anymore. All in, all done at 1,800. You sure? 1,800. Carol.
Online bidder.
And next we have a Gagetown rug. This is a little boy with a looks like a Morgan horse or a Percheron, and on that right there, he's offering an apple to a sorrel horse. And on that right there, 22 by 39. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? A couple $100 instead of in 200. 150. I have no 175. 175 on the floor and 200. I have 175 and 2. Quickly, I have 175 and 2. 175, 200. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once. Oh, 2 1/2. I didn't. Sorry. I didn't see it. 2 1/2 and 275. Yes, and 300 and 300. At 275 with the lady and 275 and 3 anymore. Once, twice, and 275 to 77. Next we have two great baskets again, two American swing handle baskets. And on these right here, nice condition. Boy, they look like they've never ever been used. And what's your pleasure on these two swing handle baskets? All handmade, Native American, probably Maine. What's your pleasure on the splint ash baskets? Couple $100 instead of in 200. Where 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter on two of those baskets. I have 100 now quarter anymore. All in, all done. 100 quarter on over here. 1 1/2 here. 175. 175 and 200 for both of them. I have 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. No money for those. I have 2 1/4. Thank you. And 2 1/2 and 2 1/2 here and 275. I have 250s over here, 275, 300. I have 275 over here for the pair. I have 275 and now 3. It's on the floor in the middle at 275 once. 275 twice and 300. 270. 300 in time. I didn't say sold. I'm sorry. I had 300 in Carol, and now 3 1/4. 3 1/4, yes, and 3 1/2. I had 3 1/4 with the gentleman seated. Any more? 3 1/4 once, twice, and 3 1/4 to you. Number 74. 3 1/4. 74. Next we have a 19th century Maine shaker-made potato basket, and on the potato gathering basket, probably from around Rustic County. And what's your pleasure on this? How much? 550 I have and 600. We have 550 and 600 and 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 in the potato basket. 600 I have and now 650. I have 600 now 650 and 600 650. I have 600 once, 600 twice, and for 650. Well, then all that 600, 650 anymore. Once, twice, and Carol 600.
Online bidder.
Next we have a 19th century wooden staved bucket. I would say this is more like 18th century. It's all shiplap fingered on here. Nice early bucket in natural patina. What's your pleasure in this one? 100 I have a now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter anymore? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175, 150, 170, 175 and 200. This is 18th century, not 19th century. 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 anymore? 175 once, twice, and 100 with Emily all the way at 175 anymore. Emily 175 then. Next we have another rare chest of drawers right here. A Maine grain painted chest of drawers. It's paint decorated red and black carcass with a mustard yellow board and trimmed 3-drawer chest right there. 42 inches by 41 by 19.5 inches deep, and it has a lovely high shaped cutout bracket base. What's your pleasure on that lovely paint decorated chest of drawers? 500 on the floor, and now 550, 550, 600, 550, 600, 600, 650, 650 here, 650 on the floor, and 700. I have 650, a nice chest of drawers, no money. I have 650 and 700, at 650 once, 650 twice, going to sell it. What a buy. Any more? You got it, 650 to 74. 650 to 74. Next we have, we had a lot of interest in this. Boy, I don't know who Hannah was, but everybody likes her. This canary yellow with red stencil Hannah has a leaf applied handle, which you like to see in these early mugs. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have in 275. I have 275 and 300, and 300, three and a quarter, 3.5, 3.5, 375. No, I have 350 with Carol, now 375 on the little canary luster mug. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 and now 4. At 375 and 4, 375 and 4 anymore. At 375 once, twice, and for 400. It's 375 then.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Don't find those every day. Early New England Piggin sap bucket on the early Piggin sap bucket. What's your pleasure on this one?
100.
100 I have in 1/4. It's got a finger strapped on it. It's all handmade. 100, 1/4. I 100 now 1/4, 1.5, 1.5 and 175, 1.5 and now 175 and 200, and 175 and 2, 175 and 2, and 175 and 2 anymore. All in at 175 and 200. All in, all done at 175 anymore. It's 175 then.
Live auctioneer.
Next we have, here's a nice one. Here's a nice one right here. Look at this basket right here. In original chrome yellow paint with a sort of a red paint on the underside. Nice banding around, carved handles, good condition. What's your pleasure on this rare Canadian maritime native basket, circa 1890? What's your pleasure on this one? 600 I have, and now 650, 700, 750. I need 750. I have 700, now 750. I have 700, 750s on the phone, now 800, 800, 850. Back to you, Sylvia. I have 800, now 8.5, and now 9. 900, now 950, now 950. I have 900, now 950 with Sylvia, and now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000. I have 950s on the phone, now 1,000 if you want it. And 950 once, twice, and 1,000. Sorry, Carol, 1,000. 1,100 I have on the phone, and 1,200. I have 1,112, 11, and 12. 1,112, 11, 12 anymore. 1,100 once, 12. I have Carol in 1,300. I have 1,200 in that rare basket in 1,300. I have 1,200 once, 1,200 twice, and for 1,300. Carol, 1,200.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. 7152, coming right up. 7152 is a shaker cheese basket in nice original old surface. This was hanging on the wall. On the wall. What's your pleasure on the shaker cheese basket right there? 150. I have 175. 175. 200. 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. On the floor, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. 2 1/4. All over the place. 2 1/4, 2.5, 2.5, 75, 300, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3.5, 375, 400, 400, 4 1/4, 4.5, 475. No, 450 with this lady, and now 475. I have 475 here, yes, and 500 now. I have 475 in the back, and 475 and 500, 475 and 5. Any more than 475 and 500? You got it. 475, 74, 475. Here we go. A nice early rectangular pine kitchen table in pale green paint. Again, the country Hepplewhite table. It is 27 inches high, 48 inches long, and 21.5 inches wide. And it's in a soft green paint on this Hepplewhite country table. What's your pleasure on this table?
300.
300 I have in 3 1/4. It's a nice table. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 300 3 1/4. At 300 3 1/4 anymore. All in all then 300 3 1/4. Then nice table at 300 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3.5. At 3 1/4, 3.5. I think it's under the money. We're going to sell it. I 3 1/4, 3.5. Lovely surface. I 3 1/4, 3.5 anymore. All in all at 3 1/4, 3.5 is 3 1/4.
Online bidder.
Nothing but good stuff all day. Here we go. 7154. 7154 is actually pictured in the book. It's pictured in the catalog right there. Pictured in the catalog. Folky lamb with colorful red checkerboard border, it's described. What's your pleasure on this one?
150.
150 I have, and 175, 175 and 200, and 175 and 2. And 200 I have, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2.5, and 275, 75, 300. The Georgetown rug, Gagetown rather, at 275 and now 300. At 275 and 3 and 300 I have with Carol, and 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4, 3 and 3 1/4. I 300 once, 300 twice, and went for 3 1/4. 3 1/4 with Emily, now 3.5. Seems like a good folky one. At three and a half and 375. At 350, 375, at 350, 75. At 350 and 75, 375 and 400. At 375 and now 4. At 375 and 4. Last call. 375 once, 375 twice. In for 400. Any more? Sold. 375. And oh, look at this. Oh, this is nice. Can you imagine this surviving from the 18th century? This is all handmade, fingered bucket. Inside it has like a cream paint. Outside it's all in the original old dry red wood peg construction on the bands. What's your pleasure in that great early painted two-handle wash tub? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. I 250 and 275. Never find the stuff we have today. 275 here, 300, 300 here, and 3 1/4, 3 1/4 there, and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 is over here, and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 is there, and 375 there, and 400 there. No? 400, 4 1/4. No, I have 400 now, 4 1/4. 4 1/4 with Carol, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Just think of all the kids that got washed in this. 4 1/2 in the middle, and now 475. At 450 and 475. At 450 and 475 anymore. It's in the middle at 450 and 475, and now 500. At 475 with Carol, now 5. At 475 and 5 and 475 and 5 anymore. Last call once. Last call twice. And it's for 500. So Carol, 475.
Online bidder.
Next, we have a rare pair of early tin candle sconces. On those early tin candle sconces, what's your pleasure in these? 1 1/4. These are period now. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 150. All in all, that 150, 175. I 150, 175. These are period sconces, 175. Thank you. I almost missed you. 200 I have, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4s on the floor and 2 1/2. I 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 75. No. I have 250 with Emily and 275. I 250 once, twice, and 275. Any more? 275 with Carol, and now 300, and now 300. You never find these. I 275 and now 3. There's a period. I 275 and now 3. Any more? Carol, 275.
Online bidder.
And now we have 3 early artist signed hog scrapers. One is a wedding band hog scraper because it has that brass ring, and they have the names on these. Why they call them hog scrapers is because in the old days, when they bring in the hog and they had to make it into something you could eat, they had to take the fur off. So they sharpen these and they would go like that and take all the fur off. Anyway, on the 3 hog scrapers, these are all signed. This one says Shaw, somebody else, and somebody else. Anyway, those are kind of rare to find. What's your pleasure on those? 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2, those are rare to find. These are all signed. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 200 I have and 2 1/4. That's for all of them, not a piece. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. 200, 2 1/4, reasonable for those. At 200, 2 1/4, all in all done. At 200, 2 1/4, we are 200 Emily. Next we have this is a early 19th century red painted pine breadboard and peg construction tavern table. It is 29 inches high by 41 1/2 inches long and 29 inches deep. And it has breadboard ends and it looks like a 2-board top. What's your pleasure on this? May I have $500 instead of in? I have 500 on the floor, now 550, 550, 600. I have 550, now 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. It's with Jenna Epps Tea right now at 550 and 600 on that nice red tavern table at 550 and 600. Any more? 600 on the floor and 650. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 on the floor and 650 if you'd like it. I have 600 once, twice, any more? 600, number 7. 600, number 7. 600 and number 7. And now we have a Gagetown pictorial hooked rug right here. A buck and deer by a farm pond in the winter. And I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 on the floor and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. 75 and 300. 300 is on the floor and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. With Jen Epps, Seabed at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more than 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice, and for 350. We all in all that 3 1/4. Jen, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 to 310. Next we have, what do you got? Oh, look at this. A lovely early small rectangular chopping bowl, but look at the red paint on this. All in maple or birch, whichever the woods they used all the time. And on that chopping bowl, what's your pleasure in that? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 on the early chopping bowl. 200, I have 2 1/4 on the phone. 2.5 here, Tim?
Yes.
2.5 and 275. I have 250s on the floor and 275 and 300 on the floor and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4 on the phone with Sylvia. 3.5 on the floor with gentleman left. I have 3.5 and 375. I have 375 and 400. 400's on the floor and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4 and 4.5. 4.5 on the floor and 475 and 475. At 475, 500 on the floor and 550. I have 500 on my left and 500, 550 and 600. Thank you for your help. I have 550 and 600. It's on the phone with Sylvia now. The floor is out at 550 and 600. 550, Sylvia.
320.
320, thank you. Next we have, here's the good ones right here. These are 2 of the early wedding band hog scraper candlesticks. They're both signed on the tabs right here. And on those right there, what's your pleasure?
175.
175 and 200. I have 175 and 200. These are nice early ones. They're all signed right. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4. Reasonable 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Wedding band hog scrapers at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. With Carol at 250 and 275 if you want them. At 250, 275. 275 with Carol and 300 now. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. At 275 once, 275 twice. In for 300. All in all then, 275. Any more? You won't find another pair like that. So 275, Carol.
Online bidder.
A nice pair of early turtleback fireplace bellows and paint decoration in chrome yellow with beautiful hand-painted design brass nozzle. What's your pleasure on that one? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. A 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on those fireplace bellows. A 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Great paint decoration on those. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more than 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Show them this part right here. There you go. Perfect. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 on the floor and 175. I have 150 and 175. Great color. A 150 once, twice, and 175.
175.
175. And now 200. Thanks. I have 175 with Carol, now 2. 175 and now 2. Beautiful color. 175 once, twice, and for 200. It's Carol, 175.
Online bidder.
Next we have another 6-plank pine grain painted sailor's trunk with till. On that one is 17.5 inches high, 44 inches wide, 17.5 inches deep. And on that, lovely, look at the paint on that. It's mustard yellow with red swiping down the front and sides. What's your pleasure on this one? 375 and now 400. At 375 and that nice sailor's chest. At 375 and now 4. At 375 and 4, 375 and 4. Seems reasonable for that. At 375 and 4. All in all at 375 and 400. Any more than 375 and that nice blanket chest with the till inside. At 375 and 400. Any more? Once, twice, and 400. Thank you in time. At 400, 4 1/4. 4 1/4, Carol? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. You got to have something to put your jugs in. I have 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 with Carol and 4 1/2. Reasonable for that. At 4 1/4 once, twice, and for 4 1/2. All in, all done. 4 1/4, Carol.
Online bidder.
And here we go. Oh, look at this one. Look at this here. This is a Micmac Native American porcupine quill basket, 19th century. 19th century. And look at the workmanship in this. Well, I'll tell you what. You got to fight with a lot of porcupines to do a basket like this. And they're no fun to deal with. Oop. The bottom is loose, just so you know. There's the top, right there. And what's your pleasure on this Native American quill basket? 700 I have, and now 7. What's the bottom of that, Dave? I have 700, now 750. I have 700, now 750, and 700, 750. With Carol, that's 700, 750. Any more? All in all, then, it's 700 once, 700 twice, and for 750. 750 with Darren on the phone, and now 800. I have 750, now 800. I have 750s on the phone, now 800, 750, now 800. As 750, now 800. Any more? All in all, then, it's 750, 800. Darren, 750. 337. 337. Yep. 750. Next we have a tiger maple carved crooked knife, a Native American carved crooked knife. And on this one right here, this one is exceptionally good because it's tiger maple. It has a carved heart here and inlaid blue stones right there. It almost looks like a piece of lapis. You might want to check that if you get this. It's also signed by the owner, A.P., right there. And what's your pleasure on that rare crooked knife? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 on that rare crooked knife at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, one of the best ones I've seen in a long time. At 2 1/4 with a heart at 2 1/2. Of course, 275 has a carved heart on the front. The guy's initial 275 and now 300. At 270, 300 I have and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4 on that rare crooked knife. I have 300 now 3 1/4. At 300 once 3 1/4 with Darren on the phone and now 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 is on the phone 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 3 1/2. 3 1/2 with Carol online and now 375 in that rare crooked knife. I 3 1/2 now 375. I 350 once, twice, and for 375. 375 on the phone and 400 now. I 375 and now 400. I 375 once, twice, and for 400. 400 Carol and 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4. It's a rare one. I have 400 now 4 1/4. 400 once, 400 twice, and for 4 1/4. Carol 400.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Online bidder. Next we have, oh look at this one. Ooh. Here's a Native American birch bark lidded basket with incised decoration. This says incised decoration into the birch bark. It's all hand stitched. All hand stitched. And what's your pleasure on this one?
300.
300 I have, and now 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 75, 75 and now 400 and 400. I have 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and 75, 500, 500, 500. I have 475, looking for 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550. I have 550, 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 6. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 anymore. With Carol at 550 once, 550 twice, and for $600. Carol, 550.
Online bidder.
Next we have an oval Native American birch bark basket. On this right here, Wabanaki basket, 19th century Wabanaki basket. It's all stitched and incise decorated again. Early basket. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175, and 150, now 175, that early piece, and 150, now 175, and 150, 175 anymore, 150, 175, and 200, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, all the way with Carol now, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. It's 2 1/4 and gonna go. 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice. It's 2 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next we have a pair of Adirondack birch bark frames, all hand stitched in beautiful condition. I don't think they've ever been used. All birch bark. And what's your pleasure on these? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on the pair of frames. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Let's call it 1 1/4, 1 1/2. They're native made. 1 1/2 and now 175. 150 now 175 for the pair. And 150 once, twice, and for 175. All in, all done. At 150. Carol, 150.
Online bidder.
Oh, look at this one. Ooh. This was hanging by cords in this great room. Remember that, Tim? Look at this. If you ever wanted to have an incredible example of Maine native workmanship, this is it. This is a 19th century birch bark decorated canoe. It has a flag on this end, has a portrait of a Native American on that end. The condition is an unbelievable condition. Has a flag on this end. It has the Native, so it's reversed. Native American on one side and flag on the other side. Look at the condition of this piece right here. Here we have what, a couple $1,000 set it in. 850 I have, and now 900. Now I 950, 1,000. I have 11 and 12. I have 11, 12 I have, and 13. I have 13 and 14 and 15. I have 15 with Carol, now 16. I have 1,500, 1,600, the best one I've ever seen. 16 I have, and now 17. 17, 18 with Jen, and now 1,900, now 2,000. I have 1,900 with Jen, with Carol, now 2,000. 2,000 I have with Darren, now 2,100. I have 2,000, the best of the best. I have 2,000, now 2,100. I have 2,000, now 2,100. 2100. I had 2000 once, 2100. It's all wood peg construction on the border here. At 2100, now 22. Look at the condition of this thing for its age. At 2100 and 2200. 2200 I have on the phone, 2300. At 2200, now 23. At 2200 and 2300 if you want this fabulous canoe. 2300, now 24. Museum quality. At 2300, now 24. At 2324 if you want it. 2300 once. 2300 twice. Don't lose it. But yes, 2400 and now 2500. It's on the phone at 2425. At 2500 I have it now 2750. At 2500 online now 2750 on this rare piece. 2750 I have on the phone with Darren and now 3000. At 2750 and 3000 that wonderful early canoe. At 2750 once. 3000 I have with Carol now 32 and a half. You won't find another one of these, not in this condition. I had 3,000, now 32 and a half. I had 3,000 once, 3,000, 32 and a half, back with Darren, and now 3,500. I had 3,250, now 3,500. I had 3,250 and 3,500, this extremely rare piece. At 3,250 once, 3,500 in time with Carol, and now 3,750, and 3,750 on this rare piece. At 3,500, 3,750 with Darren, and now 4,000, and now 4,000. You won't find another one, no matter how much money you have. Not like this. I had 3,750, and now 4,000. I had 3,750 once, 3,750 twice. It's on 4,000 with Carol online, and now 42 and a half, and now 42 and a half. I have 4,000. You've come so far. 42 and a half with Darren on the phone. Now 4,500. That's museum piece. At 4,250. Now 4,500. At 4,250 once. At 4,250 twice. It's 4,500 with Carol. And now 4,750. And now 4,750. At 4,500 is online. Now 4,750. An exquisite piece of work. At 4,500 once. 4,750 with Darren on the phone. And now 5,000. I have 40 excuse me. I have 4,750. Now 5,000. 4,750 once. 5,000 with Carol, and now 5,500. I have 5,000, now 5,500. I have 5,000, now 5,500. This exquisite piece of work. 5,500, of course, and 6,000. I have 5,500 and 6,000. You won't find another one better than this. I have 5,500 once, 5,500 twice. It's on the phone. Any more? Cheryl, sold, phone, 5,500. 337. That is one rare item right there. Next we have, if you didn't get the big one, you can try 3 little ones. A little paddle. So this one is a 19th century one with quill work, native quill work. Here's the miniature version of the one we just sold, and this one has all incise decoration, beautiful condition again. This one is all, it looks like it's sinew sewn birch, and what's your pleasure on these? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 375. I had 350 and 375 for all 3 of them. They should be that a piece. I had 350 now 375. Going to sell them. I had 350 once, 350 twice, 375. These are nice. 375 and 400, 400 and 4 1/4. That one's worth that alone. I have 4 now 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 and 475. One of them's got porcupine quills inlaid into it. At 450 and 475. At 450 was 475 and 500. I have 475 with Carol, now 5. It wouldn't work so hard if they weren't worth so much more. I have 475 and 500. 475 once.
You want to go 5?
Quickly. 475, Carol.
Online bidder. Here.
Next we go to another birch bark canoe. This is an Adirondack native bark canoe. And this right here. This has got great age again. Great age on this canoe right here. What's your pleasure on this one?
70.
Native made. Native made. How much?
70.
70 and now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80 in that early canoe. I have 70 now 80. Any more? All in all then it's 80 now 90. 80 now 90. 90 and now 100. This is an early one. A 90 now 100. I 90 now 100. 90 now 100. Any more? All in all then at $90. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. Any more? Last call the $100 once. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. Good, beautiful condition. And 1 1/4. 1 1/2. And 1 1/4. 1 1/2. Any more? 1 1/4 once, twice, and one more. So 1 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next we have, oh, this is neat, a birch-framed rustic 4-shelf bookcase in the Penobscot style. Right there, it's 47 inches to the top shelf, made by Bill Paul of Maliseet, New Brunswick. And what's your pleasure on this? I had 300, now 3 1/4. 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. 3 and a half on the floor, and 375. 375 with you, and 400 on the floor, and 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, and 475. 475, 500. I have 475 with Jen, now 500. I have 475 with Jen, now 500 if you want it. 500 I have, and now 550. 550, 600 with Jen on FC bid of 550 and 600. I have 550, 600 on mine, now 650. 650 with Jen on FC bid, and now 700. I have 650s and 700s. So FC bid is 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 anymore. 650 once, 700 in time. He's out. I have 700, now 750 with Carol at 700 on the shelf in Birchbach, in Birch. 750 with Emily, and now 800. I have 750, now 800. I have 750, now 800 if you'd like it. I have 750 once, 750 twice. Doing for 800, any more than 750? 800 with Carol, and now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. 800, 8.5, and now 900. Of 8.5, now 9. Of 8.5, now 9 if you want it. Of 800, 8.5, and now 900. 850 once, 850 twice. And for 900, we don't have any more of these. Any more? Sold 850. Emily. Next we have a Iroquois Native American beaded items, the whole collection, one money. A lot of these were made by the natives around Niagara Falls. And what's your pleasure in the whole group? 150 have 175 and 200 and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter on the floor and 2 and a half with Carol and 275. At the floor is out. I have 2 and a half for 275 for the whole group at 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 anymore. At 250 and 75 anymore. All in all then 250, 275 is 250 Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have, oh, this is a lovely painting right here. This is a portrait of a leaping rainbow trout, 19th century. Overall size, 29 by 21. Let me just check the condition. He's good. He's gonna hit that. He's gonna hit that fly at any moment. Is this signed? Let me just see a second. I can't see a signature, but it's in nice condition. On the leaping trout in the original frame. What's your pleasure on this one? 550. I have 600. I have 550 and 600. Oh, it says right here. It says, done by Albert Keyser of Keyser Falls, Maine. There we go. Where are we? 600? 650, 700, 750. I have 700 on the floor, 750, 800 on the floor, and now 850, 900 on the floor, 950, 950, 1,000 on the floor, 1,100. I have 1,000 on the floor, now 1,100. I have 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, and for 1,100. 1,100, and now 12. 1,100, now 12, 11 and 12. 11 and 12, 11 and 12, 12, and now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 1,300. Great sporting picture. 13, now 14. I have 1,300, now 1,400. I have 1,300, now 1,400. 14, now 1,500. I have 1,400, now 15. I have 1,400, now 15, 1,500, 1,600. I have 1,500, 1,600. I have 15 once, 16 and 17, all the way with Carol. 17 is still going. 17, now 1,800. I have 17, now 1,800. 18, now 19. I have 19, now 2,000. I have 19, now 2,000. That great painting of the trout. He's going to get that fly, boy. 2,000 I have in 2,100. 21 I have in 22. I have 2,122 if you want it. 2,100 once. 2,100 twice for 22. 22 with Carol all the way, and 23 now. I had 22 and 23. 23 and 24. I had 2,324. Battle all the way. I had 23 and 24. I had 2,300 and 2,400. Any more? 24 and 25. I had 2,400 Carol, now 2,500. At 2,500 Carol, now 2,750. At 2,500 and 2,750. At 2,500 once. 25 and 2,750 with Carol, and now 3,000 on the trout. At 3,000 I have in 32 and a half. At 3,000 now 32 and a half. At 3,000 now 32 and a half. At 3,000 32 and a half. At 3,000 once. 3,000 twice. And with 32 and a half. Carol, 3,000.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. The trout always do well. And look at this. An early woven. Look at the shape of this. Look at the shape of this. Early woven has almost a Bombay shape to this. All hand carved lid. Fishing creel, still has all the original strapping and stuff on it in nice old patina. What's your pleasure in this one? 375 I have, and 400 and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 75, 75, 500, all over the place, 500 and 550. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 550. 550, 600, 600, 650, 650, 700, 700, 750, 800. 800, 800, 850. I have 800, now 850. With Carol at 800, now 850. At 800, now 850. At 800, 850 anymore. All in all, then at 800 with Carol, now 850. We all good at 800, 850. Carol, 800. 71.76, moving right along. And look at these. If you like trout, here we go. We have a pair of vintage wooden carved and painted bookends with a similar trout that was just jumping into that painting. It's all hand carved in wood. Did it say who made these? And what's your pleasure on these? 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2. At 175 and 2. 175 and 2. At 175 and 2 anymore? All done at 175. 200's on the floor and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and 2 and a quarter. On the floor, gentleman left at 200, 2 and a quarter. Any more? Sold. 200 you, sir. Is that number 6? 200, number 6. Next we have a sporting print after Philip R. Goodwin, the famous sporting painter. And what's your pleasure on this one? 60, I have now 70. We paid for the glass. I have 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, 70, now 80, 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. An original period chromolithograph, 90, now 100, 100, now quarter, 100, now quarter, 100, now quarter, 100, quarter, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, it's called A Day's Sport. The title's right on the back. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/4 once, twice, I went for 150. 150, 175. I 150, 175. I 150, 175 anymore. 175 and 200. And 175 and now 2. And 175 and 2. It's all framed up, ready to hang on the wall tonight. And 175 and now 2 anymore. 200 with Carol and 2 1/4. Keep going. 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 once, 200 twice, and 2 1/4 anymore. It's $200 then.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Just wonderful stuff all day long. Oh, here's a nice one. This is by a famous carver from Woolwich, Maine, Joe Neal, a wonderful carver and artist. Wall trout plaque right here. And he was from Woolwich, Maine. What's your pleasure on this one right here? 300 I have, and 3 1/4, 3 1/4 there, and 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 375, all over the place, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, I have 4 1/2, 475, I have 475 with the gentleman's 500, 550, 550 is on the floor, left, I have 550 and he's 600, I have 550 and 600, the original trout by Joe Neal, I have 550 and 600, it's on the floor at 550 left, 550 once, 550 twice, and for 600, it's yours, 550, number 6, 550 to number 6. And here we go. A large Maine-made splint basket on that right there. What's your pleasure on this one?
475.
475 and now 500. I have 475, 500, Jen, and 550, 600. I have 550 and 600. You guys out. 600 on the floor and 650. 650 and 700. 700 and 750. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 now 750. 700, 750 is on the floor. 700 and going. Any more than 700? 750 and 800. I had to take it. 800, now 850. I have 800 on the floor and 8 1/2. 800 and 8 1/2. 800 to 77. 800 to 77. Next we have a powder horn belonging to Samuel Morrison, 1799. We just sold one in our last sale that was 1775, and we got $57,000 for it. This one has his name in blue ink and 1799 inserted into the horn under glass. What's your pleasure on this? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 on that early 18th century horn, Samuel Morrison. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore? 2 1/2 and 75 on the floor and 300. I had 275 on the floor on that rare horn, and now 300. I had 275 and 3, 275 and 3. To my right once, to my right twice. Any more? Yours, 275, number 25. 275 at 25. Next we have a pair of 19th century handmade snowshoes. What's your pleasure on these? 150 I have it, now 175. I have 150, 175, and 150, 175. On 150, 175 on that nice pair of early handmade snowshoes. 175 and now 200. 175 and 2, 175 and 2, and 175 and 200 more. All in all, at 175? We are 175. Next we have a Canadian woven splint fishing creel by, here's another good one, by Joseph Knockwood. We had one of his before, and on this right here, in nice condition by Knockwood. May I have what? 700 I have on the floor, and now 750. I have 700 on the floor, now 750. 750, 800, 800, 850 now. 850, now 9. I have 850 with Carol, now 900. At 850, now 9, 850, now 9. Is he out on the fishing creel? Phone's out. I have 850 with Carol. I just want to make sure. Because he'll be mad if we don't get him. I have 850 now 900. I have 850 now 850 now 900. 850 once, twice, going for 900. Carol 850.
Online bidder.
Next we have this rare Vermont Tubbs snowshoe canoe chair. Look at this snowshoe canoe chair right here. So this is, it's portable, so you can take and set it in the canoe and sit comfortably while you're catching those trout we just sold. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. These are so hard to find. This is in beautiful condition. 1 1/2, of course, at 175, 150, 175. At 150, 175, cost about 400 if you had to have it caned. 175 and 200. At 175 and 2, beautiful condition. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 200, 170, 200, I have them 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 75. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 anymore. A lot of work in that. At 250 once, 250 twice, 275. 275 in time and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 300, 275 and 3. At 275 once, 300 I have in 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. Gonna sell it. I have 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 1/4. We all in on the 300, 3 1/4. Emily, you got it. 300. Those are so neat. Those are so neat. What a great invention. Next we have a late 19th century oil with painted portrait of a native warrior. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and 1 1/4. I 100 now 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4 with Jen at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in, 1 1/4, well, all the place. 150, 175. Yes, 200. 200 you go. I had 175 and now 2. Seems reasonable. I 200. Yes, I have, and 2 1/4. No, I have 200 on the floor. 200 once, 200 twice, and 2 1/4. You're 2 1/4. At 2 1/4, they're gonna give me a heart attack. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. All 2 1/2 on the floor and 275. I have 250 and 275. It's really neat. 250 once, twice, and 275, and now 300. I have 275 with Carol, now 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3 anymore. Carol, 275.
Online bidder.
And here we go on the 1930s Vermont Stubbs snowshoe style camp table. Wow, that's neat. All rawhide made. Can you imagine the discussions that were done while drinking over this table? Ice fishing probably. And on that right there, I have 500 immediately. 1,200, I'm out. 1,200, my guy's out. I have 1,200 now, 1,300 now, 1,400. I have 14 now, 15. 14 with Carol now, 1,500. I have 1,400 now, 1,500. I have 1,400 now, 1,500. 15 now, 16. I have 1,500 now, 1,600. 16 now, 17. I have 1,600 now, 1,700. 17 now, 18. I have 1,700 now, 1,800. I have 1,700 with Emily online and live auctioneers, and now 1,800. I have 1,700 once, 1,700 twice, and for 1,800. 18 with Carol, back in, now 19. I have 1,800 with Carol, now 1,800. I have 1,800 once, 1,800 twice, and for 1,900. All in, 1,800. Carol, 1,800. Online bidder, 1,800 for that rare table. And here we go on this 19th century square Adirondack twig table, upstate New York, hickory and diamond pattern table. What's your pleasure on this one? 350. I have a 375. All original surface. I have 350 and 375. 375. 400. 4 1/4. 4 1/4. 4 1/2. 4 1/2. 75. 500. 500. 550. I have 500 now. 550 and 550. I have 500 and 550 anymore. 500 once, twice, and for 550. 500. Live auctioneers, 500. So many good things here today. Oh, look at this one here. A 19th century Maine twig stand with a carved turtle on the front of it. Look at this. This is made, it looks like it's carved out of a burl off a tree, and then his little head, tail, and feet are in old red paint. What's your pleasure? And his tail moves. What's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300, 300, 3 1/4, all over the place, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375, 400, 400. I have 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 475. I have 450, 475. 500 is on the floor and 550. I have 500 on the floor, now 550. At 5 is on the floor with the lady seated right. At 550, 600 go. 600 on the floor. Where are you going to have to find another one? I have 600 on the floor and 650. That's 600, 650, 700. 700, of course, and 750. It's on the floor to my right. 700 and 750. That's 700, 750, 800, 800, 850. I have 800, now 850. I have 800, now 850, 850 with Carol, now 900. 850 now 9. 850 now 9 if you want it. Well, you're going to have 900 on the floor. To my right, now 950. I have 900 now 9 and a half. And 900 now 9 and a half and 990, 9 and a half and 1,000 now. I have 950 now 1,000. Where are you ever going to find another one like this? I have 950 now 1,000. 950 once, twice, in for $1,000 with the turtle. All in, all done. Any more? 950.
Online bidder.
Like that one. That was a nice stand. So many rare things they collected throughout their lifetime. Oh, look at this group. Look at this group here. This is all whalebone implements, carvings. There's a meerschaum pipe in here. This is an Eskimo carved pick. There's a bone handle knife. All this stuff, ivory dice that they'd use, the sailors would use on the ships, and whalebone. What's your pleasure on all this group? 175 and 200. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. All over the place. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. I heard Emily, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, of course, and all that sailor stuff. 2 and a half and 275. At 250 and 275 and 250 and 75. Any more? All done at 250, 275. No money for that stuff. All that whalebone stuff. At 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, from 275. It's going to be 250 then.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have a sailor-made macrame bell pull, a 19th century. Look at this piece right here in old paint, a 19th century macrame woven bell pull. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that rare thing? 150 I have now 175, 175 and now 2. At 175 and 200, of course, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 275, of course, and 300. 300 and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter. You won't find a better one. 3 and a half, 375, 375, 400, 400, 4 and a quarter. I have 4 now 4 and a quarter. With Carol at 400, 4 and a quarter. Rare item, 4 and a quarter. She's back in on the floor. A 4 and a half and 475. I have 450 and 475. A great rare nautical piece. I have 4 and a half with Carol 475. At 450 once, twice, and for 475. We all good at 450? Carol, 450.
Online bidder.
Oh boy, look at this one here. Boy, if you ever wanted a great trencher, as they're called, look how thin this is. They had to be so careful not to crack this when they were digging it out. Look at the color. Hold that like that. When they were digging this out with a broad axe. Can you imagine? On that 18th century trencher, what's your pleasure on that? 300 I have, and now 3 and a quarter. I have 300, now 3 and a quarter, 3 and 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half, 3 and a half, and 375. 375, of course, and 400. I have 370, 400, and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. It's one of the best ones I've seen. 4 and a half is on the floor in front of me. 475, and 500 here, and now 550. I have 500, now 550, 550 here, and 600, and 600, and 650 is on the floor at 600, 650. At 600, now 650 is on the phone with Sylvia, and now 700. At 650 and 700. At 650 and 700, 700, of course, and 750. It's on the floor in the back at 700, 750, and 800. It's the best one I've seen in years. 800, she said. Now 8 and a half. At 800, 8 and a half, at 850, and now 900. I have 850, now 9. I have 850, now 900. Where are you going to find another one this big? God, you could cook anything of that. I have 850, now 900. I have 850 once, 850 twice, and great red paint. Anyone for 900? All in, all done. At 850? Sylvia, you got it. 850. 320, 850. Next we have a Maine-made hooked rug, 38 by 67 inches. And on that right there, let's see how does that look? It's almost like similar to a Waldeboro rug.
Yeah.
And what, don't you think? And on that, what's your pleasure? What's that?
Three of us that agree.
We all agree.
Waldeboro.
So with the experience we've all had, it probably is.
I'm with you.
And what's your pleasure on that rare Maine hooked rug? 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter on the floor, and 2 and a half. 2 and a half, 75. 75 and 300. 3 and a quarter here. 3 and a quarter is on the right, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and 375 on the floor, and 400. At 375 and now 400. At 375 seated on the right, and 375 and selling. At 375 and 4. Any more? 400. I have 400 Carol, and 4 1/4 is on the floor, and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 with the ladies, 4 1/2 here, and 475, yes, and 500 now, and 500. I have 475 and 500. I have 475 once, and 475 twice. Oh, all over the place. I heard Carol first, and 550, 600, yes, 600, 650 now. I have 600 on the floor with the lady right. I have 600 now, 6 1/2. I have 600, 650, and 700 would you go? At 7, yes, she says 700. Now we need 7 1/2. I have 750s on the phone with Kayla, and now 800. I have 750, now 800. Beautiful rug. I have 750, now 800. Think of the workmanship it took to make that. 800 I have with Carol, now 8 1/2. At 800, now 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2. 850 with Kayla on the phone, now 900. I have 850, now 9. I have 850, now 900. 850, now 900. I have 850 once, 850 twice, in for 900. All in, 850, 900. Any more? 850, Kayla. 7192, 7192, cruising right along, and we have a 18th century chestnut roaster or a bed warmer, depending what you'd like to call it. And on this right here, it has a cherry turned handle, and it's incised with a bird decoration, a phoenix bird decoration here with flowers. What's your pleasure on this one? With a paint decorated handle, and you're in that piece at $100. 175, I like it, and 200. I have 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. If you want one of these, this is a good one. I 175 and 2 anymore. 175 once, twice, and for 200. It's 175. Sylvia.
Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers buys. Next we have, oh, here's a good one. Here's a large open Native American gathering basket. A large open gathering basket. Look at the quality of this. The wrapping around the top. The bottom condition, so nice, and natural patina. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have, and 175. I have 150, 200? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 on the floor, and 275. I have 250 now, 275. 75, 300, 300 on the left, and 3 1/4. I have 300 on the floor, now 3 1/4. I have 300 on the floor, and 3 1/4. 3 1/2 would you go? 3 1/2 on the floor, and now 375. I have 350s on the floor, and 375. I have 350 once, 375. 400. 400s on the floor, and 4 1/4 in that early basket. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 once, 400 twice, and for 4 1/4. 400 you. Number 16. 400 is 16. Next we have a great near pair of black painted bowback Windsor side chairs. And on those beautiful little side chairs, they have shaped seats and nice bulbous turnings on the stretchers. What's your pleasure on the 2 Windsor chairs? What's your pleasure? No. 850 I have, and now 900. I have 850 now, 900, 850 now, 9. At 850 now, 900, 850 now, 900 on a great pair of Windsors in old surface and paint. I have 850 once, 850 twice, and for 900. Any more? All in with Sylvia at 850. 850 Sylvia. Live auctioneers. Next here comes the pantry of the knife boxes. I never seen so many good knife trays or silver trays in one house. This is the one in dump cart blue. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one?
100.
How much? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, and 200. 175 and 200. I have 170, 200, now 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. A 2 1/4 with Carol, and 2 1/2 in that beautiful blue 2 1/2 silver carrier. 2 1/2 and now 275. 275 and 300. A 275 and 275 and 300. I love the way they shape the handle. A 275 and now 300. A 300 here, 3 1/4. I 300 on the floor and 3 1/4. 300 once, 300 twice, and 3 1/4. So 316. 300 is 16. Here's another small, thin, hooked mat. And on that right there, it's 14 by 18 inches. What's your pleasure on this one? 70, now 80. 80, now 90. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. 90, now 100. I have now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4. 100 now 1/4. 100 now 1/4 anymore? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. 150, 175. 150 once, 150, 175, and 200. And 175 and 2 in that nice little mat. And 175 and 2. Once, twice, and it's Carol. 175.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we go to an 18th century long handle forged iron skillet. These were used in the hunting camps and the log drive camps, or and on this right here, it's all hand forged. Early. What's your pleasure on that? How much? 50 I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 early, 60. So I have 60 on the floor, and now 70. 70. I have 70 all over the place. 80, would you go? 80, would you go? I have 70 with Sylvia, now 80. Would you go? 80. I have 70, now 80. Going to sell it. 80 with Carol, now 90. 90, now 100. And 90, now 100. 90, now 100. That rare skillet. And 90, now 100. The reason the handle is so long because they didn't want to get near the fire because they were using these big pit fires. What do we have, 90? 90 now, 100, Carol, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. On the lumber camps, I have 100 now quarter. Any more? Once, twice, and it's $100 then.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Here we go. Here we go. A made swing handle basket, a lovely handcrafted basket. Again, look at the wrapping across the top of this. Carved handle, nice condition. What's your pleasure in this lovely little swing handle basket right here? 150, have it now 175. I have 150, now 175 at 150 and 75. Beautiful little swing handle basket. I have only 150, 170, 175 with 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 with Carol, now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. Going to sell it. It's all unreserved. I have 200, 2 and a quarter with Sylvia and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half with Carol and 275. I have 250, now 75. I have 250, 275 and now 300. I have 275 and now 3. At 275 and now 300, 275 and 3. With Sylvia at 275, looking for 3. At 275 once, twice, and for 300 is Sylvia, 275. Live auctioneers. Next we have a Chippendale round, whoop, wrong piece, not yet. There's a tilt top table. And next we have a Chippendale round tilt top tea table. It's actually not Chippendale, it's Queen Anne with a pad, it's got a Queen Anne pad foot. Right there. So it's not Chippendale, it's Queen Anne, it's earlier. Not only is it Queen Anne and it's pad foot, but it has that carved single toe on the piece, which could be transitional. It's actually Queen Anne Chippendale. And on that table in red paint, what's your pleasure, is a 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, that 18th century table. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter, thank you. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. At 200 once, 200 twice, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. No money, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half on that early 18th century tilt top tea table. 2 and a quarter once, twice, and for 2 and a half. You got it, 2 and a quarter, 15. 2 and a quarter to 15, 2 and a quarter to 15. And now we have a country painted open top box right here in blue again, and a nice dark blue, or is that green? It's dark green, sorry, dark green. And what's your pleasure on this one? 125 and 150. I 125 and a 1.5. Both phones out on this? 1.5 and 175. I 150 now 175. At 150, 175. I heard Kayla first, and now 200. It's on the phone at 175 and now 2. 200 I have with Sylvia. 2 and a quarter with Carol, and now 2 and a half. I 2 and a half on the phone with Kayla, and now 275. I 250 now 275. 275, nice canted box. 275 and now 300. 300 on the phone, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 3 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300, 3 and a quarter with Carol, 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. 3 and a half with Kayla, now 375. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 375 at 350 and 75 anymore. 350 once, twice anymore. So phone 3 Kayla. 321 buys. Next we have a penny applique mat. Look at this, circa 1890. And this one is 30 by 48. Can you imagine having the patience, unless you were in prison or something, to hand stitch all these things one on top of another? Cut them out and hand stitch them. You had to have all the patience in the world, which would not be my suit, but here we go. What's your pleasure on this great penny rug? 150 and 175. I 150, 175, 150, 175, and 200. I 175, 200, I have and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, of course, and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. No, she's out. I have 2 and a half now, 275. 275 and 300. I 270, 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. I 300. Think of the hours of work that went into this. I 3 and a quarter I have with Sylvia and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. 3 and a quarter once, twice, and for 350 on that rare penny rug, all handmade. It's 3 and a quarter, Sylvia. Next we have 2 Maine woven splint baskets, market baskets. Look at this, again, beautifully woven around the top, Native American, made here in Maine, 19th century. What's your pleasure in those? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 with Jen for the pair, not a piece. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. All in all at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. They're gone, 3 1/4.
329.
329. They're going to be happy. Next we have a pair of early 18th century. These are very early 18th century forged iron penny foot andirons with the earn finials on the top. What's your pleasure on these?
175.
175 and now 200. I 170, 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 on those early 18th century andirons. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4 anymore. All in, all done. At 200 and selling. 200 once, 200 twice. And for 2 1/4. We good? We are. 200 it is.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have a pair of thumbback Windsor side chairs in mustard yellow paint. And on the mustard yellow painted chairs, what's your pleasure on those? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60. They want to rent them for the weekend. I have 50 and 60 and now 70. Should be bringing 3 or 4, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 and a pair 80, 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. A great pair in mustard yellow. 100 I have, of course, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4 for the pair of those nice mustard yellow chairs. Oh, here they come. Rob's got them right here. I only have 100 with a nice shaped seat. I have 100 once, 100 twice, and for 100 1/4 anymore. Sold, $100. Thanks, Rob.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have, oh, look at this one. Look at this night box right here. Tiger maple. You couldn't get any more tiger maple than this. Beautiful tiger maple box. Look at the shaped handle, shaped ends. They don't come any better than this one. What's your pleasure on this one?
500.
There we go, 500 now, 550, 550, 600, 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650, and 600, 650. Has 600, 650 more. Has 600 now, 650. 600 once, twice, and for 650 is $600. Live auctioneers buys. Nope. He's too fast. Next we have 2 braided rugs. 2 braided rugs, nice condition. The largest is 31 by 58. The small one is 26 by 48. And me a couple, 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 for the 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 now, 275. 275 and now 300. A round one and an oval. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3 anymore. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. At 275 and selling. Any more? What? Those aren't the right ones? 300. Okay, sorry. That's all right. We don't need to bring them up. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. We'll bring them up shortly, though. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. With you, Sylvia, at 300? At 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4. Any more? It's $300 for the 2 braided rugs. Online bidder. Next we have a 18th century forged iron peel. A peel or debaucher. It's found in the Kenny House in Farmington, Maine. And what's your pleasure on this 18th century forged iron peel right here? What's your pleasure on this? 60. I have now 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70. Early one. I have 60 and 70. Going to sell it. 70 is on the floor. I have 70 on the floor. Need 80. 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90. This is a fabulous 90 now, 100. Early one. 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100 anymore. 90 once, 90 twice. 100 I have now, quarter. I have 100 now, quarter on the peel. 100, 100 1/4 anymore. 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. All with Sylvia now. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Look at that great twisted iron on the top. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 it is. Sylvia.
Online bidder.
And we're up to 7208. 7208. Another great pair of shaker style cat head baskets, they're called. Look at the quality. These were hanging in the attic in perfect condition. They got little feet on them, a pair, all handmade, swing handle. And what's your pleasure on these? 150 and 175, and 150, 175, and 175, of course, and 200, and 175 and 2. These are fabulous period baskets in mint condition. And 175 and now 2, and 175 for the pair, and 200 if you want them. All in all, then 175 and 200 where? 200 here, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, a 2 1/4 here, and 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. Selling once, twice, and 2 1/4. Number 25. 2 1/4 to 25. Those are nice. 2 1/4 to 25. Next we have a rustic Country Elm drop leaf table in red paint, Sheridan turned legs. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this rustic table in red paint with turned legs and ball feet? Maybe $100 instead of the inn. $100 where on the table? Instead of $100 on that table. Instead of $100? 100 I have and a quarter. It's going to be sold. It's unreserved. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter. Any more? Yours, $100, 15, $100, 15. Next we have another good silver tray. Look at this one in red paint. A Sylvia Carrier canted sides. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, in original red paint. 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 175 is with Emily on Live Auctioneers at 150 now 175. 175 with Sylvia now 200. At 175 and 2. 200 with Emily now 2 and a quarter. Two and a quarter with Sylvia, and now 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, now 2 and a half, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half anymore. Last call at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter it is. Online bidder. Here we go. Another pair of Maine Shaker cat head baskets. These were all hanging up in the attic, and they're all minty mint condition. What's your pleasure on these? Couple $100 where? $200 where? Submit 200. 200 I have, of course, 2 and a quarter. 200 now, 2 and a quarter. No money for these. At 200 now, 2 and a quarter. $100 a piece for those handmade baskets. At 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. Last call at 200 selling once, twice, and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter with Emily now 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, still a bargain. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Any more? Emily 2 and a quarter. Next we have all this 5 pieces of early English Staffordshire on the tray, and on that right there, what's your pleasure on all the Staffordshire?
300.
How much?
300.
300 I have, and now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. At 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter anymore. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half and 375. With Carol at 350 and 375. At 350 and 375 and 350 once, twice, and for 375. All in all, at 350, 375. All in all, at 350, 375. 375 and 400. At 375 and now 4. At 375 and 4, there's 3 sugar bowls, a round plate, and a platter. At 375 and 400, once, twice, and is 375 then. Live Auctioneer strikes again. Next we have, here's the 2 round ones. We have 2 round braided rugs that Rob is having right here, and they are 34 inches diameter and 26 diameter. What's your pleasure on those? Couple $100 where? $100 where? Those 2 nice handmade braided rugs. Nice early, 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Going to sell them. 100 once, 100 twice, in for 1 and a quarter over here. Thank you. 1 and a half now, and 175, and 200, and 200, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. No, I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter once, twice, in for 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 75 now for both of them. Can you imagine the work that goes into these? I have 2 and a half with Carol, 275. At 250, 275, I would if you need them. 275 and 3. At 275 and 3, there are a lot in the store. Sold. Sorry, I said sold. 275 to number 81. 275 to 81. Next we have that 18th century, probably Maine, Queen Anne, square top candle stand in the nice old dry crusty red finish. Look at that. Just like you want to find them. So that means nobody's fooled with us since that red paint was put on in the 18th century. What's your pleasure?
100.
I have 300, now 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter. Great surface on this. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half on that 18th century candle stand. 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and a half on the floor. John, 375, 400. 400's on the floor. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. At 4 and a half is on the floor for the gentleman. 475. I have 450 and 475. And that great 18th century candle stand at 450, 475, and 500 to go. No, I have 475 with Carol now 5. I have 475 and 5. 475 and 5. Carol, 475. Next we have another red painted utensil carrier or silverware carrier. What's nice about this one is Christmas time, red on the outside, green on the inside. What's your pleasure on this nice one? All dovetail corners on this one. Nice early dovetail box. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. An early one, all dovetailed in red and green paint. I have $100, 100 a quarter. 100 once, twice, and for 100 a quarter. And a nice early box and super paint. 1 a quarter, I would think so. 1 and a half. This is the earliest one of the bunch. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's all dovetail. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Selling anymore? Anymore? 1 1/4, Carol.
Online bidder.
Keeping it moving. Oh, if you're hungry, go over and grab a sandwich because we want them to get warm. So if you want a sandwich, go over and grab one. They're all free. Next, we have a pair of shaker cat head baskets again that we're hanging up in the attic. And what's your pleasure on these? $200 to set them in. $200 instead of $200 on those 2 nice baskets. You want to go $200 on those? No money for these. Aiming for $200. $100. They're here to be sold. $100 for 2 of those baskets, those shaker baskets. $100 where? 100 I have and a quarter. They're unreserved. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4. No money for these. They're all handmade. At 100, 1 1/4, selling 100 to 25. Next we have, oh, look at these. Braided rugs. This is the largest one is 30 by 58. The small one is 25 by 50. 2 nice early handmade braided rugs. What's your pleasure on these? 200 I have and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 on the floor and 275. 75 and 300 for 2 of them. I have 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, 275, 300 I have with Emily now 3 1/4 for the pair. I have 3 and now 3 1/4, 3 and 3 1/4. I have 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 1/4. Emily, 300.
5 auctioneer.
Next we have this lovely circa 1830 mirror with reverse painting on top of a boy. This was in the entrance hallway. And what's your pleasure in that nice little period mirror? What's your pleasure in the nice period mirror? $200 where? $200 where? Nice reverse glass painting with a hoop, the boy with a hoop. Usually they're all missing or flaked off or whatever. $100 where? The period mirror with the original painting on the top. 100 where? 50 where? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60, way under the money. You have 100. I like that better. Now quarter. I have 100 now, 100 quarter, 1 1/2, 175. I have 150 over here, 175, still a bargain. I have 150 now, 175, and 150 once, 150 twice, 175 anymore. It's what here at 150. 150, 25. 150 to 25. Next we have another paint decorated, a lovely paint decorated work stand. Look at this one here that Ty's got. It's all grain painted in red and black with original brass knobs, dovetail drawer, nice turnings on the legs, beautiful condition. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 having 275. 275 all over the place. I saw you first, 275, and now 300. 300. Superb paint, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4. No money for this one. 3 1/2 is on the floor and 375. I 350 on the floor and 375. 375 and 400, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. Look at the condition of this thing. It's all wood pegged. I have 4 now, 4 1/4. It's on the floor, 400 once, 400 twice, and 4 1/4. All in, all done. At 400, 400, 74. 400 to 74. That's a nice stand. You ready on this one? On this one here, we have a blue painted pine open wall box. Thanks, David. Look at this one here. In a lovely shade of blue, all painted up, square nailed. What's your pleasure on this one? 550 having 600. I have 600 having 600 having 650, 650, 700. I have 650 now 700. 700 with Sylvia. 750 with Carol now 800. I have 750 now 800. 800 with Sylvia on the phone now 8 1/2. At 800 now 8 1/2. At 800 8 1/2 and now 9. I have 850 now 900. I have 900 on the phone now 950. I have 900 now 950. I have 950 with Carol now 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000 on the wall box. I have 950 now 1,000. At 950 once, 950 twice. You went for 1,000 on the painted wall box. Anymore? Once, twice, and it's 950 it is. Online bidder. A lot of action on that one. Next we have, look at this one. Boy, talk about somebody with talent. I want to know how you do a runner, an oval runner with all those little braided pieces. And on that rare runner right there, what's your pleasure on this? I have 200, now 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 275. It's 41 by 94 inches. At 275 and now 300. At 275 and now 3. Carol has 275 and 300 now on that great runner. At 275, can you imagine the work it took to make that? At 275 and now 300. Gonna sell it at 275 once, 275 twice for 300. Nobody needs a nice braided runner. That's no money. At 300 I have with Carol and 3 1/4. At 300 now 3 1/4. Unreserved. 300 once, 300 twice, stand for 3 1/4. Any more? It's $300, Carol.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Great trade on that. Next we have, oh, look at this. We have a rustic Maine oak apple picking ladder, 8 feet by 2 feet. We're not going to bring that out. And on the ladder right there, we got it leaning up against a tree. What's your pleasure in that? 60, and now 70, 70, 80, 80, 80, 80, now 90, 90, 100, 100, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100s on the floor, now 1 1/4. I have 100 on the floor, now 1 1/4 if you want it. I have 100 on the floor, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 is on the floor, and now 175. I have 150 on the floor, 175. Any more? 150 once, twice, stand for 175. 150 to 15. It is apple picking time, isn't it? 2 more of these. Are you guys making these out back? Again, these were hanging in the attic. These shaker, cat head, footed baskets. Maybe we have a couple $100 and set them in. 200 where, set them in too. Nice pair of baskets again. 200 where, 100, how much? 150 I have, now 175. I have 150, 175 for the pair. I have 150, 175, and now 200. I have 170, 200, I have them 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 75. No, 250 and 275. With Carol at 250 and 275 anymore? At 250 once, twice, at 250 and 275. 250 online bidder with Carol.
Online bidder.
And we're moving on to 7224. 7224. Look at this little stand right here. Boy, you want to see a nice stand? This is an original dry red paint with a bird's eye maple draw, cut corners, probably around 1790, all pegged. And what's your price? What's your pleasure on that? 170. I have 200 against you, and 2 1/4, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2 on that great stand. 2 1/2 all over the place. 275, 300. I 270. That's a nice stand. I 275 and now 300. I 275. I have 300 all over the place. 300 here and 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 375 and 400 and 400. It's a no-brainer. I 375 down front and 400. I 375. Boy, look at the surface on that. 400 I have and 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4s on the floor and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Nice original surface.
4.5.
All dovetail, 4 1/2 and 475. 475 and 500. I have 475 now 5. I have 475 now 500 anymore. 500. 550 would you go? 550 with the gentleman seated. Now 550. 550 now 600. I have 550s on the floor and 600. I have 600 with Carol. 650s on the floor and now 700. I have 650 now 7. At 650 and 700. 650 and 700 anymore. 700 and 750, 750s on the floor, and now 800. Elegant stand. I have a 750 now 8. 750 once, twice, and it's sold. 750 to 7. 750 to 7. Next we have, oh, if you didn't get the other Tiger Maple carrier, look at this one that Dave has just brought in. That is a rampant Tiger Maple. It's all wood pegged. Look at the shaped ends like a Chippendale skirt. Oval handle, and what's your pleasure on this one? 350 I have, and 370, 375, and 400, all over the place, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2, 475, 500, 500, 550, 550 with Emily, now 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 with Emily and 600, 550 and 600. At 550 and 600 anymore. Last call at 550, 600. On the knife carrier at 550 and 600. Emily, 550. Look at this great stand right here. Very, very unusual stand right here. This is an old red dry surface. This is all a mortise and tendon into the legs, and this is all set in like a dovetail into the stretcher. Never seen one like this. Country Sheridan, original old dry red paint, and it has, oh, the drawer's stuck. It has a nice drawer with the early wood pegging. Here we go. Just want to make sure it's, yep, all dovetailed. And what's your pleasure on that great stand right there? 150, 175, and 200, 200, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. That's a great stand. 275 and 300. Should be everywhere. 275 and 300. I've never seen a stand with a shelf down below. 300, of course, and 3 1/4. I have 300 on the phone, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and that rare 3 1/2, of course, and 375. I have 3 1/2, 375, and 400 on that rare stand. I have 375 now, 400. I have now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400 once, twice, and for 4 1/4. Oh, 4 1/4, sorry, Pete. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Very unusual, 4 1/2. And 75 would you go? I have 4.5 with Kayla on the phone at 475 in that rare stand. At 450 once, 450 twice, 475 if you want it. We're gonna sell it with the cobwebs. At 4.5 and now 475. 450 once, twice. Anyone else? Kayla, you got it at 450. Nice piece right there. Here we go. Aha. What? And so these are all hanging in the attic. These are all hanging in the attic on these shaker swing handle baskets with the little raised feet on them. What's your pleasure on these? How much? 200 I have, and now 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25, 200, 2.25. 200 once, twice, in for 2.25. We all in, all done, 200, 2.25. Any more? Sold, 200, 16. Great presents for people at that price. 3 19th century flow blue ironstone pieces. What's your pleasure on all this? 50, I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60, 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70, 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70 anymore. Last call at 60. 70's on the floor, now 80. It's 70 for all of it. I have 70 now, 80 now 90. 80 now 90, 80 now 90. And 90's on the floor, now 100. I have 90 on the floor, now 100 for all of it. Nice flow blue. And 90 now 100. Any more? Once, twice, aim for $100. It's $90 with gentlemen seated right. Any more? $90, 25. Next we have another great candle stand right here. On the little candle stand, square top table, a turn column. This is an original black paint with yellow, mustard yellow pinstriping, Even the top has got some decoration on it all along the edge. What's your pleasure on this nice little stand? Decorated maple probably. What's your pleasure on that? 200 I have and 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25, 200, 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25 and 2.5 on that nice period stand in dry paint. I have 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5 and 275. I have 2.5 and now 275. 2.5 and 275. It's in nice shape. I have 2.5 and 275. 250 once, twice, in for 275. Any more? All in, all done. 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300. At 270, 300 I have and 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25, 300, 3.25. I have 300, 3.25, all original, 300, 3.25. Any more? Selling once, selling twice. At 3.25, what do you have 3.25, Carol?
I have 300.
300, 3.25 now. At 300 once, twice, in for 3.25. $300, Carol.
Online bidder.
And the good stuff just keeps coming. Oh, look at this great little stool that Rob has. Boy, this almost the cutout on this is very Shaker-esque, but I don't think they would have this shaped apron like this. But in original red paint, this nice little painted bench in red paint. What's your pleasure on this nice little painted bench? 1.25, 1.5. I 1.25, 1.5, 1.25, 1.5. 1.5, 1.5 here, 175. Yes, and 200, 200, and 2.25. Yes, and 2.5, and 275, and 300, and 3.25, and 3.5, and 375. I 350 here and 375, 375, 400 on the floor, and 4.25. I have 400 with a lady and 4.25. I have 400, 4.25 anymore. At 400, 4.25, 400, 4.25 and a half, yes, and 475. At 450 now 475. At 450 and 70, 475, 500 now. And 500 is on the floor and 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 550. 500 once, twice, any more? Yours, 500, number 19, 519. I don't believe this.
I was just making a circle.
Yeah. What? Anyway, 2 more of these with the feet and the swing handles, all handmade. They're still a bargain. And who wants to pay what? $200 for these? 200 I have and 2.25. I have 200 on the floor and 2.25. I have 200, 2.25, 200, 2.25 anymore. All in, 200, 2.25. They're all hanging up in the attic. 2.25 and 2.5. 250, 275.
No.
Might be the last ones we have.
I know.
It's possible. I have 250 once, 250 twice, 250 to 16. 250 to 16. Now we're at 7232, 7232, and moving along. Oh, look at this stand. Another great stand in red paint. This is what they call a farm-made stand, not a professional builder. And this is all forged nails and square nails in old dry red painted surface. What's your pleasure on this one? Nice little country stand. How much? 70, I have now 80. I have 70 now 80 in this farm-made table. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. Nice pine table with old red paint. 70 once, 70 twice, and went for 80 I have, and now 90. 80, 90, now 100. 100 I have, now quarter. On quarter, one and a half, 175. 175. I have 150, now 175. 150 once, twice, and 175. It's 150, number 7. 150, number 7. It's like it's called like a make-do table. Look at this. This was in the bathroom. New England Tiger Maple Drying Rack. Tiger Maple Drying Rack. Now the Shakers would take these and they would hang vegetables and stuff on them to dry. They weren't necessary for towels because they weren't doing laundry back then like we do now. It's all pegged through and mortised through here on Tiger Maple. What's your pleasure on this? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. At 150, 175. At 150, 175, 150, 75. On that Tiger Maple Dry, 175 with Darren on the phone, and 200. At 175 and now 2. 200 I have with Carol, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 with Carol, 2 1/2 we need, Darren. 2 1/2 with Carol, now 275. I have 250 and 275. At 275 with Carol, and 300. I have 275 and 3. 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. Beautiful shaped shoe foot on that. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. 300, 3 1/4 anymore? So, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I almost sold it. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 with Carol, and 3 1/2, 3 1/2, and 375. Look at that nice shaped foot on this. 375, 400. I have 375 and 4. I have 375 once, 375 twice, and 400. And he went for 4. Once, twice, and it's going to go. And Carol's got it, 375. Next we have a fabulous Windsor armchair. Look at this here. No, set that down for a second. This is in a dark original green paint. Bring in vase turned. It has the initials of somebody on the bottom in chalk. And on this chair right here, I'm going to try it and see how good it is. Oh yeah, it's comfortable too. All right, what do we got? 300, how much? 700 I have, and now 750. I have 700, now 750, at 700, 750. At 700, now 750, 800. 800 I have it with Jen, now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5, at 800, 8.5. 8.5 with Carol, now 900. At 850, now 9. Nice original chair. At 850, now 900, an old paint. At 850, now 9. At 850 once, twice, 900 on the floor, now 950. I have 900, now 950 in that nice original chair. I have 900, now 950, now 1,000. 1,000 I have it, yes. 1,000 on you, yes. And 1,100. It's on the floor at 1,000, 1,100. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, 1,100, and now 12. 12 on the floor, and now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 1,300. I have 12 is on the floor, 13 with Carol, 14 now. 14's on the floor, and 1,500. I have 1,400, now 15. I have 1,400, now 15. I have 16 now. 16 on the floor, and 1,700. I have 1,600, now 1,700. I have 17, now 18. 18 on the floor, now 1,900. I have 18's on the floor live, and now 1,900. 18, 19, and now 2,000 on the floor live, and now 2,100. I have 2,000, now 21. 21 and 22. 22 and 23. At 2,200's on the floor, and 23. 23 and 24 still, and 25. 24 is on the floor, and 25 if you want it. 24 once, twice, and sold. 2,400, number 7. Thank you all. Another nice piece. Look at the color on that one. A nice little V-shaped cutout ends on that in great old blue color. What's your pleasure on this one? 100. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, and a lovely little bench in the great color. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4 is over here, and 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175, 175, and 200, 200, and 2 1/4. No, I have 200, 2 1/4. Great color on that. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. It's on you at 200 anymore. Once, twice, and 215. 15. 200 to 15. Here we go. Noah is holding an 18th century Federal period silhouette. Painted, is it cut and painted? It is cut and painted with the original red frame. And what's your pleasure on this? 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 275, and that wonderful 275 and 300. 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 375. I have 350 now, 375. 375, 400. I have 375 and 4. I have 375 and 400, 375 and 4 anymore. All in all then, 375 once, twice, even for 400. That lovely silhouette in a red frame. 375 anymore? It's 375. Live Auctioneers gets that one. 375, Live Auctioneers. Nothing but good stuff all day. They really had great taste for country stuff. And look at these painted frames. These are the exact size you need for prior portraits. Just to remind you. And on this right here, look at these. This way, like that. Paint decorated. This is a beautiful decoration on that. What's your pleasure on the 2 paint decorated frames? 60. How much? 60. I have now 70. I have 60 now 70. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80 on the pair of those paint decorated frames. I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. Should be 200. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Any more? Going to sell them. 80 once, twice, anywhere for $90. Any more? Got to move on. $80 it is. Live auctioneers gets those. Next we have lemon gold frames. Now here's a different tune. Boy, these are hard to find, I'll tell you. On the lemon gold frames right here. You know how they made these? So they're not real gold. They're silver leaf with yellow lacquer on top that gives them that gold finish. And if you ever have to strip one and you want it silver leaf, it's real silver underneath. You take the lacquer off and it's all silver, like sterling silver. Warning though, sterling silver tarnishes. Just so you know. Anyway, on the 2 lemon gold frames, what's your pleasure on those? 250 I have in 275. I have 275 and 300. These are so hard to find. I have 275 and now 300. I have 275 and 3, 275 and 3. At 275 and 3 anymore? All in all on at 275 on that nice pair of lemon gold frames. Any more? Once, twice, and it's 275. They're getting the frames. Next we have a large lemon gold frame right here. Its overall size is 23 by 29. This is portrait size for an early American portrait. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4, 1 1/2 I have, and now 175. I 150, 175 and 200. I 175 and 2, 175 and 2. 200 I have here and 2 1/4. It's on the floor, 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Boy, when you need one, you can't find one. I have 2 1/2 and now 275. I have 250 and 275, and they're easy to cut down. I have 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. I have 275 and 3 anymore. At 275 once, twice, and for 300, all in all, that's 275. It's 275. Live auctioneers got all the frames. 275, live auctioneers. Let's see. Yeah, sure. Again, a nice country Sheridan stand in old red paint with yellow ochre accents with red pinstriping on that nice little stand with a dovetail draw in pine. What's your pleasure on this one?
Yeah, we are.
What's your pleasure on this one? I have $100 in that nice original paint. How much? 150, I have 175. I have 150, 175. Nice original period stand from 1820. I 150, now 175. No money for that. I 150 once, twice, and for 175. 175 and 200. And 175 and 2. Boy, if you need one, there's no 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4 anymore? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, twice, 2 1/2 with Carolyn, 275 now. At 250, 275. Lovely little original main stand. 250 once, twice, and 275. It's 250 Carol.
Online bidder.
We run out of batteries? Oh. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I got plenty more.
I can't believe it. So, here we go. On the Pyramid Main Shaker Cathead baskets again with the little feet. What's your pleasure on these? Everyone has to get some today. That's how it is. And $200 worth for 2 baskets, all handmade. How much? 150 I have, 175. I have 150, 175. You're awfully cheap. 175, thank you, and 200. 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, is there yes there? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 75. At 250 and 275. 275 and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3 anymore? Right here, 275, number 20. 275 to number 20. Make sure you guys mark both of them so nobody makes a mistake on which baskets are theirs, okay? Although they are identical. And here we go. And we have a New England Tiger Maple drying rack again. This one's 43 high, 30 inches wide, and 13 inches deep. Almost a mate to the other one. All mortise through. Again, nice shaped shoe foot. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 250 is on the phone with Darren now, 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 once, 275, 300 now. I have 275 is online at 300. Yes, 300 on the phone with Darren now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Quickly. Selling once, selling twice at 3 1/4. Sold 3 1/4, Carol. Next we have a small Chippendale mahogany mirror with a phoenix bird. Look at this original mirror right here. Has the original glass, the original phoenix bird, and the original surface. They're always broken or damaged. This one's perfect. Can I see the back of that, Dave? Even the back is original. Look at the glue blocks, the patina. Perfect, ready to go. I changed the wire, though. And what's your pleasure on that? 150. 150, I have 175. 150, it's sweet little size and mint condition. 150 and 175. And 150 once, 150 twice, and 175. Thank you, and 200. 175 and 200. Great surface. 175 and 200. Any more? 175, number 7. 175 to 7. Next we have, oh, look at these. A nest of painted baskets. A whole nest of them. So we've got a little blue one, a red one, a yellow one, a green one, and an orange one. What's your pleasure on all the baskets? 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. And 1,000, 1,100, 1,000, 11 I have, and now 12. I have 1,100 now, 12, 11, and 12. 1,100 and 12 I have, and now 1,300. I have 1,200 and 1,300. These painted baskets, 13 and 14. I have 1,300 and 1,400. 14 now 15. I have 1,400 now 15, 15 and 16. I have 1,500 and 1,600. I have 1,500, 1,600, 16 now 17. 17 now 18. I have 1,700 now 1,800. I have 1,700 once, twice, and for 1,800. Sold 1,700. Live auctioneers buys. Next we have a country grain painted dressing table, a lovely little dressing table right here. And on that right there with turned Sheraton legs. And it has, this one has grain decoration where they squiggled the grain decoration all the way. What's your pleasure on this one? 100. 100 I have, 150, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 and 75 and 200. At 75, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, reasonable for that. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. With Carol all the way now. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Everyone else is out. 2 1/4 once, twice, and it is 2 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next we have a painted clock dial by Kelly. By L. Kelly, Sydney. That's Sydney, Maine clockmaker. And what's your pleasure on that hand-painted dial? How much? 50 I have, and 60 now. 70, 80. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. 70 now, 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90. It's a Sydney, Maine clockmaker. I have 80 now, 90, now 100. 90 now, 100. 100 on the floor. I have 100 on the floor with a gentleman, now 1 1/4. I have 100 now, quarter. 100 once, twice, in for 1 1/4. Any more? $100. Number? 14. 14. $100 to 14. Next we have 19th century folk art boxes. And we found out last night that this is a shaker box. We didn't realize it until we started to look at this. This is a shaker box, and inside there's a secret box, but we can't figure out how to do it. It's called what was it called? A what box?
Puzzle or trick box.
Oh, puzzle or trick box. It's all pine, and it's all wood pegged construction. Wood pegged up top, an old surface. We cannot figure out how to get the thing in, but there's something in it. We don't know what it is, but there it is. And this lovely little box here, we should have sold them separately, but they got cataloged together. This one's in green paint with red stars. It says found in Deerfield, New Hampshire, this one. And this one, we don't know where that was found. It was part of the estate. What's your pleasure on those rare boxes? 100, I have 1 1/4, I have 1 1/2, 175, and 200. I have 175 and now 2. At 200, of course, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4, of course, and 2 1/2. The shaker trick box is worth a lot, 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 and 275, this is a sweet box too. 275 and 300, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. Any more? At 300 once, 300 twice, and went for 3 1/4. We all in all done 300, 3 1/4. With Carol at 300. Carol, 300.
Online bidder.
Oh, another stand. Okay, here we go. And now another decorated stand, a main paint decorated yellow pinstripe country Sheridan stand, 26 inches high by 18 by 17, and which a pleasure, a nice little stand with a dovetail draw. 275 and 300. It's got gold. It's got yellow painted squigglies on the corners, which is kind of nice. 275. This one says 300. This one says one drawer stand, originally from Farmington, 3.5. Farmington, Maine is marked on it. 375 and 400. 400 on the floor and 4.25. 4.25 and 4.5. 4.5 on the floor and 475. 75 and 500. 500 on the floor and 550 and 600. I have 550, 600 on the floor and 650. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650 and 600, 650 anymore. On the floor, 600 is selling once, twice, and 600 to 77. 600 to 77. Next we have, oh, this is fun. This was hanging, going up the stairs in the house on the second floor. The 1939 Franklin County Fair spare tire cover sign. So this would go on the back of the early car, an early 1930s car, and it would mount onto the spare tire. For advertising, they drive it around town to advertise the fair. What's your pleasure on this? 2.25 and 2.5. They can't be many of those. 2.5 and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275. There can't be many of these around. I have 250 once in that. Can 275, 300. 300 I have and 3.25. I have 3 and now 3.25. 3.25 and 3.5. 3.5 is way in the back and 375. Yes, and 400. 400 over there and 4.25. No, I have 400 by the pole. The gentleman by the pole at 400, 4.25 anymore. At 400 once, twice, and for 4.25. $400, that rare thing. 400 to 4. 400 to number 4. Next we have, oh, this lovely little teddy bear, a vintage Roosevelt bear. Vintage jointed Roosevelt bear. This is a period one right here, and a little jointed bear right here, and he's been lovely taken care of. He's got glass eyes, and he's ready to go home with you tonight. Is he a growler? Yes, he is. He's got a growler mechanism in him. And on that right there, on the little growler teddy Roosevelt bear, what's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure? 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At only $100, 100 quarter. Woo, way under the money. $100, 100 a quarter in that teddy bear. $100 once, twice, and for 1.25. Any more? No money for this. $100, 100 a quarter if you want it. Any more? $100, 101. $100 at 101. Next we have some more striped animals. We have 4-piece collection of early striped animals. What's your pleasure on all these? 150 have. Oh, one of them is a wind-up. Look at the bear moves. Look at this. And this is a very early toy right here. It's handmade, all stitched cotton with glass eyes. Oh, wait a minute, another guy moves. Look at that guy. Aren't those great? I have 175 and now 200. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. These are cute as anything. At 175 and 200, this is the one early one right here. At 175 and now 2. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. Any more? 175 it is. Next we have a square blue painted stand. It's actually a stool. This is actually an early stool. It's all chamfered and wood pegged through, mortise and tenon through, on that nice stand or stool, whatever you want to call it. What's your pleasure on that? 50, having 60, 90, now 100 now quarter. I have 100, 1.25, 1.5, 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, and 175, 200. Great paint on that. 200, 2.25, 2.25, and 2.5, 2.5, and 275, 75, 300. At 275, 300, now 3.25, at 3.25, 3.5. 3.5 and 375, 375, 400, at 400, 4.25, 4.25 and 4.5, at 4.5 and 75, at 450 and 75, at 450 and 75 anymore, at 450 once, 450 twice, and for 475. We all in all done at 450, 475. We are 450.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Lovely piece of furniture with blue paint. Oh yeah. Here we go. Next is a rocking horse. Not that one. That one. So we have a Whitney Reed rocking horse right here. with a horsehair tail and mane in nice condition right here on the rocking horse with glass eyes, carved and painted. What's your pleasure on this rocking horse? 350 I have in 375. 375 and 400. I 375 and 400. I 375 and 4. Reasonable for that. 400 I have in 4 and 4.25 and 4.5. I 4.25, 4.5 on the rocking horse. At 4.25, 4.5 anymore. At 4.25 once, 4.25 twice. I went for 4.5 on 4.5 and 475 on the 75 and 500 and 500 on the rocking horse. At 475 and now 500. At 475 once, 475 twice. I went for 500. All in all, then at 475, we are 475. Next we have, oh, look at this stunning one right here. A large early nursery rocking horse right here with a painted rockers, original leather saddle, glass eyes. This is a very, very early horse, probably around 1860, 1870. What's your pleasure on this lovely piece right here? What's your pleasure on this one? Nice early horse. What's your bid on this one? Any bid on this one? A couple $100 wear. 200 wear on that very early rocking horse. Any 200 I have and 2.25. It's unreserved. I have 200 now, 2.25. It's original hide covered too. I have 200 now, 2.25. I have 2.25. Thank you, and 2.5. No money for this at all. I have 2.25, 2.5. Great showpiece. I have 2.25 and 2.5 and 275. I have 275. Thank you, and 300 and 300. 275 now 3. At 275 and 300, 275 and 3. Going to sell it at 270, 300 and 3.25. 3.25. No money. 3.25 and 3.5. I have 3.25 on the floor and 3.5 on that great rocking horse at only 3.25, 3.5. Going to go 3.25 once, 3.25 twice, and if they're 350. 3.25, 25. Nice buy on that. 325 to 325 to 25. 325 to 25. Here's a group of early German toys. On these early German toys, we have 2 sheep and 2 horses. What's your pleasure on these? On the 100 I have and now quarter on these early German toys. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter on the early German toys. 100 now quarter anymore. 100 once, twice. I went for 1.25. They're in nice condition. Early German toys from the 19th century. Any more? $100. Live auctioneers buys $100. Oh, we're doing all the toys now. That's right. I grouped them together. We have a pair of German paper mache pull toys. This one has a painted base, and this one moves. This one moves when you brought it. He jumps up and down. And what's your pleasure on those? 150, I have 175 and 200. 175, 200 and 2.25. I have 200, 2.25. At only 200, 2.25. At 200, 2.25. Any more? At 200 once, twice, and for 2.25. For the 2 of the horses. Any for 2.25. Any more? It's 200 then, Carol. Online bidder. Next we have 5 early folk art carved animals, rooster, pigs, and so on and so forth, and a cat. What's your pleasure on all the folk art carved animals? 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5. Look at this little pig on his cage. At 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5 anymore. At 125 once, twice, going for 150. It's 1.25. Next we have a red painted stool, a nice early red painted stool, an old dry red paint with a round seat. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have and 175. I have 150, 175. At 150, 175 on the red painted stool. 175 and 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At 175 and 2 anymore? 175 once, twice, in for 200. It's 175, Carol.
Online bidder.
You guys are doing great, Chris. 175 online. Oh, look at this French wire piece, a 19th century French wire work plant stand. What's your pleasure on this? Which 70, now 80. These are very hard to find and expensive in the stores, boy. I have 70 now 80, 80 now 90, 80 90 now 100, at 90 now 100. These are 100 now quarter. These are so hard to find. 100 now quarter, 1.25, 1.5, 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, and 75. At 150, 175. 19th century it has porcelain casters. At 1.5, now 175. 150 once, 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. 200 I have and 2.25. I have 200 now 2.25. At 200 once, twice, and for 2.25. Any more? It's 200 then, Carol. Next we have, this is fun. This is hanging in the same room as that great canoe we sold. Look at this this parrot on a perch, probably from the 1930s. And what's your pleasure on the parrot? What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have what? $50 and set them in. $50 where? And that parrot on the hoop. 50 where? Set it at $50 and go. $25. It's got to be sold. 25 we have and 35. At 25 and 35, it's fun. 35 and 45, 45 and 55, 55 and 65, 65 and 75. I have 65 and 70, 75 and 85. No, I have 75 here. You're sure you're out? I have 75 now 85. 85 in time and 95. Yes, 95. And now, how did we get that number? Now we have to go, say 100. I had 95, now 100. Once, twice, and you got it. $95, number 74. $95.74. How do we get that odd number? It's on me? Oh, thanks. Oh, look at this thing. This is cool. It's painted. It's like a thing you put by the fireplace, I guess. It's a potted plant in carved and painted wood. What's your pleasure in that? 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's almost like a little dummy board. 100 1/2, 175. 150, 175 anymore. 150 once, twice, 175. It's 150.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we go to a vintage federal style gilt mirror. And on the mirror right here, what's your pleasure on this nice big mirror with a carved top? With a carved top. Maybe we have what? $100 where? 70. I have it now 80. It's here to be sold. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. No reserves on any of this stuff. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80 more. All in all, that's $70. Once, twice, and for $80. $70 it is.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have, oh, look at this. Now we got something good. Look at this one here. This is an 18th century child's sausage churned high chair with the original splint seat in old red paint. Look at this. Can you imagine how many children have sat and had their food in that chair since the 18th century? This would have, I bet this has been what, 1760, 1770 probably, Peter? Right in that area? What's your pleasure on that? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4 in that rare Windsor Charles high chair. I have 200 now 2 1/4. 18th century and old original finish. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4, 200 2 1/4. 2 1/4 I have and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2 in that rare chair. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? Once, twice, and it's 2 1/4, number 7. And we are on 7264 next. And on the doll, a large Civil War era Jenny Lind porcelain head doll who used to sit in that high chair. And what's your pleasure on her? She was up in the bedroom. What's your pleasure on Jenny Lind? Here we have what? $100 where? $100 where instead of that Jenny Lind doll. $50 where? Got to be sold. $50 where? And it's to $50. We got to sell everything. I have $50. Anyone for $50? 50 I have and 60 now. Nothing but money to be made. I have 50 and 60. She has all her leather hands and everything. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Nice old clothing and shoes. I have 50 once, twice, and for 60. $50, 74. 74 bought those. That one. Next we have this pawn model, a vintage 1920s pawn model. And what's your pleasure on this? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 and 475, 500, 550, 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600 on the pawn model. At 550 and 600 anymore. At 550 once, twice, and for 600 on the phone with Jamie. 650, now 700. I have 650, now 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700 anymore. 750 I have with Jamie on the phone. 800 I have, now 850. I have 800 online, now 850 if you want it. I have 850, now 900. 900 I have with Jamie on the phone. 9 1/2 with Emily, and now 1,000. Now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000 if you'd like it. Online at 950 once with Emily. 1,000 I have. Now 1,100 with Emily. Now 1,200. I have 1,100, now 12. Online with Emily on Live Auctioneers. 1,200 with Jamie on the phone. 13 with Emily online on Live Auctioneers. And now 1,400. A nice period untouched model. 1,400 I have, and now 1,500 I have with Emily. Now 1,600. I have 1,500, now 16. At 1,500, 16 anymore. All in all then, at 1,500, 1,600. 1,600 with Jamie on the phone. 17 with Emily. She's relentless. I have 1,700, and now 1,800. I have 1,700 online. 1,800? 1,900 with Emily, and now 2,000. I have 1,900 with Emily on Live Auction. 2,000 I have with Jamie on the phone, and now 2,100. And 2,100. 2,000 once, twice, and you got it, Jamie. 2,000. 311, 2000 to 311. Everybody wanted that one. Look at this early shell-encrusted jewel box with all these rare shells. This is a 19th century one. Oh, and with a mirror and pin cushions and a little place for jewelry. And what's your pleasure in this whole lovely box right there? 650 I have and 700. I have 650 with Carol, now 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. Boy, that's a good one. I have 650 and 700 anymore. Last call is 650 and 700, 750. I have 700, now 750 on the Victorian shellwork sewing or jewelry box. I have 700 once, twice, and 750 if you want it. It's 700, Emily. Live auctioneers, guess that one. And here we go. A game. A circa 1920s pinball marble shooting game by Grouper or Gropper. And what's your pleasure on that? I have 200, now 2 1/4. We have the original box for it too. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. I have 250, 275 with Carol and 300. I have 275 and 300. With the original box, we have the marbles that go with it. I have 275 with Carol, now 3. At 275 once, twice, and 300. 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 300, now 3 1/4. I have 300, now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300, now 3 1/4. We want to make sure that goes with it. I have 300, now 3 1/4 anymore. 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4. Even the original box. Any more? 300, Emily. Next we have 1904 American Bread Picture Advertising Calendar. What's your pleasure on this one? This is all raised out. This is all raised lithograph, 3-dimensional. And what's interesting is it says C.F. Hathaway Celebrated Cream Bread. C.F. Hathaway was the name of the shirt company and manufacturing company in Waterville, Maine, where I'm from. And on that right there, this is 1901. What do we have there? 60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70. At 60 and 70, 60 and 70. And more. This was hanging up in the bedroom upstairs, and he went more. At 60 once, twice, him for $70. 60 it is. Next we have 3 sporting advertising print and calendars. And what's your pleasure on those? 100 you have, and now 1/4. These look like they're all by Goodwin. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 for all of them, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore, 1 1/2 and 175 for the 3. At 1 1/2 now 175, 150 once, twice, and 175, 150. Online bidder. And now we have, oh, here's a rare one, a large Canadian wall-hanging carriage advertisement from the Canada Carriage Company of Brookline, Ontario, Canada. And it's in the folder right here because we know anything happened to it. And there we have what? 150 I have, and 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, half, 75, 75, 300, 300, and 3 1/4, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 75 now. And now 400, and 4 1/4, and 4 1/2. No, 4 1/4 with Jen, and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore on that rare advertising piece at 4 1/4 only. It's sold 4 1/4 your way. They're going to be happy. And next we have 2 early 20th century Remington advertising prints. These are for Remington guns. These are Remington gun advertising prints. These are not copies. These are the real deal. And what's your pleasure on those? 150 have now 175 and 200, 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. These are both period Remington advertising prints, chromolithographs. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 2 1/2, it's 2 1/4. $72.72 is next. And this one here is an early photograph of Maine lumbermen cutting a road through wilderness with a team oxen circa 1890. Album photo. What's your pleasure on this one? 80. I have it now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80 now 90, that rare early photograph of lumberjacks. At 80 now 90, 90 now 100. 100 now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Rare photograph. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Once, twice, anymore. 1 1/2 in time. 175 now. I 150 now 175 and 200. I 175 and 2. Nice early photograph of 175 once, twice, and for 200. It's 175, Carol. Next we have a 19th century photograph of a drawing, the first cottage mansion in America. First cottage in America built in 1756 in Magansett, Falmouth, Mass. And on that early photograph of that cottage, what's your pleasure? 50 I have, and 60 now. Rare photograph. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At 50 once, 50 twice. It's all denoted down here in handwriting in here. I have only $50. Once, twice, and for $60. It's $50, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have 2 Game Still Life Chromo embossed prints, and on those right there, at 300, now 3 1/4. I 300, now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I 3 1/2 and 75. I 350, 375, and now 400 on the floor and 4 1/4, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. All in all, not 4 1/4, 4 1/2. It's Carol, 4 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next we have 2 circa 1900 advertising pictures right here. Advertising pictures. This one here is, this was actually hand painted. This is painting on canvas board. Take Hood sarsaparilla, 100 doses, $1. And that's a little terrier showing his little puppies how to take care of a rat. So he must be a rat terrier. And on that chromolithograph, what's your pleasure on the 2 of those? That's the original oil painting on there. And he went for $100. $50 where? $50 on those 2 pieces. No money. And he went for $50. 25. Got to be sold. And he for $25. Nobody wants those?
25.
There. 25. Any more? Sold. $25. Carol.
Online bidder.
And look at this piece. An early Pittsburgh glass sugar bowl. Boy, you want to see something rare in glass? This is Pittsburgh cut glass. Rings like a bell. All hand-blown pontil, and on that rare piece of covered sugar bowl, what's your pleasure on that? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 on the floor and 375, and 400s on the floor and 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 with Carol, 4 1/2, 475. At 4 1/2 with Emily now on Live Auctioneers on that rare piece of glass at 450 and 75. At 450 and 75, 450 and 75 anymore? All in all, then 450, 75 is 450. Live Auctioneers. The good things just keep coming. Here we have 2 vintage tollware boxes. A little miniature tollware box in great surface and a big letter box. And what's your pleasure with these? With the keys. What's your pleasure in these? They have $100 set it in. $100 where? $50 where and set it in. $50 where? This is a period toll painted box in beautiful condition. At $50 where? Anyone for 50? Nobody wants those? Can't believe it. That little box is a great one. This 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60. That's a bright period toll box. I have 50 once, twice, and for $60. 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. Quickly, going to sell them. Any more? Once, twice, and it's 60. Live Auctioneers, $60. Next we have a 19th century studded leather covered document box with newspapers from 1830. With newspapers from 1830 inside. Look at the condition of this. Beautiful condition with a lock, and what's your pleasure in this? Couple $100 set it in. 150 have it, now 175. 175 and 200. I have 175 with Jen, FC bid, now 2. At 175 and now 2, 175 and 2. At 175 once, twice, in for 200. 200 I have and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 with Jen, FC bid at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. The floor is out at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Jen, your way. 333 FC by bidder buys. 333. 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 333. Here's a whole bunch of felt banners that were in the house. Rockland, Maine, Brunswick, Maine, Bath, Maine, and Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey Circus. What's your pleasure? And all these vintage pennants. How much? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4. Any more than $100. Carol, $100.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. And now we're at 7280. 7280. Oh, this is fun. From the flapper era. From the flapper era. This is a wig stand or hat stand. And what's your pleasure on this one?
70.
70. I have it now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80 on that cool little flapper era hat stand or wig stand. What do we have, Carol? 70 now 80. Any more? Once, twice, and 70 it is.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Now we have a World War II vintage gilt bronze eagle flagpole finial. This one on top of a big flagpole in beautiful condition, gilded bronze. What's your pleasure on that? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 on that nice bronze eagle at only $50.60 if you want it. Any more? 50 once, twice, in for $60. 50 it is. Live auctioneers. Nice period eagle. Next we have a small plank stool. Look at this early stool right here. Made out of very thick lumber, and it's probably seen so many people. It's all forged nailed in old gray paint. What's your pleasure on the stool? 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80 on that early stool. 80, now 90. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. 100, now quarter. 1 a quarter, 1 a half. 1 a quarter, 1 a half. Very, very early. 1 a quarter, 1 a half. 1 a quarter, 1 a half. Any more? 1 a half and 175. I have 150, now 175. At 150 with Carol, now 175. 150 once, twice. Any more? It's Carol, 150. Online bidder. Next we have a well-used Maine Country child's potty chair. Nice early little child's potty chair in old red paint. And look at here. They used to have a bar go across here so they could get the kid in there and he couldn't get out. Got a heart-shaped cutout right there. Look at the cutouts on the bottom. Wonderful piece. It'd be great to put like a Chinese export porcelain plant pot in there. And what's your pleasure on this? Maybe have $100 and set it in. Nice early piece. Anyone for 100? 50. Quickly, we've got to sell it. 50, I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 60 here and 70 now. I have 60 and 70, 70, all over the place now. 70, and now 80, and now 90, and now 100, and now 125, 150. I won a quarter with a lady, and now 150. I have 150, the gentleman seated, and 175 here, and 200. I 175, great surface. 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. I have 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, and 75. And 75, and 300, and 300, and 300, and 3 and a quarter. Yes, and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarters on the floor. 3 and a half, 375. Yes, and 400. It's on the floor. 374, 400, and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter. Is that a yes? 4 and a quarter is on the floor to my right. 4 and a half. 4 and a half, and 75. Yes, and 500, and 500. 500, 550. Yes, 600, 600, 600, 600, 650. Yes, 700. 700, 700, 750, 750. I have 700 and 750. 750 is on the floor, back with the lady to the right. And now 800, 750 once, twice, and it's 750. Number 19? Yep, 750, 19. I think the idea with the plant pot really helped. Maybe. Look at this bench. A 19th century, probably way earlier than 19th century, a rustic single plank elm bench right there, 12 by 41 by 12. What's your pleasure on this one? 150, have now 175. I have 150, 175. Hold it right up. Oh, it's very heavy. I'm sorry, Rob. 175 and now 200. 200, I have them 2 and a quarter. Yeah, that's way earlier than 19th century. 2 and a half. That's probably 18th century or earlier. A 2 and a half and now 275. I have 250 and 275. Any more? At 250 once, twice, you want 275. It's 250, Emily. Another little small rustic stool. Look how early this is. Look how early this little spine is. It looks like pine or spruce. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this little footstool? $25 where? Here to be sold. Anyone for $25? Anyone for 25? Quick. 25 and now 30. Sold. 25. Online bidder. I'm not going to fool with that stuff. We got a lot to sell. A lot to sell. Oh, here we go. We're into the decoys. And look at this Hiram. That's what I call one of the seagulls at our house. Anyway, so life-size seagull Hiram. I feed the seagulls every day. The seagulls get fed out front on the rocks by the ocean, and the crows get fed out back on the lawn. We don't like them together. They don't get along well. And on this life-size seagull, what's your pleasure? 150, 175, 175, and 200, 175 and 2. We don't know who carved this, but it's beautifully done. I went to 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. I have 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half is on the floor, and 275. 300 on the floor, and 3 and a quarter. 3 and a half on the floor, and 375. And 400 on the floor, and 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. She's out. I have 4 and a quarter with you, Carol. Floor's out. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. That's a lovely carving. Beautifully detailed. I have 4 and a quarter once, twice, and 4 and a half. Your winner, Carol, 4 and a quarter. Online bidder. Next we have a male, a Mike Valley duck decoy, a stylish little hooded merganser. He's a well-known Midwest carver. for the Valley of Prairie du Chien in Wisconsin. What's your pleasure in that lovely little decoy there? These were all hidden up in the attic. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Look at the surface on that, signed by him on the bottom. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 on the floor. At 175. At 175 and 200, 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. At only 200 selling. 200 once, twice, in for 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2, yes, and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 and 300. 300 on the floor and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. It's a good one. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. 300 once, twice, any more? 300. 3 1/4 and 350. I 3 1/4 and 350. I 3 1/4, 350, and say sold. I 3 1/4 and 350. 3 1/4 once, twice, down for 350. You good? 3 1/4. Live auctioneers. 7288. 7288. We're into the birds now. A Stan Vibert bird carving, and on that right there, he was also from Stanton Vibert of Miscou, New Brunswick, Canada. And I hit 300 now, 3 1/4. I had 300 now, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2 and 75 on the floor and 400, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4 with a lady and 4 1/2 and 475. She's out. I have 4 1/2 with Jen, 475. I have 450 now, 475. 450 once, twice, and 475. Any more? Jen's player's going to get it. Jen's player got it. 450. 310. He's going to be happy. Next we have a Nichols duck. A one well done golden eye Drake by Nichols, Smith Falls, Ontario. And on that lovely little duck right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 275 and now 300. Great condition. 300 I have in 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 75 and 400. At 375 and now 4. At 375 and 4, 375 and 4. At 375 and 4. 400's on the floor and 4 1/4. 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2 on the floor and 475. At 4 1/2 now 475. At 450 and 475 anymore? Once, twice, anymore? 450, 77. 450, 77. Next we go to a Mason decoy. This is a challenge grade Mason mallard. And on that right there, excellent condition with glass eyes, all carved on the beak. And on that right there, pleasure on this one. 150 I have, and now 175. He's much better than that. This is a large challenge grade Mason. 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. No money for that. 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 2 and 2 1/4. Going to sell them. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. And that great Mason decoy on the mallard. I had 2 1/2 and 275 with Emily and 300 and 300. Shouldn't have to work on that at all. I had 275 and now 3 and 3 1/4. I had 3 and now 3 1/4, 3 and 3 1/4. 300 once, 300 twice, in for 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/4 with you, Carol, and 3 1/2 now. 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice, in for 350. All in all, that 3 1/4. We have 3 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Billy Ellis duck decoy, rare, high head, red head drake by Billy Ellis. And what's your pleasure on this one?
400.
How much? 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 in that rare decoy. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. Any more? All in all then at $400, 4 1/4 if you want them. That's a rare decoy by Billy Ellis at 400 with glass eyes. Any more? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, let's get Carol and 4 1/2. Some lovely decoy collection that were hidden up in the attic. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. It's 4 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next we have, look at these. 2 Mason factory painted mallard decoys. And on the mallard decoys, what's your pleasure on those?
750.
750, and I have an 800, a 750 and 800. At 750 and 800, they're all original paint and looks like mint condition. I have 750 and 800, at 750 once, twice, in for 800. All in, all on 750. It is 750 then.
Live auctioneer.
Next we have, a Nova Scotia, a lovely early Nova Scotia turtleback eider drake. And on that right there, I have 300, now 500. I like that better. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500 now, 550, and 500 550. Look at that early decoy, carved out of one piece of wood with an attached head, carved beak. I have 500 only. 5 once, 550. I have 600. I have 550 and 600 on the floor at 550 and 600. 550 once, twice, and 600 on the floor and 650. I have 600 with a gentleman over here in that great eider decoy. 600 once, twice, and 600 to 74. 600 to 74. Next we have a Mason duck decoy again. This is a standard grade glass eye Mason bluebill drake. A bluebill drake, and what's your pleasure on this one? In nice original paint. Again, what's your pleasure on this one? With glass eyes. On that one, couple $100 worth instead of it two. How much? 150. I have now 175. I have 150 now 175. At 150 now 175. 150 175 anymore. All in all done at 150 175. That's an original Mason duck at only 150 175. Any more? 150 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have a large carved red-breasted merganser decoy in flight. And what's your pleasure on this one? All hand carved. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100. Is your phone out? Phone's out. I have 100 now 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, he's got glass eyes, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 on the floor, 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 once, twice, and for 175. Any more? 150, 77. And we're on right now. We're coming up to 72.96. 72.96. And this is a fun one right here. This is a large decorative carved mallard drake decoy on a birch base. And what's your pleasure on this guy?
150.
150. I have now 175. At 150, 175. Beautifully carved face. At 150 now 175. Nice old decoy too. Carved on the back. At 150 now 175. At 150, 175 anymore. At 150 once, twice, and for 175. Any more? It's 150 then.
Live auctioneer.
Next we have, this is attributed to Augustus Aaron Wilson on the lovely little robin bird. We're pretty sure it's made by Gus Wilson. Several people said yes. Some people said no. I said if you buy it, you call it whatever you want. On the little robin, what's your pleasure on that?
500.
500, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 600, 650. I have 600 now 650, 700. I have 650 with Carol now 700 on the phone with Sylvia, and now 750. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 once, twice, and for 750. On the phone it's 7 once, 7 twice, and for 750 it's $700 then. 320 by 700. Nice little bird. Next we have these two guys right here. We have a carved decoy of a merganser, a little merganser, and oh, this is made by Joe Neal of Woolwich, Maine. This one right here is an original Joe Neal, which we sold one of his today earlier, and it brought a lot of money because he was a really great carver, very stylish. And on that right there for the two, what's your pleasure on the two mergansers? One of them is by Joe Neal, the major one right here. What's your pleasure on that? Couple $100, set it in quickly. 200 wear on those and set it at 200. 200 wear on the merganser and set it in.
I have 150.
150 have now 175. I have 150, 175. At 150, 175. This big one's by Joe Neal. He used to sell these for $1,000 out of his shop. I have 150 now 175. 150 once, twice, 175, and 200, 200 and 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4. That's a good one. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I'm gonna sell it. 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. All in, all done. 200, 2 1/4. We are $200 then. Online bidder. And next we go. We have 3 vintage carved and painted sculpt decoy, duck decoys. And what's your pleasure on all the sculpts right there? On the 3 of them. What's your pleasure on all those? Maybe we have what? A couple $100 to set them in. $200 wear. This one's got an interesting carved head. He's wood pegged through. What's your pleasure on all these? And it's got an initial on it. And $100 wear on all of them. 100 wear, so $100 and go. $75 and go. $50 and go. They got to go. And even for $50 for 3 period decoys. I can't believe it. 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. I have 60 once, twice, and for $70. 60 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have a pair of vintage hand-carved mallard duck decoys on these early mallard duck decoys right here. What's your pleasure on these?
200.
200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200. This is a very early one right here. 2 what?
2.5.
2.5 and 275 and 300. I 275 and 3. I 275 and 3, 275 and 3. At 275 and 3 anymore. 275 once, twice, and for 300. It's 275. Kaler. Online bidder. Next we have 3 vintage working duck decoys. One is marked DBH, and on the working decoys right, this is a painted canvas decoy right here with a carved wooden head. What's your pleasure on all these? on the decoys. Maybe $100 and set them in for all three of them. 100 wear. 100 wear, set them at $100 and go. No money. $100, $75, $50. $50, aim for $50 on the decoys. 50, I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70, no money. I have 60 and 70, gonna go. 60 once, twice, I went for 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. I have 70 once, 70 twice, in for $80. Well, all in, all done, $70. It's $70 then.
Online bidder.
These are all up in the attic. Here's another one. 3 antique decoys, 1 marked WM, and what you want to do for all the decoys right there. On all these, right here. Maybe we have what, $50 and set it in. 50 wear and set them in all the decoys. The working duck decoy collection. 50 wear. And it's to fit, oh, this is a good one right here. This has a rocking head. This makes a big difference. When it's in the water, the head moves. It's the rocking head decoy. What's your pleasure now? 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60, 50 and 60 anymore. All in, $50, 60 if you want it. Anymore. 60, now 70. Quickly. I have 60, now 70. 60, now 70 anymore. Last call is 60 and 70. 60 it is.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Here's a great piece of folk art. Look at this. This is a 1978 folk art sculpture by Emery Nolan when he was 89 years old in Canada. What's your pleasure on the Emery Nolan sculpture? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. Wonderful original sculpture by Emery Nolan. He's the guy that made the big bird tree today that we sold for 4,000 or 5,000. And 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 75, 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 and 250, 275 and 300. 300 I have 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4. No money for this guy. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2.
3.5.
Oh, with Kaler, 3 1/2 and now 375. 375 and now 4. I have 375, 375 and now 4. At 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4 anymore, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and 75. Quickly. I have 450 now 475. 475, 500. I have 475 and 500. 475 once, twice, and 500, 550. I have 500 now 550. I have 500 once, 550, 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 600, 650. I have 600, 650. Great piece of a Canadian folk art. 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. 700 and 7 1/2. I have 700, 750, 800. I have 750 now 8. At 750 and 800 now 8 1/2. At 800 now 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2. 800 once, 8 1/2 and now 9, 8 1/2 and now 9, 8 1/2 and now 9, 8 9 now 950, I have 900 now 950, 900 now 950, 900 950 anymore, 900 once, 950 now 1,000, I have 950 now 1,000, and 950 once, 950 twice, and for 1,000, one even money bid of 1,000 anymore, selling once, selling twice, sold 950.
Online bidder.
And we are on 7304. Oh, look at this great folk art. Owl. On the owl. Vintage carved and painted owl figure. But it's unsigned, but it's either Vincent Vianotti or his son Dominic Vianotti. And on that, which a pleasure. I love that one. 950, I have it now 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000, 950 now 1,000, and 950 now 1,000. That wonderful owl. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100, 1,000. Look at the great face on that owl. I have 1,000 now 1,100, 1,112, 1,112, 1,112, 1,112, 1,100, 1,200 now 13. I have 1,200 now 13, and 12 and 13. At 12 and 13 anymore? 1,200 once, 1,200 twice, and for 1,300, we're all in, all done. At 1,200, 13 now 14. At 1,300, 1,400, that fabulous owl. At 1,300, 1,400 if you like it. 14, I have it now 1,500. I have 1,400, 15. Where are you going to get another one like that? I have 1,400, 1,500. 1,400 once, 1,400 twice, and for 1,500, it's gone. 1,400.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Great owl. Next we have a folk art carved Canada goose decoy, a nice early one right there, probably around 1920s. What's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. Any more than 275 and 300 on that nice folk art decoy, Canada goose. Any more? It's sold 275 then.
Online bidder.
And we have a sculpture of 2 Canada geese on a plinth right here. but they are unsigned, but either by Vincent Vianotti or his son Dominic Vianotti. Look at the quality of those geese. Lovely positioning. What's your pleasure on that one? On a carved painted base. What's your pleasure on this one? $200 where? 200 where, said at 200 and go. 200 with no money for this. At 200 said at 200 and go on this. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Going to sell it. 100 now quarter anymore. All in all then $100, 100 a quarter. $100, 101. $100, 101. Next we have, hey, now we're going to start with the real big geese. On this one, is this the one with the baby? No. So one of the geese is carved, so it has a little baby tucked underneath. It's coming up soon. And on this right here, life-size carved and painted Canada goose by Dominic Vianotti. What's your pleasure in this? Maybe we have $300 set it in. 300 wearing that nice early 300. I have them 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. No money. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. 300 3 and a quarter. At 300 3 and a quarter with that extended neck like that, you never see them like this. At 300 now 3 and a quarter. 300 once. Glass eyes. 3 and a quarter. Anyone? It's 300 then. Live auctioneers. These were all, the whole brood of these was all hidden in the attic. Oh, here's a rare one right here. A hissing goose decoy. A hissing by Vincent Vianotti or his son Dominic. And what's your pleasure on the rare hissing goose decoy? What's your pleasure on this one? They weigh what? $500 set it in. 500 for one. 300. $300 in this rare hissing decoy. No money for that Canada goose. And even for 300. And even for 300. 250. 250. That's a lot of work. Look at this carving on the head. At 250. Anyone? And for 250. We want to sell the things. And even for 250. 200. 200. 200? 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. Shouldn't have had to hold off on that. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. At 250, that's a rare decoy. I have 250 now, 275. At 250 once, 250 twice. Anyway, with 275. At 250 once, twice. Any more? It's 250. Good buy on that one. Next we have, right here, we have a life-size Canada goose decoy with open beak. With an open beak. He's squawking at the people coming by. Now we have what? $300 that one set it in. 300 where? Set it 300. 250. 200. These are no money for these fabulous early decoys by Dominic Vicente.
200.
Vianotti. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. 200, 2 and a quarter. Nothing but money to be made. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice and 275, 275 and 300 and 275 and 3. At 275 once, twice and for 300. All in all, that's 275 and even to 300. It's 275. Kaler.
Online better.
Next we have a life-size carved and painted standing goose decoy. Look at that guy. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have 300 and set it in quickly on this one. 300 where? So 300. 200 then. 200. No money for these at all. These are all done by that carver from Canada, Vincent Vianotti. And 200 where? Quickly. 200 where? And that nice standing goose decoy. And even 200. And even 200. 150. We want them sold. Anyone for 150. No money for these at all. Anyone for 150? Quickly, we've got to move on. 150 I have, and now 175. I have 150, 175, 150 once, twice, and 175. 150 over there. Number 82. 150 to 82. Next we have, oh, here's the one with the baby. This is the one with the little baby. So when we're up in the attic, we saw the mother, but we didn't see the baby until we turned around, and he fits right in here. Like that. Isn't that sweet? Isn't that sweet? All right, so the mother and the baby. What's your pleasure on this one? $200 instead, 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. At only $200, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. No money, 2 and a quarter, I would hope so. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. That's a wonderful little decoy with a mother, the mother with the baby. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half anymore. 2 and a half and 275 at 250 and 275 at 250 once, twice, and once for 275. Going to sell it all in all. 250, 275 and 300 at 275 and 300 inset glass eyes on both of them. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half at 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half at 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half at 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore at 3 and a quarter once, twice, and for 350. All in all, 3 and a quarter anymore. 3.5 and 75. I 350 and 75. I'm going to sell it quickly. I 350 once, 350 twice, went for 375. It's gone 350.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. They got them all. Oh, there's another one. Here's another nice Canada Goose right here, life size with the forged iron legs. And what's your pleasure on that one? They're beautifully. How much? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300, now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4 anymore on that lovely life size 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 Canada Goose at only 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Is there anything soft over there to eat? At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and 3 1/4.
Online bidder.
3 1/4. Next we have a sleeping decoy, life-size Canada Goose decoy by Vincent Vianotti again. What's your pleasure on this one with glass eyes? What's your pleasure on this one? We have what? 250 and set it in. 250, 200, 200. These are all, the whole brood was hidden in the attic. 200 wearing that nice carved decoy. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4 anymore. All in all then, 200, 2 1/4. Reasonable. It's 200, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 with Kayla and 2 1/2. I didn't say sold, so 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 75. I have 250 and 75 anymore. At 250 once, twice, and 275. It's 250 then.
Online bidder.
And 3 decoys, 3 carved Canada geese. A hissing one, a flying one, one about to fly away, and another standing one. What's your pleasure on those? Couple $100 to set them in. 200 wear on those nice carved decoys. $200 wear instead of 200.
150.
150 have now 175. Can you imagine trying to buy these for $50 a piece somewhere?
175.
175 and 200. They're beautifully carved. Oh, they are. They're signed by Vincent Vianotti right here. The signature right on 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 and 275. At 275 and 300. At 275. This one's signed too. 300 and 3 1/4. 3 where are we? 300 and 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 3 1/2 anymore. It's 3 1/4 then.
Online bidder.
Next we have another life-size carved Canada Goose by Dominic or Vincent Vianotti again. And on that 300 I have and 3 1/4. Oh, this is a great one. I have 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, and 3 1/4, and 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/2 is on the floor, and 375, 75, and 400. At 375 now 4. At 375, look at the posturing of that goose. You wouldn't want to tackle with that guy. I have 375, 400 on the floor, and 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. The floor is out. It's with Kayla now at 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. Kayla, 4 1/4. You got that one.
Online bidder.
Oh, another hissing one. This is by Vincent Vianotti again on the hissing decoy, which you have pleasure on this. May have 300 set it in. 300 weight instead of 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200. Look at the car, 2 1/4. How much? 300 I have and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4 on the phone and now 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 on the phone, 3 1/2. At 3 1/2 and 375 and 375. I have 350 now 375 on the phone, 400. I have 375 and now 4. 400 I have and now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/4, 4 1/2 online of 475. I have 450 now 475 with Emily and now 500. I have 475 with Emily now 5. I have 475 on the phone with Sylvia and now 550. I have 500 now 550 and 550 more. 550, 600, 600 we need. I have 550 now 600. 600 I have with Sylvia on the phone and now 650. I have 600 now 650. 600 once, twice, and for 650. Sylvia 600. 320 buys. 600. Oh, look at this one with a curved head. Oh, thank you. Look at this one with a curved head. This is one of the best ones of the bunch. That's very hard to do with a curved neck like that. What's your pleasure on this one?
300.
300. This is a preening goose decoy. Preening when they start to...
4
pick on their feathers. 3.25, 3.5, 375. Fabulous sculptures. 375, 400. At 400, 4.25. I have 400 quarter, 4.25, 4.5, 4.5, 75, 75, 500, 500, 550, 550, 600. I have 600, 650. What a sculpture. 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. Glass eyes. I have 650 and 700. 650 with Emily and 700. 650 once, twice, him for 700. And that lovely sculpture is 650 Emily. We're going to be running out of geese here pretty soon. Another good one. Another good one. This is by this is an open beak one with glass eyes, and 300 on this one, and $300 on this one. This one has the shaped feet, 3.25 and 3.5. I 3.25 and 3.5, and 3.25, 3.5, 3.5. These are fabulous. At 3.5 now 375, 375 and 400. These are not decoys. These are real sculptures. 375 and now 400. I 375 and 4. 400 I have in 4.25. I have 400 now 4.25. At 400 and 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5, 4.25, 4.5. Look at the quality of these carvings. I have 4.25, 4.5. I can't imagine what they'd be in Canada. $1,000 a piece probably. 4.5, 475. I have 450 and 475. 475 and 500 now on that wonderful sculpture. I have 475 and now 5. 475 once, twice, and for 500. Any more? It's 475. And another framing decoy, another rare one by the same artist again, with this has the shaped feet, and on this right here, what's your pleasure on this one? 300. I have now 3.25. I have 300 now 3.25, 300, 3.25, 3.25 and 3.5, 3.5 and 375. I have 375 and 400, 400, 4.25. I have 400 now 4.25. 4.25 and 4.5, 4.5 and 475. I have 450 and 475, 475 and 500, 500, 550. I have 500 now 550, 550, 600, 600, 650. I have 600 now 650. If you haven't got a goose yet, they're almost out of them. I have 600 now 650. I have 600 once, twice, and for 650, it's $600. Live auctioneers buys. And moving right along. And we have next a life-size carved Canada goose decoy with extended neck. Again, the extended neck ones are very hard to do. What's your pleasure on this one? We have $300. Kick it in quickly. 300 I have and 3.25. I have 300 now 3.25. They're all here unreserved at 300, 3.25 and 3.5. Look at the beautiful carving. 3.5, 375. These are sculptures now. These are not decoys. 3.5 now 375 and 400. At 375 and 4, 400 and 4.25. Takes talent to make these. 400 now 4.25 and 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5. And 75. I have 4.5 now 475, 475, 500, 500, 550, 550, 600. I have 550 with 600, 600 with Kayla, now 650. I have 600 now 650, 600 once, 600 twice, 650, and 700, and 700 on the hissing decoy, 700, 750. I have 700 now 750, 700 once, twice, and for 750, it's 700 then. All right, there's only 2 geese left. If you haven't got one, now's the time. Look at this one, that great head position again. Maybe we have $300 to set it in. 300 where? 300 I have and 3.25. I have 300, 3.25. Great position of the same artist. Look at that beautiful composition, the way they did the head. 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5, at 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5, at 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25 once, twice, and for 3.5. On that beautiful decoy, 3.5, of course, and 375 on that sculpture. 3.5, now 375. I 350 and 375, 375 and 400. I 375 and 4. I 375 and 4, 375 and 4. Any more than 375 and 400 on that lovely goose sculpture. At 375 once, twice, and for 400 is 375. Next we have, we're on 7322. 7322. If you have not got a goose by this, if you have not gotten a goose by this artist, you're not going to get one because it's the last one. What's your pleasure on this one? 300. I have them 3.25. I have 300 now 3.25 and 3.5. I have 3.25, 3.5, 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5, and now 375, 375 and 400. At 375 and 4. I have 375 and 400, 375 and 4. 400 I have them 4.25, 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5 anymore. 4.25 once, twice, you went for 4.5. All in all then at 4.25, 4.5. Any more? It's 4.25. That's the last goose is flying away. All right, here we go with more great stuff. Oh, look at this whirligig here. Folk art whirligig with a bear chase scene. Bear chase scene. Yeah, there we go. Connor's got. What do we have on that? A couple $100 where? 150 at 175. At 150, 175, 150, 175. At 150, 175. Any more? At 150, 175, 150, 175. At 150 once, twice, going for 175. Any more than 150? Sold 150.
Online bidder.
Next we gotta go. Next we have, look at these. 3 Pennsylvania stoneware Crocs, including Hamilton and Jones, Greensboro, and all 3 of those beautiful blue decorated stoneware slip decorated Crocs. What's your pleasure on those? 3.25. 3.25 and 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5, and 3.25, 3.5, and 3.75. At 3.50 and 75, 3.75 and 4. At 3.75 now 4. At 3.75 and 4 for all of them, not a piece. At 3.75 and 400. At 3.75 and 4 anymore. At 3.75 once, twice, and for 400. 400 I have, and 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25. 400 once, twice, went for 4.25. We're all in, all done. At 400, 4.25. 4.25 and 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5. 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25 once, twice, and went for 4.5. Selling once, twice, any more. 4.25. Next we go to a lovely period shaker bentwood oval box, beautiful fingered box right there in old red. What's your pleasure on this one? 375 and 400. At 375 and 4 in that lovely box. At 375 and 4, 375 and 4. 400 I have and 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25, 4 and 4.25. Beautiful condition. In old red. 400 now, 4.25 anymore. 400 once, twice, I went for 4.25. It's 400.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we look at this great spice chest. An American Country 47 drawer pine spice cabinet with little hand turned knobs on all this. This could have been a watchmaker's cabinet too, but I think it was probably used for spices. What's your pleasure on that lovely box right there? 400 I have now, 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25. It's all dovetail casement, big, huge dovetails on the top and bottom where they did the casement. I have 400 now, 4.25. I have 400, 4.25. These usually bring a lot more. 4.25, thank you, and 4.5. It's on the floor here, 4.25, 4.5. 4.5 where? I have 4.25 here and 4.5 anymore. At 4.25 once, twice, and 4.5. What a nice buy on that. Yours, sir, 4.25, number upside down. Number 9, thanks. 4.25 to number 9. Nice trade on that. Next we have this 18th century red colonial painted 2-drawer blanket chest. Look at that, an old dry red finish. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have and 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25. Beautiful old red surface, dry surface, 200, 2.25. I have 2.25 on. I have 2.25 on the floor. 2.5, 75, 75, 300. I have 300, 3.25. I have 3.25 on the floor and 3.5, 3.5 and 75, 75 and 400 and 4.25. 4 is it a yes? 4.25 on the floor and 4.5. I had 4.25 on the floor and 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5 anymore. At 4.25 once, twice, and for 4.5, it's on the floor. Selling once, twice, and it's sold to the floor. 4.25, number 7. Now we are on lot 7328. 7328 is the ventriloquist doll, this rare folk art ventriloquist dummy. It's not very nice to say, but with his trunk, with his little trunk right here. And on that ventriloquist dummy, what's your pleasure? 1,200. These are so rare. I sold one of these 30 years ago with the body for 10,000. For 10,000 30 years ago. 14 and now 15. I have 14 and now 1,500. I have 1,400 now 1,500. I have 15 now 16. I have 1,500 now 1,600. I have 1,500 now 1,600. Rare, rare, rare. I have 1,500 now 1,600. I have 1,500 once, 1,500 twice, and even for 1,600 on that rare folk art ventriloquist doll or dummy. I have 1,500. Any more? With Kayla at 1,500. Any more? Never find another one of these. 1,500, Kayla. Very rare. Haven't seen another one in 30 years. And here we go on a David D. Herring summer winter coverlet from Rockland County, New York, and Bergen County, New Jersey. What's your pleasure on that lovely piece with dogs, trees, a church, birdhouses, eagles. They don't come any better. What's your pleasure on that lovely piece? 650. I have now 700. I have 650 and 700. 7 and 750. I have 700, 750, 800. I have 750 and 800. I have 800 now 8.5. It's 92 by 70, 850, 900, 950. I have 900, 950, 1,000, 950 now 1,000, 950 now 1,000 if you want it. 1,000 I have now 1,100. I have 1,000 now 11 now 12, 11 and 12, 11 and 12, 1,100, 1,200 if you like it. I have 1,100 once, twice, and for 1,200 on that rare coverlet. 1,100 once, twice, any more. It's 1,100. Next we have, look at this, in old blue paint, dump cart blue paint. This is for picking blueberries. A blueberry rake, a nice early handmade blueberry rake in old blue paint. What's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Great color. 2 1/2 and 275. Look at that carved handle. I have 2 1/2 and 275. 275 and 300. I have 275 with Kaler, 300 with Kaler all the way, and 3 1/4. I have 3 and now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3.5 now, 375. I have 3.5 and 375, 375 and 400. Look at the quality of that. 400, 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2 and 475. We're going to get another one like this. I have 4 1/2 now, 475. 75, 500 now. 500, 550. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500 and 550 in that great blueberry rake in the blueberry color. 500 once, twice, 550 in time with Kaler, and now 600. 600, a blueberry rake in a blueberry color. I have 600, now 650. 600 once, twice, and for 650, Kaler, 600. Next we have redware. All this redware, look at this, early 18th century redware. A whole group of it. Dave's got a whole box full of it. How many pieces? 10 pieces of 18th century yellow slip decorated redware. What's your pleasure on all the redware?
500.
500 I have in 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 500 and 550. 500 and 550. Any more? 550, 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 for 10 pieces. That's $55 an item for 18th century redware. I have 550 and going to sell it. Nothing's reserved. 550 it is. All right, off we go. Oh, look at this cupboard. This was the cupboard over here. This rare red and blue painted diamond point setback cupboard. And what's your pleasure in that wonderful early cupboard, that diamond point carved cupboard in old blue and red, original paint. What's your pleasure? How much? 1,000 I have, now 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100, that rare cupboard. At $1,000, 1,100 if you like it. And only $1,000, 1,100. Gonna sell it. No money for that. 11 now 12. It's unreserved. I have 1,100 now 12. 1,100 came out of a house local. And 1,100 now 12. 11 to 12, 11, 12 in that wonderful cupboard. 1,100 selling once, twice, and for 1,200. It's gone. 1,100.
Online bidder.
That's a beautiful painted cupboard and diamond point like the Canadian diamond points. Next we have, oh, look at this wonderful wood painted and metal folk art turtle. This is that a turtle decoy? No, it's just a folk art turtle. Here, I'll hold it right there, Bob. And what's your pleasure on this? 275 and 300. 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 75. 375, 400. No, I 375 with Kayla and 400. I 375 and 4 and 375 and 4. Any more? At 375 once, twice. Any more? Kayla, 375. Next we have an incredible collection. These actually should have been sold individually, but they lotted them together. Get some hands up here. Hey, Bob, can you help him with this? There's some significant stuff in here. Grab that big one, Bob, right there with the red trim. Yeah, that one. This is some significant workmanship in here. Early. One of them is dated. One of them has an early date in the center of it. Is this the one? No. There's one of them that has an early date in the center of it.
It's the smallest. It's hexagonal.
This one right here. This one's dated 1810, all hand done in felt. And on that whole group of penny rugs, what's your pleasure on all these? 375 and 400. We got one, this paid for that, the rest of them are free. I had 375 and now 400, 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400, that's a rare group of rugs right there, and pad, 375, 400 now 4 and a quarter, gonna sell it. 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Great, 4 and a half and 75. At 450 and 475. Well, that's a great group of hand-done stuff. 4 and a half, 475. 450 once, twice, and for 475, they're gonna go. We gotta move on. It's 450. Live auctioneers. And next we have a group of baskets. We have 5 antique Native American baskets right here. And there's one of them a quill basket. It looks like it is. Swing handles, regulars, all kinds of baskets right here. And what's your pleasure on all those? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275, 300, 300, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a half, 75, 350 and 375, 375, 400. I had 375 and now 4. I had 375 and now 4 and 375 and 4. 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 4 and now 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. One of them is a quill box. 4 and a quarter. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half anymore? All in all, at 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 475, 450 and 75. At 450 and 70, 475, 500. At 475 and now 5. At 475 and now 500, 475 and 5 anymore? All in all then at 475 and 500. We all in all then at 475 and 500. It's 475 then.
Online bidder.
Next we have redware. We have a rare American redware half-gallon crock. On that half-gallon crock, what's your pleasure on that? Look at that beautiful spotting on that red glaze. 175 and now 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 in that early redware crock with 2 handles at only 175 and 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Under the money in that. What happened to my redware guy? At 175 and now 200. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. All in all, at 175. It's 175. Is that with you, Kayla?
Yeah.
Online? Next we have, oh, look at this rare, a little rare Nantucket swing handle basket. An early Nantucket basket right here in great surface and patina. It probably hold about 4 eggs. And on that right there, great surface and patina. What's your pleasure on this? 150 had 175 and 200. At 175 and 2, 200, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275 and 300. At 275 and now 3, of course 300, 3 and a quarter. That's an early 19th century Nantucket basket. I had 300, 3 and a quarter. With you, Emily, at 300? I had 300 now 3 and a quarter. I had 300 now 3 and a quarter. I had 300. It got put in the sale at the. We had forgot to put it in, and now it's in. It's not advertised or anything. 300 now 3 and a quarter. I had 300 once, twice, and for 3 and a quarter. And that rare Nantucket basket selling once, twice, and 300. Emily. Next we have a folk art lighthouse form birdhouse. A lighthouse form birdhouse. What's your pleasure on that? Wonderful little folk art piece right there. Even had rocks and a little boat and everything. $100 wear. 100 wear. Set a bit of $100 and go. Instant $100 in that little folk art piece. And he went for 100. And he went for $100. $50. We don't care where it starts. 50. I have in 60 now. I have 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70, 60 and 70 more. All in all, now $60, 70 if you want it. 60 it is. 344 buys. That's an odd number. Next we have a painted oval pantry box in green. Look at this one here. This one says cloves. Remember we sold the one that said coffee? I think this is by the same maker. It says cloves on top in old yellow paint on the green. On the green. And what's your pleasure on this one? 150, I have 175, 175, 200, 175 and now 2. 200 I have 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. At 200 now 2 and a quarter with Emily and now 2 and a half on that rare one. Great paint, it says cloves. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half on the phone with Darren, 275. I have 250 now 275. At 250 and 275 and 250 75 anymore. All in all then at only 250 of that rare box. 250 once, twice, and it's gone. 250? 318. Nice box. It was 318. Yep, 318. Next we have a wall-mounted spice cabinet, a lovely early wall-mounted spice cabinet with porcelain labels. With porcelain labels. They say cinnamon, ginger, allspice, and so on and so forth. What's your pleasure? That nice little spice cabinet right there. $100 I have, and now a quarter. I have $100, 100 a quarter. That nice early spice cabinet. I have $100 only and 100 a quarter. These are in the shops. These are like $500. I have 100 now, 100 a quarter. Any more? All in, all done. At only $100 now. Nice little spice cabinet. $100, 100 a quarter. Any 100? One a quarter. One a quarter, one and a half. It's unreserved. I have one a quarter, one and a half, and 175. I have 150 now, 175. At 150 only and 175. Jesus, a nice one. I have 150 now, 175. You can still smell the spices in here. 175 and 200. At 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. You sure can. At 175 and 200. At 175 once, twice, and for $200 on that nice little cabinet. Any more? Any more? 175 it is. Next we have a folk art painting of hunters in a winter camp. Oh, that great piece of folk art right there. Boy, those two guys look like they're very cold. And I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. At 300, 3 and a quarter anymore? All in all, 3 and a quarter where? 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. 3 and a half and 375. I have 350 and 75 and now 400 and now 400. I have 375 and now 400 with Kayla, now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and 4 and a quarter anymore. 400 once, twice, and for 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a half and 475 on the country painting of the hunters. I have 4 and a half and 475. 450 once, twice, 475 with Emily and now 500. I have 475 in that sporting picture, now 500, 500 and 550. I have 500 now, 550. At 5 once, 5 twice, went for 550. All in all, that 500, 550. It's $500. Online bidder, $500. Next, we have a very nice, early 18th century stretcher-based American tavern table, 25 and a half inches high, 45 inches long, 26 and a half inches deep. On that with a drawer, all wood pegged, beautiful ring and vase turnings on that. What's your pleasure on that rare table? 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. This is an 18th century tavern table in original surface. I have 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. No money for this. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. What's wrong? This should be bringing $1,000. I have 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half on that 18th century stretcher-based tavern table at only 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a half, of course, and 275. It's the price of used furniture for this 18th century tavern table. 275 and 300. Oh, it has 3 drawers. I didn't see that. And all wood peg. They're $3, 275 and 300. So of course 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. No money. At 300 once, twice. Going to sell that at only $300. Any more? Nice buy. $300 number 15. $300 number 15. Nobody was paying attention on that one. Next we have a Maine folk art carving of a woodsman. A lovely original folk art carving of a woodsman, all hand carved and painted up. And what's your pleasure in this guy? What's your pleasure in this guy? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. $100 where? Set it in. $100 where? And it's $100. 50. It's here to be sold. 50 where? And it's $50. And it's $50. 50. I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Nicely carved. Piece of folk art. I have 50 and 60 anymore. 50 once, twice, and for $60. It's $50 then. 7344 is a miniature folk art portrait of a girl dated 1839. You got both phones? On this rare portrait right here. A rare portrait right here. What's your pleasure on this right here? It has, how much? 1600? 1700? 1800? 1900? 2000? 21? 22? 2100? 22? 23? 23? I have 23. 24. I have 2300s on the floor, 24, 25, 2500. I have 25 is on the floor with the lady on my right. I have 25, 2750 and 3000. I have 2750 and 3000. 3000 I have. She's got 2 players. I have 3000, now 32 and a half. 32 and a half, and now 35. 3500, the lady's back in on the floor. I have 3500 on my right. 3750 and now 4,000. I had 3750 now 4,000. I had 3750 and 4,000. 4,000 right here on the front. I have 4,000 now 42 and a half. 42 and a half over there. All over the floor now. 42 and a half now 4,500. Is at 4,500 and now 4,750. 47 yes, and 5,000. 5,000 and now 5,500. Is it yes? 5,500. 6,000. 6,000 I have and 6,500. 6,500 and 7,000. All on the floor now. 7,000 and now 7,500. 7,500 over there, and now 8,000, and now 8,000. I have 7,500. Is that a yes? It's a yes. 8,000, now 8,500. I have 8,000, now 8,500. At $8,000, that rare piece at 8,000, 8,500. 8,000 once, twice, and at 8,500. Back in, 8,500, and now 9,000. And 9,000. Thank you all for your help. All kinds of bidding. 9,000 I have here, and now 9,500. I have 9,000 on the phone, and now 9,500. It's everywhere. I have 9,000. I took your phone first, Jamie. I have 9,000, now 9,500. And 9,000 once, and 9,500. I have 95. I saw it again, man on the floor first before the internet, and now 10,000. I have 9,500, now 10,000. 10,000 I have with Jamie's phone, now 11,000. I have 10,000, now 11,000. On Jamie's phone at 10,000 once, at 10,000 twice, in for 11,000, all in 11,000 online, and now 12,000, and now 12,000, that rare piece. I have 11,000, now 12,000. I have 11,000, 12,000 with Jamie, and now 13,000. I have 12,000, now 13,000. 13,000 online, now 14,000. I have 13,000, now 14,000. I have 13,000 once, 13,000 twice. Is that a yes? I have 14,000 with Jamie on the phone, and now 15,000. I have 14,000, now 15,000. I have 14,000 once, twice, any more? Sold. Jamie, 14,000. 14,000. I knew that was going to bring a lot. We had so much interest in that. Next we have 2 early pantry boxes right here. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have. Now, how much? Oh, I have 100 on the floor. Now 100 a quarter. 100 a quarter. 100 a quarter. 1 1/2. 1 a quarter. 1 1/2. 1 a quarter. 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2. 175 and 2. 200. Is that yes? I can't hear you. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now. 2 1/4 for the 2. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. $200.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have a miniature 10-drawer chest. Look at this one. This was probably for a watchmaker because of the drawers are so small on that little early watchmaker's cabinet in pine. And I have 200, 2 1/4, 3 1/4. I like that better. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, at 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, and 375 on the watchmaker's cabinet. At 3 1/2, now 375. At 350 and 75, at 350 and 75 anymore. At 350 once, 350 twice, and with 375 is 350. Live auctioneers. Next we have, this rare, early, red-painted slant lid desk in pine. What's your pleasure on this? An old red paint from house in Both Bay Harbor. They have a couple $100 to set it in. 200 where? $100. We don't care where it starts, where it ends up. $100 where on that nice little slant lid in old red with a helper white legs. Anyone for $100. Anybody can do that. 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, going to sell it. And $100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Still for nothing, 1 1/2, 175, 175. Going to sell it. It's on the floor, 150 once, twice, and once 175. 200, still a bargain. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 anymore. At 175, you sure? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. With Emily at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 2 1/2. With Emily, 2 1/4 Emily. Oh, look at this wonderful cat. A lot of interest in this cat. We couldn't figure out who carved it, but a lot of people have wanted this cat. He's beautifully painted and carved on that little folk art cat. And what's your pleasure on him? 375 and now 400. I have 375 and now 400 here and 4 1/4. I have 400 on the floor now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475. You got a lot of kitties already. I have 4 1/2 now 475 and 500 and now 550. I have 500 now 550 at 550 600 650. It's on the floor at 600 to my left. At 600 now 650 on the kitty. 650 and 700 on the floor to my left and 750 now. And 750, 2 cat lovers, 750, 800. I have 750, now 800. Thank you for your help. I was 750 once, twice on the phone with Sylvia. At 750 once, twice, and I'm getting punchy. 750, Sylvia. 320? 320, 750. Next we sold 3 of these today for a lot of money. Here's a single one. This is circa 1880s. Bangor Stoneware Company, Jones Fish and Oyster House, Bangor, Maine. What's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3 and 275 and 3. At 275, 300 I have on the phone and 3 1/4. I have 3 on the phone and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 online with Three and a half. A 3.5 with Emily. I 3.5 with Emily. 375 and now 400. I 375 and now 4. At 375 and 4, 400 I have and 4.25. I have 400 now 4.25, 4 and 4.25. I have 400 once, 400 twice, 4.25. Any more? Once, twice, and who has the 400? I do. Emily, 400. Live auctioneers. I had so much fun stuff today, huh? A 19th century sandpaper drawing of trappers, men in portage canoes up from a mountain river, lay a foothill hillside, and on that right there, I have 250. 200 I have, and now 2.25. I have 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25, 2.5, and 2.25, 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5, 2.25, 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5. 2.5 and 275. I have 250 and 75 with Kayla all the way. Boy, we've had sandpaper paintings, but nothing of that style. I have 2.5 and 275. Once, twice, and it's 2.5.
Online bidder.
Next we have, oh, look at this great primitive painted tray with side handles in dump cart blue. And what's your pleasure on this? It looks like it was, how much? 2.25. I bet you this was used by a farrier or a builder. 275. I have 250 now, 275. It had a canvas cover at one time. At 2.5 and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, and 275. With Emily at 250 and selling. Any more? Yeah, 275 with Emily. Almost sold it, now 300. I have 275 and now 300. I have 275 and 3. 275 once, twice, and for 300. It's 275. Emily. And we have this lovely early cupboard, right? Where's that one? Over there, by the door. We have a primitive pine secretary cupboard with 3 drawers on the base of the secretary, nice cutout bracket base, and refinished pumpkin pine. What's your pleasure on that? 300 I have, and 3.25. I have 3.25. I have 3.25 on the floor, and 3.5, and 75, and 400, and 400, and 4.25, 4.25, 4.5, 4.5, 75, and 500. I have 475 is on the floor, and 500. A nice piece of furniture, no money. For price of used furniture, I have 475 once, twice, and you went for 500. You got it. 475, 15. 475 to 15. Next we have a great trade sign. Dr. Frank Thomas, he was in Farmington, Maine, I believe. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on the sign, on the Frank Thomas sign? There we have, what, a couple $100 set it in. 200, we have it 200. Instead 200, instead 200. Nobody wants the sign? $100. That's a nice early sign. Any bid?
100.
100 I have, 1.25. Yes, 1.25, 1.5. 1.25, 1.5. That's a nice early sign. At 1.25 is on the floor and selling. 1.25 once, twice, and for 150. Sold. 1.25, 74. 1.25, 74. More great stuff to come. Here we go. Another great basket. This is similar to that Canadian marine basket we sold today. This is an old green paint with 2 handles on that early splint ash basket right there. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1.25, 1.25, 1.5. I have 1.25 here, and 1.5, and 175, 150 now, 175, 200. I have 200 I have with Sylvia, and 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25, 2.25. I have 200, 2.25. The orange one bought what? 1,300 today? 2.25, 2.5. I have 2.25, 2.5, 250, 275. I have 250 with Sylvia on the phone, and now 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, went for 275. Any more than 250, 275. 275 with Darren on the phone, and now 300 we need, and now 300 I have with Sylvia, and now 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25. That nice painted basket. I have 300, 3.25. Once, twice, and 300. Sylvia. 320. 320 or 321. 320? Oh, okay. I had a different number. Okay, got it. And here, oh, look at these. We have 3 framed early samplers. What's your pleasure on all those samplers right there? 3, how much? 175. We have 3 early samplers right here. This one says born 1796 and has Adam and Eve underneath the apple tree getting in trouble. And what do we have? 175? 175 and 200. 200 where? I have 175 and 200, 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 for all of them. I have 2.25, 2.5. At 2.25 once, twice, and for 2.5. At 2.25 and selling. Any more? 2.25 once, twice, and It's 2 1/4. Kaler.
Online bidder. Sorry, online bidder. Online bidder.
Yep. Next we have a Maine folk carved resting American bald eagle. Look at that nice carving right there, carved and painted. Maybe we had $300 instead of being 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/2 and 375, 375 and 400, 400 and 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 is on the floor and 475. 450 is on the floor and 75 now. At 451, twice in for 475. Anymore. 450 to 74. Oh, look at this beautiful clock. Look at this beautiful clock. An 18th century red painted pine grandfather clock circa 1790, original old surface, and on that right there, which a pleasure, has painted wooden dial, memorial with willow trees, floral brackets, and so on and so forth. It's 7 feet, 3 inches high, nice small one in pine, which a pleasure on this one. Then we have $300 set it in, 300 way up to 300 on that nice early country tall clock. Any for 300. Nobody wants it? Once, twice, and pass it away. Next item, we have a rocking horse. On the rocking horse right there, which a pleasure in this nice little rocking horse right here. Maybe we have what, a couple $100 and set it in. 200 wear and that nice spotted, was it an Appaloosa? Is it what? A dapple gray. That's my horse expert right there. I need $200 on the dapple gray rocking horse, that nice early toy. Anyone for $200. Anyone for $200, that nice toy. Right in front of the podium at 200, now 2 1/4. I have 200 where? I need 200 to go. And it's to 200. 150. 150. Nobody wants it? Once, twice, and that's the way. Want to move on. Next item. Next that we have 19th century beehive covers with folk art paintings. What does that mean? Beehive? Oh, beehive covers. They what, hon? Oh, they go in front of the hive. Wow. Who would have thought to paint them? I bet the bees love it. Maybe not. What's your pleasure? 600. See, somebody knows. 600 now 6 1/4. I have 600 now 650. I have 600 now 650. At 600 now 650 on the painted beehive covers. At 600 once, twice in for 650. Sold Emily 600. Live auctioneers. Connor, you got somebody to take over? Yeah. Get somebody to take over. Next we have an American redware crock and pitcher. A crock and pitcher in redware. What's your pleasure on these? There we have what? 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter anymore. At $100, 100 a quarter. 100 once, 100 twice, we went for 100 and a quarter. We all in, all done. $100, 100 a quarter. Any more? It's $100 then. Live auctioneers buys. Now we have 4 early turned wooden bowls. Look at these. Oh, look at that big one. Wow. And on those right there, and some of them are painted. Oh, painted. Oh yeah, that one's in yellow, green, natural, and natural. How much for all the bowls? 200 we have, and 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275, 300, and 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, FT, 3 1/2, 375, 375, 400, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 is on the FC bid. At 4 1/4 with Jen, and 4 1/2. 475, 500, 500 for all of them. At 475 now 500. At 475 and 5. With Jen, FC bid at 475. Any advance of 475 to 500. Once 500 in time. Are they out? You beat them out. Emily, you beat them out. I have 500 now 550. 500 once, twice in for 550. All in all, that 500. Emily, 500. Live auctioneers. Next we have an 18th century ladder back armchair. Look at this beautiful armchair with the shaped arms and double stretchers. The arms have a nice swoop to them, carved. Hold that right up, Rob, a little bit. Hold it right, yeah, right, just like that. Look at the shape of those arms and the terminals underneath the arms, how they're done. It's all wood pegged. Looks like it has original rush seat and old surface. What's your pleasure in that beautiful early chair? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, 275 and 300, 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4. Look at the quality of the arms. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 in that 18th century chair. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice, in for 350. Seems reasonable. We're going to sell it. And he went for 350. 3 1/4 once, twice, and it sold 3 1/4.
Online bidder.
3 1/4, online bidder. Next we have A lovely painting right here, a picture right here, needlework portrait of a woman and child by Sarah Kingsland Hine. What's your pleasure on this one here? 150 I have 175, 75, 200. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half anymore. At 2 and a quarter, that early piece is 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, all in, all done, is 2 and a quarter. Oh,
Online bidder.
online bidder, 2 and a quarter, online bidder. All right, here we go. On the next piece right here, we have an American salt glazed stoneware crock jug, 19th century. What's your pleasure on this little guy right here? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter and 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter anymore. At $100, 100 a quarter, $100, 100 a quarter. All in all then, at $100, 100 a quarter. Anymore? 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. I like it with that brown glazed strip on the front. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, and 175. 150, 175, 175 and 200. At 175 and 2, 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. 2 and a half now, 275. I have 250 now, 275. At 250 and 275. Any more? 250 once, 250 twice, and with 275. 250 it is.
Online bidder.
Kayla. Next we have, look at these. 4 beehive turned painted wooden bowls. These are great. These are great bowls right here. Early bowls. That one's in red. This one's traces of red. And on the bowls, what's your pleasure? This one's in green. What's your pleasure on all the bowls? How much? 250 I have, and now 275. At 275, 100. At 275, 300 I have on the phone, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half is on the phone with Sylvia, and 375. At 350 and 75, 375 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, and 400. And 400 I have, and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a half, and 475. It's on the phone at 450 and 475, and 500. And 500. 500 I have, and 5 and a quarter. I have 550, 5 and a half, and 600 now. I have 550 and 600. 600 I have on the phone with Sylvia, and 650. I have 650 and 700. At 650 and 700, 650, 700 and 750 and 750, 750, 800. I have 750 now 8. I have 750, 800 I have, and now 8 and a half. At 800 now 8 and a half, at 800, 8 and a half, and now 900. I have 8 and a half online now 9. I have 8 and a half with Emily. 8 and a half once, twice, and with 900. 850 once, twice, any more? Emily, 850. 850 Live Auctioneers. Next we go to another one of these. Hey, we had another one earlier today. The same grain. I bet it's the same company that made these. All grain painted with a little ripple edge molding. And what's your pleasure in this little spice cabinet? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Nice period piece. 100, 1 and a quarter. At 100, 1 and a quarter, 100, 1 and a quarter. Any more? No money for the 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, at 1 and a quarter. It's all paint decorated. 1 and a half, 175. At 150 and 175. It's all ripple molded trim. At 1 and a half, now 175. 150 once, twice, and 175 and 200 on that lovely little spice cabinet, early spice cabinet. 175 and now 2. 175 once, twice, and for 200. All in, all done. 175. We are 175. Next we have an 18th century, let's see, would that be Queen Anne? I think so. 18th century Queen Anne, a colonial banister back armchair. And I have 400, now 4 and a quarter. I have 400, now 4 and a quarter, 400, 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, and 475. And 475, 475, 500 on the floor, and 550, 550, 600. I have 550, look at that great early chair. Look at the shape of the arms. With original rush seat. An onion turn stretcher. I have 550 and 600. At 550 once, twice, and for 600. It's with Kayla now at 550, correct? At 550 once, twice, and for 600. 550 Kayla.
Online bidder.
Next we have an 1840 American needlework from the Whittingham Family Register from 1840. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this? We have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 wear and that nice early sampler from the Whittingham Family Register from 1840. Done by Ann Whittingham at age 17. And what's your pleasure? Maybe a couple $100 and set it in. 200, 100. Here to be sold. Anyone for $100. Nobody wants it? Once, twice, and passed away. Next object. We want to sell. Next we have a small buttocks basket, a nice little early buttocks basket. This will hold about 4 little eggs, a nice period. Look at the quality of that piece right there. And on that right there, maybe we have a couple $100 set in. 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 1 a quarter, 1 half, 1 a quarter, 1 half is a nice early one. 1 a quarter, 1 half, and 175 in a rare size. 150 once, twice, and 175. All in all that, 150, 175. Any more? It's 150. Next we have 4 early pantry boxes right here, graduated set or graduated group of pantry boxes, swing handle boxes. What's your pleasure on these? 150 I have, 175 and 200 and 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter for the lot. I have 200 only and 2 and a quarter. At 200, 2 and a quarter, they usually bring that a piece. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half. I have 2 and a half with Jen, 275. I have 2 and a half with Jen, 275. I have 250 now, 275. At 250 once, twice, in for 275. It's with the absentee at 275 and 300. They're out. I have 275 with Kayla now. At 275 online, 300. 275 once, twice, in for 300. 275, Kayla.
Online bidder.
Next we have a miniature 4-drawer red painted pine little chest. Look at this little guy. This has a very shaker feeling to it. The way the dovetails are so tight on this and the wood that they use and the dovetailing over here, I'm almost positive that you'll find out if you do research, this is a miniature shaker chest. The quality of it is just way too tight and good that I can't think of anybody else. Look at where the dovetailing is, the turn knobs. I mean, it's got to be a nice little shaker piece. What's your pleasure? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250, 275 and 300. I saw her first and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. It's over here 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300s on the floor and 3 and a quarter and I had 3 and a quarter here. 3 and a half there and 375 and 400 and 400. I have 375 and now it's at 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a half and 475 and 500. It's a good thing. I have 475 and 5. It's down front at 475 and 500. 475, 500, 550 now. I have 500 online and I have 550. Is that no? Or yes? 550, thank you, and 600. It's down front live at 550 and 600. At 550 and 600, 550 and 600. Any more? 550. I'm sorry, 550, number 7. 550 to number 7. Here we go. Look at this, early chair. On this early 18th century, look at the arms on that and the carving on the back crest with the original rush seat. And on that chair right there, what's your pleasure on that? Should be what, $300, $400, $500 easy, a couple $100 quick and set it in. 200 wear in that early chair instead of 200. Instead $200 in that rare early chair. Anyway, it's 200. Boy, that's a great chair. Look at the carving on the arms, double bubble stretcher. Look at the shape on this with the original rush seat. It's amazing, swirled arm on that. There we had all wood peg construction because it's so early. The no hand tools when they made that. No mechanical tools. Maybe have a couple $100 and set it in. Then went to $200 in that nice chair. Then went once, twice, and passed away. We don't want to pass them. We want to sell them. Next we go. 200 I have. It's going to be sold. It's unreserved. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and 2 and a quarter. Any more? At once, twice, 2 and a quarter. It's $200. 200 online, yep. Oop, go back. Oh, look at this fun piece. This folk art. On this folk art airplane with somebody riding on top. And what's your pleasure on this one? The folk art biplane with pilot and wing walker. 19. What's your pleasure on this? May have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 wear instead of in that. Great piece of folk art. $200 to put 200 and go. Great piece of folk art. Nobody wants it? Once, twice, and we'll sell it another day. Next item, we have an Amish stumpwork textile rug. And on that right there, 30 by 36 inches. Look at this Amish rug. What's your pleasure on this? 250 I have and 275 on the Amish rug. I have 250, 275. It's all done in wool. 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. I have 275 and 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Any more? 3 and a half and 75. At 3.5, and now 375 and 400. All with Emily now at 375 and 4. At 370, 400 I have and 4.25. I have 4 now, 4.25, 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25, 4.5, 4.25, 4.5, 4.5 and 75. I have 450 and 75. I have 450 and 75. Any more? 450 once, twice is all on live auctioneers at 450 and 475 on live auctioneers and 500 and 500. I have 475 and 500 if you want it. At 475 and 500, 550. At 500 now 550 and 5 and 550. At 500 once, twice, and went for 550. All in all, then at 500, 550. It's 500. Emily.
Live auctioneer.
Live auctioneers. Are you wired? Are you wired up?
No, I can take yours.
Oh, okay. Well, it's going to take a minute to swap then.
I'll be all right.
Yep. On these baskets right here, swing handle right there. Look at this melon basket right here, unusual, and another buttocks basket. What's your pleasure on all these wonderful baskets right here?
100.
100 I have. I want to rent it for the night. 100 now 1.25. At 100 now 1.25. 100 1.25. At 100 now 1.25. 100 1.25. At only $100. Those period baskets, unbelievable. This one's all beautifully made. At only $100, 1.25. Should have sold them earlier when we had all the basket people here. I have 100 once, twice, and then 1.25, 1.5, 1.25, 1.5, and 175. I 150, 175. This is a rare form right here. I 150 now 175. At 150 once to 175 and 200. These were made in the South, you know. At 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2 and 175. I'm going to sell them. They got to go. 175 and 2. Any more? 175.
Live auctioneer.
Live auctioneers. Here you go, buddy. Come on. You got a mic?
Yeah. it's
Oh,
up.
good,
Just
good,
gonna
good.
Take this from you. Switch over.
Kayla is now apprenticing with us, and he is going to take over the rest of the sale.
Connor.
Connor, sorry.
Connor.
I was looking at that. So, so here you go, right here.
Yep.
Right? There's your information.
Yep.
And you just got to write here the number and the buyer,
Okay.
like we always do.
Yep.
Pen?
I'm taking this from you first.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for bearing with us here with our lovely audience. All right. Okay, here we are. Early painted pantry boxes, two of them, 7376. Dave brought them up for us. Lovely green color. What's your pleasure on this?
250.
250, looking for 275. 275, looking for 300. 300, looking for 325. 3, looking for 325. 3, looking for 325. Anyone for these lovely early painted pantry boxes, 19th century? Dave, can you zoom in on that right there? The 300 Kaler online.
Okay.
Yep. We're looking for 325. Anyone for 325 for these lovely early painted pantry boxes? Anyone? Once, twice, sold. 300.
I'll write it for you.
Thank you. Hey, thank you, Dave. Nice chair. All right, here we are. Lot 7377, 18th century country Windsor chair. 7-spindle curved back. Lovely paint job. What is your pleasure on this chair right here?
1.25.
1.25, looking for 150. 125, looking for 150. 150, looking for 175. 150, looking for 175. May I sit in that? That looks quite lovely. Kaja always tells me everything's comfortable. I got to make sure. 175, looking for 200. Oof. Good support. 175, looking for 200. 175, looking for 200. Anyone for 200 for this lovely Windsor chair in black paint? Once, twice, sold. 175 for online. Okay, here we are. One of these lovely ponies with real pony fur. Gotta love that. 19th century covered horse pull toy. Look, it's on wheels. Isn't that cute? 7378. Let's start out the bidding. What's your pleasure on this? 200. 2.25. Looking for 250. 225. Looking for 250. Anyone for 250 for this lovely horse pull toy? 250. Thank you. 250. Looking for 275. Looking for 300. 275. Looking for 300. Anyone for 300? 3 with Emily. Looking for 325. Anyone for 325 for this nice looking, I mean, look, Dave, yeah, zoom in on that right there.
3 1/4.
Thank you. 3 1/4, looking for 350. 3 1/4, looking for 350. As you can see in the video here, it is really lovely condition. Look at the fur on that right there. Well, using the wrong word, but the rawhide. Anyway, 350, looking for 375. Anyone for 375 for this 19th century covered horse pull toy? Going once, twice, last call. Sold. 350 online.
Live auctioneer.
That's what I meant. Thank you, Emily, for that correction. All righty. An 1848 Nova Scotia Memorial Sampler for Child. Look at that. A lot of work, lovely detail down here. In memory of Joseph Wall, who departed this life on July 10th, 1848. Oof, young. Let's start at the bidding here. What's your pleasure? Anyone for this lovely 1848 Nova Scotia sampler? The lovely, lovely coloring on the bottom. Anyone interested in this? How about 100? Anyone for 100? Anyone for 50? Only $50. $50 on this lovely. Oh, we have one. $50. 50 looking for 60. $50 looking for $60. Anyone for $60 on this lovely sampler? Going once, twice, sold. Number 10 for $50. Well, I really lost, you know, the audience. Let's get some live action here. Come on. Now, there we go. This is what I'm interested in. 1920 Penobscot curl trim splint square basket. Just look at the detail. Can you get that on video there, Dave? That's fantastic. Very beautiful. Great condition. Let's start out the bidding here. What's your pleasure on this? 50, looking for $60. $50 looking for 60, looking for 70. 70, 80. 70, 80, 90. 80 for 90. $80 looking for 90. Finally, woven ash splint. Thank you. 90 looking for 100. 1920. 100 looking for 125. Thank you. 150 looking for 150. 125. 1.5 looking for 175. Iconic decorative feature of Wabanaki basketry. 150 looking for 175. Anyone for 175 for this lovely basket? Once, twice, sold. 150 online. All right, here we are, 7381. This is a beautiful Gardner, look at that, half-gallon stoneware jug, Maine. Salt glazed stoneware jug. We'll start out the bidding here. It says impressed Lyman and Clark, if you can get in on that. Yes, and a beautiful little design here. We'll start the bidding. What's your pleasure on this beautiful stoneware?
1 1/4.
1 1/4, looking for 1.5. 125, looking for 150. 150. 150 looking for 175. Anyone for 175 on this? 175 looking for 200. 200 looking for 225. 200 looking for 225 on this lovely stoneware jug made in Maine. 200 looking for 2 1/4. Thank you. 225 looking for 250. 225, 250 looking for 275. 250 looking for 275. Anyone for 275 on this lovely stoneware jug? Anyone else? Last call. Once, twice, sold. 250.
12.
I don't think we're bringing this up, but this is a Sheridan child's bed. Bird's eye maple, very nice condition. Corner finials and turn spindles. Just to give you an idea, it's 27.5 by 45 by 27.5 inches. Let's start the bidding. What's your pleasure on this?
1 1/2.
1.5 looking for 175. 150 looking for 175. Anyone for 175 on this lovely Sheridan child's bed? Solid bird's eye maple. That's a steal for that. 150 looking for 175. Last call, people. Sheridan child's bed. Going once, twice, sold. 150 online. Okay. 7383. Another sampler. 19th century alphabet sampler. Wool on linen. Multicolored wool threads on a fine linen ground. Boy, that one is beautiful. Let's start the bidding here. What's your pleasure?
2 1/4.
2 1/4 looking for 250. 2.5 looking for 275. We have 250 looking for 275 on this lovely sample. Look at the detail and how clean it's really preserved well. 300. Thank you. 300 looking for 325. 300 on the phone looking for 325. Anyone for $325 on this lovely sampler in great condition? Going once, going twice. Last call. Sold. Phone. What's the number? 304. 304.
300. 304.
Okay. 7384. An 1825 sampler. Whittingham family, Nova Scotia. Thank you, Bob. Beautiful color on this. Look at the little flowers down here. They're gorgeous. Very nice. Seek virtue, and of the posset, henceforth the God resign the rest. Let's start with the bidding here. What is your pleasure on this? This is, Nova Scotia. 150, looking for 175. 150, it's by Catherine Walmsley Whittingham. We have 150, looking for 175. Anyone for 175 on this lovely, colorful sampler? Anyone else on this lovely sampler? Going once, going twice, sold. 150 online. Okay, 7385. Primitive 2-drawer wall box. Let's take a look at this. Boy, we've had a lot of lovely things like this in this auction. You get inside there, Dave. Wow. Think about how long that's been around, huh? How much use this has got. It looks beautiful. All right, let's start out the bidding here on this primitive 2-drawer wall box. What's your pleasure? 125, looking for 150. We have 125, looking for 150 on this beautiful wall box. 150, looking for 175. 150, looking for 175. Anyone for 175? Thank you. 200. 175 to 200. 225. 2 for 225. 225, looking for 250. 225, looking for 250. Thank you. 250, looking for 275. 2 molded edged dovetailed drawers with brass pulls. 275, looking for 300. You can see the nice dovetail right there. 300, looking for 325. Anyone for 325? We have 300, looking for 325 only on this primitive 2-drawer wall box. You can't find another one. 3 1/4, looking for 350. Anyone for 350 on this beautiful wall box? 350, looking for 375. Anyone for 375 on this wall box? 375. Going once? 375. Thank you. 375. We have 375. Looking for 4. Thank you. 4. Looking for 425. Anyone for 425 on this beautiful primitive 2-drawer wall box? 4 1/4. Looking for 450. 4 1/4. Looking for 450. It's 19th century country pine hanging box. You can see a little wall mount right here. I'm sorry, Emily. Where are you? Where are we, Emily? 4 1/4, looking for 450. 4 1/4, looking for 450. Anyone for 450 in this box? Last call? Sold. 425. Oh, wow. My mother would love that. She loves sewing. 2-drawer sewing box with spool. I know you're going to bid on, aren't you? Spool holders. 19th century wooden sewing case with shaped back. I know she's going to bid on it now. Shaped backsplash. Top mounted raised arc with 4 spool holders. Isn't that cute? And you can keep the, we'll give you the thread. That comes with it. Yeah. 50, looking for $60. We'll take 50, looking for $60. Anyone for $60? 60. Oh, she did. 60, 70. 60, 70? 70?
I have 80.
80. 80? 90? 90. I got her first on the floor. 90, looking for 100. No. 100? 100 over here. 125? 125? 125. Anyone for 150? 125, looking for 150. 150, 175? Oh, yes, 175. Anyone for 200? We have 175 on the floor, looking for 200. Go last call. 2. Sorry, 200, looking for 225. 200, looking for 225. There's no sympathy in this game, I'm sorry. I'm here for you, though. On Live Auctioneers, we have I believe we have 200, right, Emily? 200, looking for 225. Last call, people. Going once, going twice on the spool holders, 2-drawer sewing box. Sold. 200. Live Auctioneers. Oh, boy, another one of these. Oh, he's rolling it in. Dave, can you get that live action? Look at this. Well, you might have missed it, but this lovely piece just rolled in here, or galloped along. Yeah, I couldn't really tell, but isn't that lovely? This is lot 7387, a cloth-covered horse ride-on pole. I like this cloth. That's a nice touch. Vintage standing horse, wooden platform, attached wheels, cloth cover. It actually does have a horsehair tail as well. Look at that. Let's start out the bidding here. What's your pleasure? Looking for 125, looking for 150. We have 125 on this lovely horse ride-on pull toy. Looking for 150. Anyone for 150 on this lovely cloth-covered horse ride-on pull toy? 125 going once, twice, sold. 125, live auctioneers. All right, a beautiful 2-gallon stoneware jug. W. Roberts, Binghamton, New York. Probably messed that up. Salt glazed stoneware jug, impressed. Look at this. What we have on this one. It almost looks like a dragonfly, but I'm going to say that's a flower. Hard to tell, but it's beautiful. Let's start out the bidding here. What's your pleasure? 60. 70. 70 for 80. 70 looking for 80 only on this beautiful stoneware. Thank you. 80. 80 looking for 90. 90 looking for 100. 90. 90 looking for 100. 100. 100 looking for 125. 100. 125. 150. We have 125. 150. Anyone for 150 on this lovely 2-gallon stoneware jug? Couldn't you see that in your living room next to your couch? Add some ambiance to the room, right? 125 looking for 150 only on this beautiful 2-gallon stoneware. Going once, twice, last call, sold. 125, online bidder. What do we have here?
No, you got a jug.
We got another jug here. You're okay. We're going down a size, working the opposite way as before. This is a 1-gallon jug. Now, if that 2-gallon jug was just too much for your room, this is really going to do it for you. I think you need this. 7389, 1-gallon Sipe & Son stoneware. Another oyster jar, as Kaja was talking about before. Late 19th century. Let's start out the bidding here. This one also has a lovely little flower on it. What is your pleasure? 270? I'm sorry, 70. 70, 80. 80 looking for 90. 80 looking for $90. 90. 90 for 100. No, 100. 125. Anyone for 125 in this lovely stoneware jug? 125. 100 looking for 125 on this lovely stoneware jug. 1-gallon Sipe & Sons, Pennsylvania. Last call. 100 going once, twice, sold. $100 to live auctioneers. Look at this. 18th century paint decorated violin case with country fiddle of the period. I think the case alone is really beautiful, but look at this. I would love to put on a show, but I haven't played anything like this since I was in elementary school. Even comes with an ivory bow, it says, huh? That's ivory trim bow. All right. Oh, mother of pearl inlay on the tailpiece. If you can get that on there, Dave. A lovely mother of pearl inlay on the tailpiece. Let's start the bidding here. What's your pleasure? 225 looking for 250. 225 looking for 250 on this lovely fiddle of the period. 225, 18th century paint decorated violin case. Anyone for 250 for this lovely violin and case? Going once, going twice. We said 250, Emily? 225? Thank you. 225, sold. Live auctioneers. All right, 7391. I am involved with condition reports, and I did one on this one, and this is a lovely chair. It can take even my weight, so I'm impressed with it. It passes the test. New England Queen Anne side chair, 18th century, with what, I'm sorry?
Spanish feet.
Spanish feet, carved Spanish feet, 17-inch high seat. As you can see, this is still in beautiful condition. The woven rush seat. Let's start the bidding here. What's your pleasure on this? 150. 150 for 175. Anyone for 175 on this beautiful New England Queen Anne side chair? 150, looking for 175 only. Anyone for 175? Old repairs, but I took a close look and it is perfect condition. You can, it still is, it doesn't wobble at all on the floor. It's still in really nice shape.
That would have been made around 1740.
Kaja says this would have been made around 1740. Keep in mind, but it's beautiful condition. Anyone for 175? Is that what we're looking for, I think? Yes. 150, looking for 175. 175. Anyone for 200 on this New England Queen, 200. Anyone from 225? 200 looking for 225. Anyone for 225 on this Queen Anne side chair? Anyone going once, twice, sold. Online bidder, 200. 200. This is a nice one. All the bird sculptures in this auction are beautiful, but take a close look. If you can zoom in on each of these birds, Dave. I love how in all of these lots there's very unique sets of birds. You're missing one right here.
Open this. I think there's a shelves inside.
Let's see.
Oh, little-
Wow. Wow.
Little apartments for each bird.
We'll talk about making some rent from birds. I'm telling you, you got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bird apartments. Not bad, right? You can trick the other ones. There's a bunch around there. It looks very welcoming for a bird, you know. Let's start out the bidding here. What's your pleasure? Anyone for, let's say, $100. Anyone for $100 in this lovely birdhouse?
Yep.
Anyone for 100 only? Thank you. 100 looking for 125. $100 only. Thank you. 125 looking for 150. 150 looking for 175. Easy. This is really under the money. Thank you. 175 looking for 200. Way under the money. 200. Thank you. 200 looking for 225. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter looking for 2. Thank you. 250 looking for 275. 275. Look at these little tiny logs up here, making it look like a little log cabin. 300 looking for 3 and a quarter. 3 looking for 3 and a quarter. $300 looking for 3 and a quarter.
Great piece of contemporary folk art.
3 and a quarter looking for 350. Up down here it says Lanier 1993. 3 and a half looking for 375. 375, 400. Anyone for 400 on this lovely? I'm sorry, 4? 400 looking for 425. Anyone for 425 on this lovely piece? Signed and dated 1993. 400 looking for 4 and a quarter. Thank you. 4 and a quarter looking for 450. 4 and a half. Look at each of these 6 here, looking like a little log cabin. That's fantastic. 450 looking for 475. Anyone for 475 on this lovely folk art? Thank you. 475. Still way under the money. 500 looking for 550. Anyone for 550? 550 looking for 600. 6 looking for 650. $600 looking for 650. Still under the money here. Still under the low. Anyone for 650? Anyone for 650? Going once, going twice. Got to move on. Last call. Sold. 600. Online bidder. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, I got you. You got it.
We had them meant that we had the mate to it earlier.
More beautiful redware. Kaja says we had the mate to it earlier.
Remember that one in the black glaze?
Yes, I do. About same size. Dark lead glaze, 19th century. Rolled lip, narrow neck, and applied strap handle. Let's start out the bidding here. This is lot 7393. If you're not paying attention, this is the time to wake up. I love redware. Start out the bidding here. What's your pleasure? 100. 100 looking for 125. 100 looking for 120. 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter looking for 150. 1 and a quarter, 150. 1 and a quarter looking for 150. Anyone for 150 on this lovely redware?
The mate to it brought 400 earlier.
You guys saw it earlier. The mate brought 400. This is a steal. Whoever got that one.
They're gone.
They must have left. 1 and a quarter looking for 150. Anyone for 150 on this beautiful piece of American redware. 19th century. Dark lead glaze. Look how dark that is. Anyone for 150 going once, going twice. Let's call. Sold. Online. 1 and a quarter. Here's a lovely painting, 7394. Small folk art painting on cabin by Carolyn Hopf. Isn't that cute? That is perfect for your cabin. If you have a vacation home in Maine, that is what you need to add to it right there. Let's start out the bidding here. What's your pleasure? Could be a cabin anywhere. It doesn't have to be Maine. I mean, I'm thinking New England, but thank you. They know. 150. 150 looking for 175. 150 looking for 175. Anyone for 175 on this beautiful painting? Thank you. This beautiful painting. 175 looking for 200. Gouache on paper. 200. 225. 200 looking for 225. I don't know if you can see it in that, but it's signed on the lower light, dated 77. Thank you. 225 looking for 250. Anyone for 250 on this beautiful painting by Carolyn Hopf, 1977. You said 2 1/4 we at? 2 1/4 looking for 250. Anyone for 250 on this lovely painting? Last call. Going once, going twice. Anyone for 250? Sold. 225 online. Oh, wow. That's beautiful. Yes. Painting on Alpine Church, 1890. Folk art, red brick, Gothic church in the mountains. Oil on Academy board. Unsigned. Let's start out the bidding here. Honestly, that's a relaxing one to me. Thank you. You beat me to it, but yes, 2 1/4. 225 to 250. 250 looking for 275, 275, 300. 275, anyone for 300 on this beautiful painting on an Alpine church, 1890. 3, looking for 325. 300 looking for 325. Anyone for 325 on this? Frost and Adams of Boston and red stained molded frame. 3 looking for 325. No? Last call. Going once, twice, sold. 300. Online bidder. Thank you, Sylvia. Vintage folk art mammy cloth doll, 1920s, handcrafted black American doll. Let's start out the bidding here. What's your pleasure on this?
50.
50, looking for 60. $50, looking for 60. 60, looking for 70, looking for 80. 70 for 80. Anyone for $80 on this doll? 80, looking for 90. 90, looking for 100. Anyone for $100 on this doll? 100. 100, looking for 125. 1920s, mind you. Anyone for 125? Anyone for 125? We have 100, looking for 125. Kaja wants to look for closer at her face. We see this was the nose, we got the mouth.
It's all hand stitched. This is an early one.
Hand-stitched, early 1920s. Anyone for 1 1/4? 1 1/4 going once, going twice.
No, you have 100.
I thought, Kayla, do you have 100 or 1 1/4? 100. I'm sorry. 100, looking for 1 1/4 actually, even cheaper. If you want to jump in now, 1 1/4, last call. Once, twice, sold, 100. Online. Okay, yeah. It was online. Yep. Okay, Queen Anne American Colonial Banister Armchair. New England Sherry Armchair with what may be an original finish and basket weave splint seat. Dave, you want to get me? Well, it looks like I can sit in it, so I'm going to try. Kaja says if I break it, I bought it. So I'm glad Dave doesn't. Oh, Dave does have that on camera. That's concerning. All right, let's start out the bidding here. What's your pleasure? What's your pleasure on this beautiful splint chair? Colonial banister armchair. Anyone for, let's say, 200? Anyone for 200? 150. Anyone for 150? 150, 100. How about 100 only on this Queen Anne American Colonial Banister armchair? Anyone for 100 only? Pass it along. Got a lot more to do. Okay. Folk art wood figure with jointed arms. Look at that. Isn't that great? If only Zeb was here, he could really work that. A primitive carved folk art figure. Let's start the bidding here. What's your pleasure? 90. We have, I heard Emily first. 90. Live auctioneers. 90 looking for 100. $90 looking for $100. Anyone for $100? 100. Thank you. 100 looking for 125. 1 1/4 looking for 150. Anyone for 150? 150 looking for 175. 175 looking for 200. 2 to 225. 2 1/4, 250. 2 1/4 looking for 250 on this folk art. Thank you. 2 1/2 looking for 275. 300. Jointed arms. 300 looking for 3. He's getting happier. 3 1/4 looking for 3 1/2. I got live auctioneers. Emily. 350. Thank you. Online. Thank you. 375 with Emily. Anyone for 400? 375 looking for 400. He's dancing now. 400. 4 and a quarter, looking for 450. 4 and a quarter, looking for 450. Anyone for 450 on this folk art wood figure with jointed arms? 450, looking for 470, 470, thank you, 500. Anyone for 500 on this folk art wood figure with jointed arms? Anyone? 550, 550, 600. Anyone for 600? We have 550, we're looking for 600. Going once. Last call, thank you, 650, 657. Still wanted a 7? You like the jointed arms? Anyone for 7? 650 going once, going twice. Sold. 650 live auctioneers. Okay. American redware mug with dark glaze, 19th century. Kaja didn't even get to have a break here. You didn't even get a Coke or anything. American redware mug with dark glaze. That is beautiful. Still in great condition. Hand-thrown redware. Let's start off the bidding here. What's your pleasure? Not 30, looking for 40. $30, looking for 40 only. 40 on the floor. 40 looking for 50. $40 looking for $50. You have 40 on the floor. Rich brown lead glaze with mild yellowish and dark patches. 50 looking for 60. $60. 60. 60 looking for 70. Anyone for $70 on this American redware mug? 70 looking for 80. $70. Last call. 70 going once. Eddie looking for $80. Anyone for 80 going twice. Sold. $70. Online bidder. All right. Kaja had a nice little rest. His vocal cords are back up to date. He's gonna jump back in. Actually, let me turn it off before you might bump it around a bunch.
Got twig stand with bird decoration, a wonderful piece right here. And thank you, Connor, did a great job. First time at the podium, not bad at all, man. And here we go. We'll keep practicing you. You'll be taking my job pretty soon. Rest of maple and birch blade stand with carved birds. What's your pleasure on this? $250, having $275. How much? $350. We like that better. At $350 now, $375. I $350 and $75, and that contemporary piece of folk art. I $350 and $75 at $350 and $75 at $350 and $75. Any more? All in all, done. $350, $375. We are $350.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have, oh, look at this great piece of folk art right here. This is a lovely piece of folk art painting with Fisherman's Reverie, circa 1890, with a carved trout on the top. What's your pleasure on that great piece of folk art? 2 1/4. That's a lovely early painting, probably done in the 1890s, 1880s. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 75. At 250 and 75. At 250 and 75. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 300 and a half and 3 1/4. I 3 and now 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 350. That's 3 1/4 and down it goes. Any more? 3 1/4. Emily. Next we have, oh, look at this. Look at the workmanship in this. This is a handmade 19th century stacked block quilt. It's 60 by 70 inches by 78 inches. It's all hand stitched in pieces of silk and wool and everything else. What's your pleasure? 150, having 175. At 150, 175 in that child's quilt. At 150, 175. 175 and 2, a rare child's quilt with a block design. 175 and now 2. 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. And 175, 200 I have and 2 1/4 with Kayla. I have 2 and now 2 1/4. Quickly, gonna sell it. 200 once, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 with Emily, 2 1/2 on live auctioneers at 2 1/4 and selling once, selling twice. And it was for 250. All in on the 2 1/4, 2 1/2 is 2 1/4. Emily.
Live auctioneers.
And here we go, a rare redware, American redware ring mold, a dark model glaze, 19th century. And this is for making a molded salad or cake. You could put this in the oven, actually, in that redware. What's your pleasure on this?
50.
50, I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 in that early redware piece at 50 and 60 anymore. At 51, so with Emily only at $50, 60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. Going to sell it unreserved. I have 61, 60 twice for $70. All in, all that, $60. It's $60 then. Live auctioneers buys. Next we have, oh, here's a great piece of folk art right here. Look at this. This is a mermaid carved out of a tree branch. A mermaid carved out of a tree branch. It has great early patina. Look at the color on the back of this thing. This was done in the 19th century. Here you go, Rob. And what's your pleasure on that? 100 a half, and now quarter. Take a good look at this. 1 1/4. This is very early. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. I 150, 175. I 150, 175, 150 and 75. 175 and 2. Show them the back of the age of that, Rob. 200 a half and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. This is very early. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. That 200 once, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, and that rare early carved mermaid out of one branch. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 once, twice in for 2 1/2. Is 2 1/4 Emily. Next we have an American Needlework sampler signed Lizzie Jones in 1888. May I have $100? I have 100. I have now quarter. I have $100 now 100 a quarter. I have it all over the place. I heard Emily first. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's in a Canadian maple leaf frame, they call it. All done in wool. 1888. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Sold 1 1/4. Live auctioneers buys. Next we go to a large 2-tier American oval toll painted tray. Look at this early piece of toll painting. What's your pleasure on this? We have what? $50 and set it in. $50, where's it? A bit $50 and go. Instant $50, pass it away. Next object. Next we have an antique rush seat child's chair on this early child's chair. Can you imagine all the children that sat in that? Has a newly woven rush seat. What's your pleasure on this? Then we have, how much, hon? 60, now 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. It would have cost like $300 to put the seat in. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. Any more? 70 once, twice, and for 80, $70 it is. Next we have American Stoneware Oyster Jar. Boy, we got some great oyster jars today. American Stoneware Oyster Jar with cobalt blue decoration all the way around it, like little feathers all the way around it. What's your pleasure on the oyster jar? 200 ahead. I have 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, half, 75, 300, 275, 300, 300, 300, nope. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. With Kayla at 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 and 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4, it's 300 then, Kayla. Next we have another great patchwork quilt. Look at this one, circa 1920s era hand-sewn quilt. And on this one, 85 by 86 and a half. Look at the quality of that quilt right there in a sunburst pattern. What's your pleasure on this one? I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3 and that nice quilt at 275 and 3. At 275 once, twice, and 300. All in all that 275 and 300 is 275. Killer. Next we have the rare early 19th century pair of wall-hanging tin candle sconces. There's a lot of copies of these. These are the real deal. And what's your pleasure on these? 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. These are 18th century hanging wall sconces for candles with a reflective shield. I have 100 and 1 1/4. 100 once, twice, and 1 1/4. No money. Emily, you have it at 1? Yes. 100 once, twice, going to sell. Sold for 100. Next we have another country folk art painting, a nice one. Fantasy landscape with couple at ruins, sailboats. And it's signed on the back, H. Harrington, Belfast, Maine. And what's your pleasure in a paint decorated frame? Oh, that's a great paint decorated frame. What's your pleasure in this one? 150, 175. At 150, 175, a great 175, of course, great frame on that. 175 and 200. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At 175 and 2, at only 175 and selling. At 175 once, twice, in for 200. All in all, that once to 200 and just in time. And 2 1/4. Don't lose it. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Fantastic paint decorated frame. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, twice, in for 250. All in all, that 2 1/4, 2 1/2. It's 2 1/4. Live auctioneers, guess that one. Here we go. And look at this right here. Look at this one here. Beautiful rug. This is a very early hooked rug, and they had it mounted on linen as a wall-hanging piece of art in this cottage, so it said, welcome. What's your pleasure in that rare thing? Maybe we have what, 500? How much? 450, now 500. I have 450 a kilo, now 5. At 450, now 500, and 450 and 500. At 450 and 500. At 450 and 500. I bet it costs that much just to mount it and frame it. I have 450 and 500. Any more? All in all then. At 450, 500, bless you. At 450 and 500, sold. 450. Live auctioneer, who got it?
Oh, it was 550.
No, I know how much.
450 online.
450 online? Got it. Here we go. On a Hummer rooster form windmill weight, and on that rare rooster form windmill weight on a custom base. What's your pleasure in this? May I have 200, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, need 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 300 I have, and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 with Kayla, and now 3 and a quarter. I have 300, now 3 and a quarter with Emily, and now 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. A great piece of folk art. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter once, twice, any more than 3 and a quarter. Emily, 3 and a quarter.
Live auctioneers.
Next we got another nice naive painting. Naive painting of Maine coastal cabin, summer cabin along the birches, and may have 300 instead of it 300. I have them 3 and a quarter. 550, even better. Knock me right out of the thing. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. At 550 and 600, 550 and 600 any more. All in all done at 550 with Emily. Scared everyone off. At 550 once, twice, any more. 550 Emily.
Live auctioneers.
Next we go, another good quilt. Antique oak leaf pattern quilt, circa 1900. Sewn cotton, all handmade, 82 by 83. Look at that beautiful applique quilt right there that Dave's holding. May we have what? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. Think of the hours and hours that went into making that quilt. I one and a half and 175. 1 and a half, now 175. I heard Kayla at 175 and 200 and 175. No money. At 175 and 200, of course, and 2 and a quarter on that beautiful applique quilt. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter once, 2 and a quarter twice, went for 250. We all in all done at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Any more? It's 2 and a quarter.
Online bidder.
And moving on to 7416, another great country painting, knife drawing of a Philadelphia waterworks circa 1840. And what's your pleasure on this one? On that early picture right here, Palladian style building. Let me just take a look at that, Dave, Bob. Yeah, this is a nice original watercolor, probably done around 1820, 1830, in a grain decorated frame. What's your pleasure on this? 100 I have, now a quarter. All this is unreserved. I have 100, now 100 a quarter. 100, 100 a quarter anymore. 100 once, twice, and for 100 and a quarter, it's $100.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Calder, Rhode Island pewter coffee pot. Calder was active 1817, 1856, and look at that. They call this a lighthouse form coffee pot in pewter. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have in 275. I have 250 and 275, great form at 250 and 75. Look at the shape of that handle. I have 250 and 275. At 250 once, 250 twice, and for 275, it's 250 Kaler.
Online bidder.
250 online. Next we have a framed alphabet sampler right here. Mary Ellis Newsham, November 1833. And may we have what? 125 and now 150. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. That nice little early sampler. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. 1 and a quarter once, twice, and went for 150. It's 1 and a quarter then.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have another folk art painting. A naive painting of Swan Pond circa 1890. And that is in a Canadian, this is also in a Canadian maple leaf frame. Boy, that's interestingly done, isn't it? Wow. And on that little painting right there, what's your pleasure on that? 100 I have, now quarter, nicely executed. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter, I think it's better than that. Look at the detail in that. At 100, 1 and a quarter, going to sell it. It's unreserved. Any more? Once, twice, and $100. We're going to move on.
Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers. Thank you, Connor. Next we have a circa 1900 geometric hooked rug, 26 by 40, with a floral design. What's your pleasure on this? 30 I have, and now 40. 40 now 50. I have 40 now 50 now 60. I have 50 now 60. 50 now 60. I have 50 now 60 anymore. 50 once, twice, in for 60. Sold $50.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next, we have another naive painting right here. Primitive painting of a winter farm, a Maine folk art snowy farm with one man dragging logs behind his horse. Isn't that, this is a nice early picture right here. And what's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300 and 3 1/4. I have 3 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice, in for 350. All in all done, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. It's 3 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next we go to James Dixon and Son pewter coffee pot. Look at the shape of this one. Beautiful carved rosewood handle and rosewood finial. What's your pleasure on this lovely pewter coffee pot? What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $50 and set it in. We don't care where it starts, only where it ends up. Anyone for $50? $25. It's got to be sold. Anyone for $25? And a nice piece of pewter. Nobody wants it? Once, twice, then I don't want to pass it. Pass the weight. Anyone for $25? 25 and now 30. 25 and 30 sold. $25, number 100. Next we have, oh, here's a rare thing, a silk embroidery. This is 7423, is a silk embroidery of strawberries in a crate in a American red walnut shadow box frame. And what's your pleasure on this? 350. I have a 375 and 400 and 400 and 4 1/4, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and 75 and 500, 500, 550. The book is out. I have 500 with Emily now, 550. At 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. Look at the quality of that. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 once, twice, in for 600. We all in all done 500, 550, 600 in time with Emily all the way now. At 600 now 6 1/2. At 600 once, twice, in for 650. All in all done 600, 650. Emily, 600.
Live auctioneer.
And 7424, 7424. And here we go. An American primitive farm scene on this right here. Let me just see this a second. Ooh, that's nice. Wow, it shows the farmers gardening. People, they almost like, this could be an Amish farm, actually. Anyway, on that nice early watercolor and lemon gold frame, maybe I have what, $300 set it in. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 and 375. 375 online and 400. I 375 and 4. That's a nice one. 400 I have with Aaron and 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. Way another 4 1/4. 4 1/4 with Jamie and 4 1/2. On Jamie's phone at 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 450 with Darren's phone and now 475. I have 450 and 475 at 450 and 75. At 475 with Jamie now 500. I have 475 and now 5. I have 500 with Darren on his phone and now 550. I have 500 now 550 and 500 and 550. I have 550 I need. I have 500 now 550. 500 once, twice, and it's for 550. 550 in time and now 600. It's on Jamie's phone at 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 on Darren's phone and now 650. I have 600 now 650. At 600 once, 650 with Jamie and now 700. Wonderful early watercolor. And 700. I have 650 now 700. 650 with Jamie once, 650 twice, in for 700. Jamie, your play is 650.
Number 7.
Number 7. Next we have circa 1930 floral hooked rug, 35 by 58. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 20 I have on 30. At 20 and 30 and 20 and 30. At 20 and 30, 20 and 30 anymore? Nice rug, no money. 30 I have on the floor and 40. I have 30 now 40, 30 now 40. Any more? $30 your way. What's your number, dear?
73.
Number 73. $30. 73. Next we have, oh, we sold one owl today. Look at this one. Snowy owl on a branch. And on this right here, we sold a big owl for huge money today. Now we have his little brother. We have his little brother. What's your bid on this wonderful folk art snowy owl? What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have what, a couple $100? A couple $100 to set it in. 200, we have $100 to set it in. The last one, what did you mean, 2,000 or so? The big one? Maybe we have $100 then. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have $100, 100 1/4. At $100, 100 1/4, $100, 100 1/4, and 100 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And 1 1/4 only, and 1 1/2 if you want it. And a nice snowy owl. At only 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? 1 1/4, 101 buys, 125, 101 buys. Next we have a Maine folk art bird carving, an European starling on a tree stump And on that right there, on that Europe, oh, that's a nice one. Maybe a couple $100 set it in. 200 way up to 200 go. 150, 175. I have 150, 175, and 200. 200, 2 and a quarter. No. I have 200 with Kayla and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. At 200, 2 and a quarter anymore on the Starling. And only 200, 2 and a quarter. 200, Kayla.
Online bidder.
Somebody's got a phone in this next one? Oh, look at this one. A Northeast folk art bird carving of American kestrel, or AKA sparrowhawk. And on this right here, 200 and 2 and a quarter.
3 and a quarter.
3 and a quarter, even better. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, at 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, at 3 and a quarter, nice little bird. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Any more? Once, twice, and 3 and a quarter. Emily. Next we go to, look at these, a collection by V.W. Smith, 2 carved and painted bird sculptures. And what you have on the group of those, nice little birds. What's your pleasure? 100 I have, now 1 and a quarter. I have 100, now 1 and a quarter, 100, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half anymore? 1 and a half and 75, no. 150, now 175. 150 once, twice, and for 175. Kayla, 150.
Online bidder.
Next we have a folk art seagull, a hand-carved seagull with a fish in his mouth by Donald Boudreau. He's a great American folk art carver. I think he's Maine, actually. And on that right there, may I have what, 300 where? 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. Assigned on the 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 75, 75 and 300, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. With Kayla and 3 and a quarter anymore? 300 once, twice, with you at 300 and 3 and a quarter. Once, twice, and Kayla, 300.
Online bidder.
Next we go to, oh, this rare fish decoy. Look at this. Is that a gar or a pike, right? On this early weighted and tin and painted fish decoy. What's your pleasure on that one? 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2. On the fish decoy, 175 and 200, and 175 once, twice, and for 200. Any more? Once, twice, any more? 200. I have 200 with scalar and 2 and a quarter now. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 once, twice, and for 2 and a quarter on the phone with Darren and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half on the fish decoy. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Sold. Darren, 2 and a quarter. 400? What? 6. Bidder number 6. Okay, so it's 2 and a quarter to bidder number 6 for those of you that are keeping track. Okay? And here we go. A folk art flying goose whirligig on the goose whirligig. What's your pleasure? It's from the 1920s or 30s. What's your pleasure on this one? Here we have $100 set it in on that flying goose whirligig. The wind catches his wings like that and he goes automatically. How much? 50, I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. No money for this. At 50 and 60, this is a period whirligig. 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70, 60 and 70. At 60, 70, now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80, 80 now 90. Should have started at 300. I have 80 now 90. 80 once, 80 twice, 90 now 100. At 90 now 100. No money. I have 90 now 100. A great piece of folk art. 90 once, twice, even for a $100 bill. Any more? All in? All done? It's $90. We're moving on.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next, we have a group of 4 small carved birds. And on the little birds right there, we have finches and all kinds of birds. What's your pleasure on those? 60, I have in 70, now 80. 80 now, 90, now 100. 100 now quarter. No. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter with Kayla at 100. And 100 a quarter? Any more? Kayla, 100.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we go to carved decoy lot, a whole collection of decoys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 decoys, 1 money. 6 decoys, 1 money. And on the 6 decoys, what's your pleasure? You don't need to, just set the whole box up there. And what's your pleasure on these? 200 where? 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half, and 275. At 250 now 275. At 250 and 275. We paid for the loon, the rest are free. At 2 and a quarter now 275. This is carved by Raymond Ames and painted by Bernice Ames, 1999. What's your pleasure we have? 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 anymore? 250 once, twice, and 275. It's 250 and gone.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. You getting all the stuff, Kayla? Next we have 2 more decoys, 2 hand-carved wooden loon decoys. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on those? 150, 175, 175, 200, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 275, and 300, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300, 3 and a quarter. Oh, this is a loon. This is a loon decoy. I mean, lure, a loon lure, 325. This one's signed on the bottom also. Where are we? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. We're daring at 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. Daring your way, 3 1/4. Number 6 buys. Next we go. A lovely folk art piece right here. Carved and painted folk art. Head of a man with groomed brown hair, huge eyes, 14.5 inches high. What's your pleasure on this guy? 150 I have it now, 175. I 150, 175. At 150, 175, at 150 and 75. Any more? All in all on 150, 175, 175 and now 200. He's got good age to him. I've 175 now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At 175 once, twice him for 200. We all good. Any more? It's 175.
Online bidder.
Next we have a pair of Adirondack woven splint seat chairs. These are a pair of Adirondack chairs, and they're probably made by the company that did all the Adirondack furniture, and I can't think of the name of it. What's your pleasure on these?
100.
100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. At only 100, 1 1/4. Wow, that's no money for these. I have 100, 1 1/4. Going to sell them. 100 once, 100 twice. Sleeping any more than $100. It's gone. 100. Live auctioneers buys. Next we have 2 more armchairs, a pair of Adirondack rush seat armchairs, and I have, what's the pleasure on that? 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 75, 75 and 300, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 375, no. I 3 1/2 with Kalen, 375. I 350 now 375, 375 and 400. At 375 and 400. I think they're by Old Hickory. At 375 now 4. At 375 and 4 anymore? It's 375. Live auctioneers gets those. Next we have a really cool Adirondack log side chair. A log side chair. What's your pleasure on this one? Then we have what? $100 set it in. $50 wear. $50 wear in that neat little chair right there. It's for $50. 25. 25. Nobody wants that one? Once, twice, and pass it away. And off we go. A few more things to go. Here we go on the Adirondack style center table. And on that right there, it sat between those 2 chairs we just sold. What's your pleasure on this? 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70 more. All in all now, $60. Once, twice, any more? $60. Emily. Live auctioneers buys. Next we go 2, 3 twig stands. Boy, those brought a lot earlier today. We have 3 of them now. 1 money buys them all. What's your pleasure on all 3? 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. I have 100 and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. You're out? I 1 1/4 with Kayla, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 for all 3. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's 1 1/4.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have 3 more. 3 more from the same family again. 3 pieces of Adirondack rustic furniture. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 have now 175. At 150, 175. At 150 once, twice, and for 150, 175. All in, all done. At 150, 175. We are Kayla, 150.
Online bidder.
Next we have, look at this rustic Adirondack dining room work table. It's 29.5 by 42 by 25.5. What's your pleasure on this one? 70 I have now 80. I have 70. None of this is reserved. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. Any more? Last call at $70. Going to sell it. Any more? It's $70 then.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Some great deals here. Next, look at this bench. A large Adirondack twig settee, 60 by 60 by 23 inches deep. What's your pleasure on the settee? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is with Emily, now 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. When you see these in the shops, they're a fortune. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4 once, twice, they went for 150. It's Emily, 125. Live auctioneers. And next we have, and the last thing is this wonderful yellow painted dry sink cupboard that came in at the last minute. It has 2 drawers, all dovetailed, nice condition, green pin striping. And what's your pleasure in this cupboard? 350 I have, and 375. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 375 at 350 and 75. At 350 and 75. 75 and 400. At 375. 375 and 400. At 400 and 4 1/4. Beautiful piece of furniture. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. It's a dry sink cupboard. Dry sink cupboard, probably around 1840. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. 400 once, 400 twice, and 4 1/4. Nice piece of furniture. No money anymore. Once, twice, and who has the 400? Emily has 400. Anyone for 4 1/4? What a buy. Emily, your person, 400. Thank you all for all the participants today, all the staff. You guys did a great job. Great job.